to the Hawks Nest live stream show. My name is Brandon Kane. I appreciate you for tuning on in, coming on into my home here on a nice, beautiful Sunday evening. Hope all is well out there as we creep our way towards the off season here. Never stops though here at the Hawks Nest. We're always going. We always got something to discuss, and indeed we even have some news of this past week. So come on in. Appreciate everybody hopping in. Please hit that like button on your way in, just right over there next to where you'll put your hat and your coat, right over there. Appreciate it. Hope all are doing well out there. It's been a fun week this past week. I've gotten my whistle around my neck, right? I got my little visor on. Okay, very serious. Binoculars, I have no reason to need, but just feel very scouty to have it. Okay. Shorts riding too high. You guys know what I'm talking about here. That's right. We're in full on Prospectville here. We're looking deep into these guys this offseason, and we're looking at all of these potential Seahawks targets for a couple of different reasons. Right? 10 picks in this upcoming draft, 4 picks in the first 2 rounds, a top 5 selection overall. After last year's draft, in many ways, I don't think you would be wrong for saying that this is going to be the most important draft in Seahawks history. Certainly, there are maybe other places that others can maybe make arguments for, but at least this one would be in the talks of it, because you get this right, you shot your way into being an elite team, and perhaps even being able to be into that rare place of being an elite team for a good amount of time, because you have such a solid foundation that you have built from underneath, that it will be able to sustain maybe the occasional loss from a standpoint of here or there. How this pertains to this week, of course, though, is the Senior Bowl, which just commenced, the Senior Bowl week, which just commenced. And though the game is one thing and interesting enough to discuss in itself, it's really about the Senior Bowl week. And there are some fans out there that I've already heard who will say, well, this isn't really that important. It's nobody's really taking it seriously. These are prospects that aren't first round guys. So why should we even really consider or think about them? I think I'd like to push back on that a little bit. The Senior Bowl is becoming more important than ever before. It is not merely a game that, is it 9 picks we have? Sorry, Dylan. I thought it was 10 picks we had. So if it's only 9, then, but still 9 picks. I got to double check that, Dylan. But be that as it may, you look at the recent past history here with John Schneider and the Hawks. This is an example of that. Let's go back to 2019 Senior Bowl. LJ Collier had a 90% win rate on one-on-ones at the Senior Bowl, which helped to propel him up into first-round status, at least as far as the Seahawks are concerned. But they weren't done there. They also had Penny Hart, Drew Lock that they have eventually traded for, and also drafting DeMarcus Christmas. Now, some of these guys are going to be later rounds, some of them are going to be early rounds, but I think you'll see a little bit of a trend here as I go through some of these names. Then you've got 2020, Alton Robinson, Darrell Taylor, Stephen Sullivan, 3 more guys that all went to the Senior Bowl. So this is my point on this is going to be eventually at the end of this is that these guys that were at the Senior Bowl have a very high likelihood of a couple of these, not one guy, but a couple of these guys ending up as Seattle Seahawks. 2021 was, of course, the year that we only had 3 draft selections. Still, the Seahawks took Dwayne Eskridge, who was a Senior Bowl participant, Jake Curhan, they didn't draft, but they signed as an undrafted free agent, rookie free agent. And then Trey Brown, who they, of course, took in the 4th round in 2021. So again, multiple guys, 1 year. They end up on our roster. John Schneider finds value in this. And then last year was kind of the pinnacle of this, where Boye Mafe, Abraham Lucas, Coby Bryant, and one Mr. Tariq Woolen all were Senior Bowl participants last year. This is my point, is that look at the Senior Bowl closely, look at the guys who've done well in this Senior Bowl closely, because there's a very high likelihood that they eventually do get matched up with our Seahawks. I can't say for certain why John Schneider chooses to do what he does in this respect of why he favors it, but I have some good ideas as to why. Number one, when you have players willing to go to the Senior Bowl, it shows they're not trying to hide something, or you got to do some uncovering on something. You can also get a good understanding of which players have stayed in shape and worked on their craft and tried to get better. Some people look at the Combine as kind of providing this, but in the Combine, you're not in pads. You're not going one-on-one. It's a little bit harder to evaluate that as it is just brass tacks. You're on the field here at the Senior Bowl point. So it shows a player who's willing to continue to work hard and doesn't need to have somebody over the top of them pointing at them saying, get to work. And that's something that I think helps them gravitate towards picking those kind of players just naturally. But beyond that, of course, then you get a full week of view of the players themselves, and that's really going to give you just a better understanding of what you saw from the tape. And so you just feel more further confident about taking that guy because you feel like you've gotten more than the player who wouldn't have played in that particular game. Now, as for the guys that stood out, I'm going to go through kind of about, 14 names or so. I'm sure there's going to be some of you, this will be a bit of what we're going to be doing on this show today, I think, within the chat in general, is just going to be talking a little bit about what guys, maybe some of you were hearing about. I tried to keep my ear really close to the ground on this one throughout the week. I'm like all of you watching the clips on Twitter that come up with the one-on-ones and whatnot. So we'll go through a couple of these guys, as well as I put in my description section, I've unveiled my Brandon's big board. Okay. That's not a euphemism. It's just my literal horizontal big board. So if you guys want to, just click that link there and in the description section, and you can go see my, I've got a couple screenshots of both offense and defensive horizontal big board there. Get a bit, it's only, again, I'm not going to be up to my final number, which will be up around hopefully 300 prospects. I'm probably a little bit over 100. But you guys can at least get a feel for where early on I'm seeing these guys go. First off, we may have a John Schmitz issue. Many of us have sort of held back in the background, hoping that John Schmitz was going to be a guy that we're going to be able to get maybe with the first pick in the second round. And even at that point, many of us were thinking that was going to feel like a slight reach, but one that was going to be worthwhile because it would cement a position of such vital need. Well, Mr. Schmitz has went out there and had himself as outstanding a week, I think, as anybody else out there this past week at the Senior Bowl. And he very well may do just what Linderbaum did last year just keeps kind of going from the offseason, just rising up those boards, eventually becoming, at this point, maybe even a first round pick, which would put him out of Seattle's range, unless we're talking about now Seattle really potentially reaching out at Schmitz at 20, which, with where he might be going right now, which could be 24, 25, 26, and that kind of, based off of how good a Senior Bowl week he had, how good people are feeling about him, maybe 20 isn't that big of a jump at that point, but he very well at this point may have put himself into first round territory. Absolutely going to be second round, no doubt about it, high second round at that. So you're not getting him probably deep into the second round either. He's going to be the first center taken off the board in this upcoming draft. 2 right tackles really stood out in the Senior Bowl period. Not going to be a position that we, of course, look at. One is Dewan Mountainous Jones, bigger than Rainier. The guy's, I think, set NFL records for his reach and size. He is ridiculously huge, but he really held up in one-on-ones. And last year, you had a guy in Daniel Fa'alele who at times had some struggles in one-on-ones, and the lack of being able to move his feet really showed up. Here in a guy like Dewan Jones, you have even a bigger guy than Daniel, who is a big man himself, who has just enough in what he can do and move his feet and understands how to use his size in the right way, where he really at times kind of dominated the action in this Senior Bowl week. I think he's going to still, sit in the second round, but if he slides his way up into first round territory, don't be surprised on that. He played really well. Darnell Wright, kid out of Tennessee, a very safe to me, meat and potatoes right tackle pick that's going to go in the first round. So he's going to get taken probably somewhere from 15 to 32, but I would highly expect him to be now a first rounder and pushing himself. He was already rising up boards after a really outstanding week this past week at the Senior Bowl. He's going to go in the first round now. I have very little doubt on this one, outside of maybe just completely falling on his face. But even like a Dewan Jones, who's not going to test well at the combine because he's so big, people are going to feel good about it. They're going to still go, okay, he may creep up into there where they go, look, it's a right tackle. I'm not expecting him to move anyway. And especially in the right scheme that doesn't ask their right tackle to move as much. And then these two guys don't impact us as much, but it's noteworthy that they've now risen up into, I think, first round status. Will McDonald is a guy coming on the heels of this Senior Bowl. If you want to talk about a likely or possible Seahawk target that jumps out to me, that fits to maybe a bit of past leanings. You talk about a guy like Darrell Taylor. There's some stuff with that in Will McDonald. There's some similarities between those two guys' game. He is the rare combination, I guess you could say, of really twitchy quickness and athleticism paired with a really high motor. he doesn't know what to do with it. So he's going a million miles a minute, but it's all just, a million miles a minute, kind of like, Lord, take the wheel. And on tape, that just shows up, where it's just, there's a lot of like going nowhere. What were you doing? What was the plan here? Kind of approaches on certain reps. But you've got to, it is noteworthy that he did have a really good week. His length really does show up. He would be a fit into our system here. He would be a guy that I could see us potentially targeting and people being surprised by us targeting. I don't think we would take him up into the first round. I do think, though, that looking at where they took Taylor before, you're talking about that early second round pick. It's a guy that, if you fit to what they've done in the past, with that position and the guys they've looked for, this would kind of fit in that respect of things. I don't love him though, because again, we've seen this with Darrell Taylor. When you just have the raw gifts, but not a lot of refinement, it can take a little bit of time for the refinement to maybe finally get there. And you got to be a little bit more maybe patient with that as opposed to getting somebody a little bit more ready to just, here we go. Payne Durham, a tight end, made a couple catches in the Senior Bowl, also sprung a few running plays. He was pretty good reports throughout the week as a tight end prospect. I don't know if he'd be a guy that the Seahawks will end up targeting, but a guy that gave you a couple of different skills. So he was noteworthy to me, at least because not to be a one-trick kind of pony tight end, but a guy that can maybe give you a little bit of both of those things. So he really kind of showed up a little bit in both elements of the game offensively. Cody Mock is another guy that may be a riser, much like those other guys I just talked about, the right tackle position, who might find his way maybe creeping into the first round territory. I'm not as quite yet to stamp that on him here, but he showed a really nice transition to the left guard position. This is why this would be notable for our Seahawks, much like Will McDonald. If you want to talk about a Seahawk target here, you have a guy that was a left tackle, maybe not enough length out there at left tackle, bump him into left guard. He's going to get a little overmatched at first because of the strength issues and trying, he needs to you got to add some weight once you go inside in there. But you talk about a guy that can really move for his size, plays with a sense of nastiness and purpose. A guy that would fit into your movement-based scheme here as far as what we want to do. I don't think the Hawks would pull the trigger on him at 20, but maybe up at the top of that second round, another guy that might be a very much a potential target if you're talking about wanting to maybe move Damian Lewis back to right guard, click this kid into left guard, and now you have more pure prototypical fits from an athletic profiles at the positions across the board a little bit. But he I think got voted as offensive lineman, I think, of the week by the defensive lineman, the counterparts on the other side of the ball. So players thought a lot about him as well. Sidney Brown, strong safety prospect, was the practice player of the week with the Senior Bowl, and he really showed up as a safety prospect in his ability to play one-on-ones. These safeties are really put in the worst kind of pickles, and if you see safeties on the Senior Bowl tapes, getting beat in one-on-ones, even if it's a box safety, even if it's a guy that's got some limitations as far as his ability to cover in space, give them a little bit of room for benefit. These receivers are running against air. They got this whole field to work with. You have safeties matched up one-on-one with the wide receiver as though they were aligned like a corner, which is very rarely going to happen in football games. But nonetheless, Sidney Brown really showed up in that range of things. So maybe that guy that we talk about that gives you a little bit of that hyper-athletic type safety cat that would work into this type of defense. If Seattle was looking to target a safety prospect here, he was one of the guys I thought that kind of stood out from what I was seeing and reading about him. That would be an interesting guy. Sounds like he's also a pretty good tackler as well. I haven't dived really, really deep in the tape on him. He's one of my next guys up. But definitely we may be looking at strong safety here this offseason. Both you got Neal going in the final year of his deal, and then with Adams, you can start to, after next year, maybe get out that deal if he's still having some of the injury problems, or you're just chilling if it's good. Right. Tajay Spears, another guy running back wise that came out of this draft and really, really elevated his stock. This running back class, I will tell you what, folks, I'm really, really excited about it. I think it has a very strong argument to be made to be the next positional group right behind the cornerback room as far as being that, wow, they're really, this is where your depth of your draft is at. This is where this, not just the depth, but upper level strength too. It's not just one of those, well, there's just a lot of guys. There's a lot of guys, and there's some really good top-end talent on it as well. Tajay is not a top-end talent. I think you're going to have to use him as a guy that I would say, you work in the touches. He's not your bell cow back. You're not getting him 20 touches a game. It's like 10 to 12 touches a game. Those guys usually always will somewhat slide into it for me into more of a third round range of things. But he showed off a real suddenness, which is exactly what you see on his tape as well. He has the weird ability on his tape of being a guy who is sudden, has great vision, can change direction, but he's always seemingly, even when he's changing direction, he's pressing the hole. He's not changing the direction, right? Where he goes lateral, comes to a stop. Now I'll go. He's always flowing into that right hole with a lot of speed and quickness, always going full blast. And then he's got the open field moves that'll dazzle the fans and make everybody stand up out of their seat. Also can catch the ball really well. Interesting little cat there to potentially look at maybe for your Hawks in the third round if they're looking at that going into that territory, especially if you looked at him as kind of maybe a third down back type. Evan Hull, kid out of Northwestern, broke off a couple nice runs. Boy, did he take a whack in the chops too at the end of one of the runs in the Senior Bowl. But he ran really strong, ran bigger than the kid's size. Haven't watched a lot of tape on him yet. It's going to be probably a later round back, but he also had really good reports for him throughout the week. And maybe a guy looking in the 5th, 6th round for the Seahawks that falls there they could look at. We're all looking for more of a little bit more, and this kid's hard to call him a hammer type at his size, but he definitely runs behind his pads, runs with some power and force. I'm going to be excited to kind of dive more into the tape with him. A couple of receivers stood out in the Senior Bowl as well. Maybe some Seahawks targets. Jaden Reed, really, really good route runner, speedster kid, who's also and you usually get these archetypes where you get a speedster. It's like this. You'd have this in Madden or somewhere. You got a speedster, but he's got no contested catchability, right? Like that's the cliche. This is your speedster who also then has contested catchability in tandem. And certainly maybe that could fit a little bit more into this Seahawks offense. He was one of the guys that you just kept hearing more glowing reports about throughout the week in practice over and over and over about Jaden Reed. Another guy who's kind of the wild card wide receiver of this draft, and another guy that I could absolutely see our Seahawks targeting and looking at. John Schneider went and watched the Husky Stanford game this past year in Husky Stadium. And I thought at the time maybe he was going in there to look at Penix, a little bit maybe of McKee. Maybe he had like Jackson Kirkland, the offensive lineman that he wanted to take a look at left guard down there and see what he could do. But the one guy I'm sure his eyes kept pulling to in this game would have been Michael Wilson. And Wilson, I believe, had 9 catches in the game, just really went off. He's got just an explosive lower half, really, really, really good route runner. But here's the problem. The kid's played 14 games in 3 years. So from a physical standpoint, if he came into this draft with 2,000-yard seasons back-to-back, he's a guy you're talking about probably second round, maybe even elevating into the top of the first. But because of those 14 games in 3 years, he's going to slide maybe a little bit. But has a great Senior Bowl. He, even above Jaden Reed, was really looked at by most of what I was hearing from as the receiver of the week amongst all the others. And there wasn't a lot of top flight receivers out there, right? There was some, Nathaniel Dell was out there. He'll be a high pick too, but this kid was voted that receiver of the week. He might be one of those guys that is picked on draft day 2, and everybody's like, what? Huh? Wait, huh? I would be scared with just the 14 games, but the physical potential and everything that he can do, contested catch, jumps out of the gym, can do all the fly sweep stuff in open space. He's a kind of bit of a different cat than some of the other receivers in this draft. Ivan Pace, this is a guy that maybe look at for your Seahawks. And then I'll tell you, if you're taking Ivan Pace, the one thing that your Seahawks are doing, if on draft day you hear Ivan Pace, Seattle Seahawks, third round, whatever, second, third round, Seahawks are about ready to get busy with the blitzing. Whoever takes Ivan Pace, I don't care if it's the Hawks or whoever it is, if they're not already blitzing, they're getting ready to get busy with blitzing. He showed off it again throughout the week. It was a joke with him on the one-on-ones with running backs and pass pro drills. I mean, he absolutely just ate them all for lunch. It wasn't a problem. He's got a special ability to rush the passer. I've referenced it that he's Lofa Tatupu as a pass rusher. Lofa had the same thing where he was an undersized guy who on blitzes could really just understand how to use his size, how to even had some bend with the quickness, which would get them around the linemen. And Pace has got that. It's not just about being matched up against running backs and beating them. It's that he was beating linemen on tape to get his sacks. And he's so quick and he's so fast. He's going to be an interesting guy to see where he goes in this particular draft. He's a very unique player. There isn't anybody like him in his way because it's not like he's an okay tackler. He's okay in coverage, but he's a blitzer. Oh, look out. Look out as a blitzer. That's all I want to say. Darius Rush, cornerback. This could be a Seahawks target. The former wide receiver convert. A quarter of his targets throughout this season, that's 1/4 of the targets thrown at him, were either tipped away by him or intercepted. Ball skills, 4 days. So what happened when he came to the Senior Bowl? 3 interceptions throughout the practice week. He's showing off these ball skills throughout. Guy that might be a guy the Hawks gravitate towards, just having some recent success with Tariq Woolen and some of the success that you've had with Richard Sherman, former wide receiver converts that go to the cornerback position who have a very natural feel for the ball skills. It just comes to them. They're not one of those cornerbacks that's like fighting the ball or just you can't trust them all. They're looking to make the catch. They're looking to attack the ball when it's up in the air. This cat is that kind of guy. He helped his stock out. Much like with Spears at the running back position, it's like the one thing with those guys, they've done so good to elevate their stock, but there's just so many guys solidified up ahead of them. And where does that put them? But that's also where you could start to talk about getting into value on these guys if they do dip down a little bit and going, well, this is why there's more value to them. There's just so many guys that were pushed ahead, which pushed down some of the need for teams. But it doesn't mean that they're not really, really good players. Steve Avila definitely made himself some money. I thought coming into this Senior Bowl week, he was probably 3rd round territory as far as what I saw off the tape with him. I'm not sure what his best position is really going forward, whether it's guard or center, but he played guard throughout the week, I believe, and acclimated himself really well. He was spoken about in pretty good terms. It wasn't glowing terms all the way. There are some issues with him at times in pass protection. Same issues I saw with him on tape. He's just a big man. It's hard for him to move those feet. And there was a lot made when he first walked in the door of the Senior Bowl week about losing 10, 15 pounds and getting a little bit lighter. But he just doesn't necessarily have that natural pitter-patter of athleticism there at guard to really move. And that's my worry about him potentially coming to our Seahawks as a schematic fit. He is a very good player, so it's not that. He will provide a lot of good things to your offense, but you just might be having to tear out a lot of the plays that are mobile based and asked him to do that. And there are some question marks there with pass protection. Nonetheless, it was overall good. He might very well be the first guard taken off the board in this draft. And very likely at this point, not likely, but possible at this point, he goes in the 1st round. And maybe more by need than by how good a player he is. So that may be the thing that draws that out. Adabada. Boy, I'm definitely going to have to learn to pronounce this one if we drafted, aren't I? Oh my goodness. I'm going to call him Ade. Big Ade. Ade is an interesting guy. 6 foot, 34, 35 inch long arms, insane long arms for his size, knows how to use them. The weird thing with me with Ade is that this whole year watching his tape, he has some quickness and this and that, but you can see the long arms, but he just isn't really using them and doesn't really show off any kind of technician skill with his hands. And then throughout the course of the Senior Bowl week, you're hearing nothing about how good he's being with his hands and how active he's being and just how he's showing off an assembly of moves. And you see it on the tape too with some of the cut-ups and whatnot. He had one rep with Corey Patterson where he just literally bull rushed him all the way into the backfield, showing off and flashing that power that he's got as well, which, I mean, look, that's not a weak need center there in Corey Patterson. That's one of your more rugged centers in this draft, a guy that's very much capable of taking on a zero tech and handling business. So showing off, flashing some of that power as he did, he's certainly going to elevate himself, though that's going to be the quandary with me as far as trying to figure out where he should really go because of the fact you have this good Super Senior Bowl performance, which doesn't exactly quite match the tape. But did he just develop? Did he just get his hands better throughout the course of the offseason? Potentially. And there is some natural power there with him, and he's going to win leverage war a lot because when you usually have the 6 foot guys, they've got the stubbier arms. So the bigger offensive linemen are going to get their hands on them too. So even if they've got the natural leverage of being a smaller guy versus a taller guy, the taller guy wins out because he can just push down on the guy and the guy never reaches up with his leverage to hit him. This guy's got the leverage to get up there and hit you with it. And so that's where he's got a little bit of more of an interesting kind of profile to him as far as, where he goes. But I wasn't overwhelmed by his tape as much as some other people were. I was left wanting a little bit more from the unusual skill set that he sort of brings. Carl Brooks, another guy that really stood out as an edge guy here in this draft, inside edge guy. He's kind of inside outside guy. He's got a little bit of Michael Bennett stuff to his game a little bit for me. Kind of some similarities there. He's not going to have Bennett's first step quickness, but the way he uses his hands, some of the natural power that he has kind of built into his game. He really had a good standout week as well, right there with Ade, and a guy that just for some reason when I talk about Carl Brooks or I talk about Will McDonald, just two guys that just seem Seahawky targets. Let's just say that they feel beyond my like or dislike for them where they are played. They do just kind of feel like Hawk type targets. That I could see definitely flashing that blue color, the teal next year. It wouldn't shock me. He didn't blow me on the way on the tape. I think I liked his tape maybe a little bit more than Ade. I like some of how he moves for his size because he is such a big man, but he moves really well, especially in short areas. So he's an interesting cat who would definitely be probably a fit. It's kind of a 3-4 guy, 3-4 end. I think we'd probably that's where, but you could also even have him at times just to be weird, stand him up. He'd be comfortable. I think he did some of that on his tape. So Riley Moss was a guy a lot of people thought was going to maybe have to become a safety because of his size and length issues, but he really showed off some easy athleticism, fluid hips. Seems like he's going to be a guy that can move so quick, so who can move and change direction so quickly that he's going to be able to overcome maybe some of his size stuff a little bit. He's not tiny, but you're starting to get to the marker now in the NFL level where if you're going to play on the outside, it's got to be 6 feet tall. It's got to be 33-inch long arms. You got to have these prerequisites sort of built in. And if you're falling short of it, then you've really got to overcome it with speed and quickness and like with Riley, great athleticism. And that really flashed throughout the course of the week. Probably the one quarterback who did help himself this week a little bit marginally, I would say, would be Jake Haener. He played pretty well in the game, kind of he's got that sort of Brock Purdy gamer style thing going back there a little bit, right? He just sits back there and just kind of has the moxie in the pocket, good feel in the pocket, pretty good decision-making at the end of the day. He's not going to vault himself up into the first 3-round territory of things, but maybe somebody takes the flyer on him 4th, 5th round, especially because he's probably the top of the stock on those sort of second-tier quarterbacks when we get outside that 1st, 2nd round territory of things. 4th round will probably be pretty high for him, probably even 5th round. I think I don't know where I've got him on my board. It's like, where do I have him? I got him in at 4th round. So he'll go right around the Dorian Thompson, Robinson area of things. That'll be his spot. Those were my basic winners. I'm sure you guys got a couple of others in there. Those were the ones, though, that I thought stood out from this past week. Losers, I'm not going to go through a lot of this list. And none of these guys are just losers, but just maybe uneven performance, let's say, throughout the week. Left tackle Blake Freeland out of BYU did not have the best of weeks. The reports on him were pretty rough. Andre Carter, a guy that a lot of people have talked about in my chat. I felt like every cut up I was watching of him, he was getting owned and just getting owned with the power side of things. Kid moves in an unusual way for a guy his size, but he needed to have this week where he stood out because of the fact he's at Army with the level of competition he is, because he was kind of a one-year wonder with the production. You did want to see a little bit of, okay, now when you're matched up against some of the better ones here, what do you got? What do you got? He dropped down for me a little bit based on some of what I was seeing and hearing in the reports. Not far, but to me, he goes a little bit from being maybe a 2nd-round prospect to more of like a 3rd-round prospect. Rashee Rice, a guy that another lot of people in my chat like as well. There's some very big issues with him as far as contested catch type situations. He sort of has to be wide open and free to make the catches, and if it's anything close, it's 50-50 a little bit. And that stuff was really showing up throughout the practice week a little bit with that guy. I'd be very worried about him with that. The contested catch thing is a real thing. This is an issue that I think plagues Eskridge a little bit, for instance, where if he's got contact or feels himself being jostled, just it's going to turn into kind of an easy drop at times. And that did show up on the tape when I looked at that Rashee Rice as well. This matches up with what you saw the Senior Bowl week with what he showed there. KJ Henry, another guy that gets a lot of pub and talked about, another guy that part of that Clemson defensive defenders where you really wanted just more production across the board from all these guys. Doesn't matter who we're talking about, whether it's Miles Murphy or Brian Breezy or Trenton Simpson. All these guys seem to kind of lukewarm you this year, just a little bit. Different reasons for why they did it and how come it went down that way, but you still end up walking away going, I would have liked to have heard a little bit more of your name talked about this week rather than some of these other edge rushers I think that were spoken about a little bit more so. He just had kind of another quiet week, quiet on tape. Guy that for like the last 3 years, it's at 3.5 sacks, 4.5 sacks, 3.5 sacks, just gives you just the kind of the marginal production, kind of mid. Didn't stand out. Isaiah Foskey, a guy that was disappointing to see from my standpoint, a guy that off the tape and production and what I've seen from him at Notre Dame, I had him as a first round prospect, but another guy that a little bit like Andre Carter really struggled in those one-on-ones and looked not as explosive, and looked like the strength stuff gave him issues, and that's worrisome and may very well knock him down a little bit of a margin in certain realms. I think people will lean back on the production and will lean back on what you see from tape out of him that he'll eventually will be a first round guy, but he's certainly maybe not as much now likely to be in the top 15 of things that he is going to be if he's taken in the first round, maybe more in that 20s or late teens type realm. Excuse me. So still a little disappointing there with Foskey on that side of it. Another guy that was like Foskey for me, I was dismayed to see because it wasn't fitting up to what I had seen on the tape, was Olusegun Oluwatimi, which is the center out of Michigan. He's a guy that I really liked as a fit for our Seattle Seahawks. I love how he moves in space. He would be to me kind of he'd be a pure physical profile fit for what we want from the center position, and not having to go to the place where you have like Austin Blythe, where you're going really undersized and you're having to give up something somewhere. Like he can give you all of what you need from the center position and he can do the mobility stuff. But he really had some tough trials, I guess, this past week throughout the practice week. He did look, I think, a little bit better in the game and watching the game. But another guy that maybe had just in this, like with Foskey and some of these guys, these aren't all losers like they were just horrible or bad. Just some of them had some more maybe lows than highs throughout the course of the week. So those are my kind of winners and losers. There was a lot of other guys in there that I'm sure you guys are going to want to talk about and discuss. I am getting deeper and deeper into the draft prospects. The last couple of days I've just been down in the lab, just staring at so much prospect film. So we've got more and more guys to kind of go over here. We can talk about that. We're going to just go through today and just discuss some of these prospects and whatnot as we go through on this. So if you guys got some other topics that you want to cover, we can certainly get into that. We of course had. Not Seahawks related, but Sean Payton becoming the head coach over at their Denver. We haven't discussed a lot of that yet. We went over a little bit with Brendan on the B&B show this past week, but we can get into some other stuff as well. It does sound like with Geno Smith that the contract negotiations are going well. When you tend to hear Geno Smith saying he thinks something is going to get done, that players don't tend to do that. They're in fact instructed highly not to do that by their agents unless something is probably done. And they're probably working through the final details of it. That would be my guesstimation of it. So if you're looking at the chances of Geno's return at this point, I would probably put it at right now about 90%, if not greater. Well, if you guys like what you're listening to, please do here today, hit the like button for me. And if you're not subscribed, please do get subscribed. We're trying to get up over 11,000 here. So, Herbicide, what's up? Nicholas Newton, hello. Let me get this a little bit closer. Hope you guys are doing well tonight. It's good to see you in the chat. It's the real cheese. I've never been here at the beginning of the stream. Well, welcome aboard, man. You know how we do. We're just getting warmed up in here. Just getting warm. Adrian X, hello. Says, now my Sunday feels whole. You guys know I had to go live today. I had to do it. Empower Code, hello. How you doing, man? It's your boy Michael. What's up? Carrot Bus, just watched Tyree Wilson all 22 against Baylor, and I can confirm I would cry if he is the pick at 5. Is that you're gonna have to give me more than that, Carrot? You got me on the edge of my seat now in suspense. Is that tears of joy or tears of suffering? I didn't get a chance to watch the all 22 Baylor as of yet with that, so I'd be interested to hear what kind of tears that is. I'm going to guess if you say it in the way you phrase it, and I can confirm I would cry if he is the pick at number 5. I think that's good. I think you mean it's good. I'm going to go with you mean it's good. Amari Taylor And Dylan, thank you for correcting me on that. If it was 9 picks, I could have sworn I saw it was 10th. No 7th rounder. Okay. My bad. I stand corrected. We'll fix it. We'll fix it in post. Amari Taylor says, I want us to trade down and get a first next year to get our franchise quarterback in next year's draft. I would love to see the same, man. I would love to see the same. But I do agree with Nicholas, only if Carter and Anderson aren't there. Jaboy and Brando, what's your opinion on trading down to get, yep, I'm in favor of Jaboy. But I do like Nicholas says right below your comment. I'm down to do that, but Carter and Anderson have to be off the board. Those are your rare cats that you have an opportunity to get there at the top of this draft that when people tell me about, I hear a lot about, we have to take a quarterback or this, when they put that and they say, because you're never going to be at number 5 again anytime soon. I don't really apply that in the way of like, I have to draft a quarterback because I'm never going to be at 5, because that has nothing to do with the evaluation of the prospects themselves. That's sort of just blindly going, well, you're at 5, you're never there, so just take whoever there. Just take whoever you got to take. That's never going to work for me. But with Carter and Anderson, of course, I've done a great deal of film breakdown on those guys and look into those guys, and they are worthy. They are the opposite of Wayne's World. They are worthy. And those guys, you bring them onto a defense, I'm not calling them insta Hall of Famers or instant superstars, but those are the kind of guys we're trying to target to go get. And I know if that means I got to sacrifice next year, getting my quarterback up in the draft at the top, then I'll do so. Because I do feel like, as much as I want a quarterback at the top of the draft next year, I feel like with May and Williams, you're really likely to have a 1-2 thing go on. And to get that pick, that means whoever, either you or whoever you trade for the pick to bring in, has to be essentially at that point one of the 2 worst teams in the NFL. Because whoever is then sitting there is not likely to pass on the generational quarterback prospect. So that's where that gets a little tough for me. I end up going, okay, I'll go Carter, I'll go the other one. It sounds like in Power Code, you agree. And in Power Code, I'm just reading your comments. In Power Code, you just literally broke down in the chat with what you were breaking down exactly what I was thinking. This is why I love you guys. We're always on the same track. We're always on the same track on the thinking there with some of this stuff, with some of these key details. And that's it. There's no guarantee you're getting that quarterback prospect next year. Just to simply, much like I wouldn't want to blindly pick a quarterback at 5 just because we'll never be at 5 again. I'd never blindly want to just trade back. But if there's no Carter Anderson, and I like Tyree Wilson, I like Miles Murphy, but if there's none of that, I think there's going to be a couple teams that are coming to the table and they're going to be flashing that big cash, and they're going to be like, "Here's you want some of this stack of cash and give us that pick and a couple picks back." Yeah, I would like to do that. Kyle says, "I would love to trade down with Carolina." That's ideal for me too, Kyle. We're right on the same page, folks, tonight. Says get Brian Burns or Derek Brown or maybe even DJ Moore in future picks and their first this year. Yeah, that'd be good. Boy, that'd be cool if you could trade back to Carolina and pick up. Much as I like Burns, Derek Brown might be more of the need. He might be more of the impactful guy if you brought him in here. Not that I don't like Brian Burns, but Burns you're going to have to pay huge money to as well. I mean, even if you end up paying Brown, I don't think he's going to command Chris Jones, Aaron Donald type money when he is due for a contract. I might be more on favor of doing it with Derek Brown on that, but I don't think Carolina is going to move their defenders in that, especially with their hesitancy last year with moving Burns to the Rams for the 2 first-round picks. I think that they look at their defense like the defense is ready to go, and if we just get our quarterback in here, then the offense is going to be ready to go, and we're good. And that's part of the desperation, though, that then draws them to make the trade with us. That's part of what that I'm hoping for, at least, that I'm counting on. And if they do that, we're in the money. We're in the money. Da, 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 da. They call him John Michael Schmidt. He's a badass center if he's got 3 names. Only assassins and centers have 3 names. Sijin, need to move Adams to linebacker, restructure his contract, and keep Neal as a strong safety? Question, do we re-sign Penny? Going to be hard to move Adams to linebacker with those shoulder issues, man. He's got the shoulders of a 46-year-old man. That's going to be hard. Do we re-sign Penny? Yes, I think we do re-sign Penny. I think that Penny signs for probably like a veteran minimum deal, maybe $1 million over the top of a vet minimum deal. I'm perfectly happy with doing that. I know people rightly will tell me that he's been injured every which way but loose, and they're not wrong. Not wrong. But when the man plays, when the man's on the football field, he produces 6.1 yard per carry average this year, and that's not on 5 carries. You know, he went down after a good 4 or 5 games into the season. He was averaging that. And I think that he still has a gear and a level of speed that's unique for a guy his size, that's hard to find in the draft. And if you can bring that on at vet minimum, that's good value to me. 360 inspiration. What do I think Geno contract will be? Probably somewhere in the neighborhood of like $28 million per year on a 3-year deal. And they give him a lot of guaranteed money. So there'll be big bonus, and there'll be big bonus and probably even bigger guarantees. So if it's a 3-year, 28, I'm not too smart. I don't know math, so I'll just use my calculator. 3 times 28 is 84. So 3-year, $84 million deal. Call it $60 million guaranteed. $45 million bonus at signing. How you like that for specifics, man? How you like that for specifics, 360? That's what I see on it. And if they do that deal, I would love it if John could put a 4th-year void on it. Squeeze down that first couple-year cap hit. Nice and snugly. Chase Stern. Hey, Brando. What's up, man? How you doing? 360 inspiration. What is the 49er salary cap situation next year? It's interesting. It's not in bad shape, to be honest with you. It's in okay shape. Not great. Not bad. You guys watch that show on Chernobyl? It was like 18 rotogen. Not great. Not good. Not bad. Where are they at right now? Let me see here. So they're sitting on $5 million of cap space. I think, though, that they have an ability to... Ooh, schlizzle. They're stucco. They're in a little bit of tough shape there. Williams has just got an insane cap hit next year. $27 million for Trent Williams next year. Oh, man, Chadarius Ward's got $16 million. They could probably work, they could do a multi-year deal with McCaffrey that's not, just to spread out the money. But I'll tell you, they don't have any oh my God, they got $6 million to Jimmy Ward in just dead money. Just voidable year dead money next year. Niners went for it this year, folks. I don't see a lot there. Brandon Ayuk's going to want to get paid as well. So I don't know who even if they move Armstead, that's still going to be, they probably could June 1st something, but they're not in great shape. They got $6 million to spend right now. And the other thing is let's remember this as well, 360. They got to sign Nick Bosa to a new deal. He's going to want to command over $30 million a year. So that means somebody's probably going to have to go. But I thought this last year with them, and they somehow found a way to fit Deebo Samuel in underneath Kittle and Warner and Trent Williams, and Jimmy Ward. And you're going, how did they do that? How did they get that one in there? Yeah, Pumpkin's giving you she's giving you that back look. She's giving you that GQ look, right? Look back at us and look with fire. Jack says, hey, just logged in. Didn't realize you were going live. You know it, man. Got to roll. Got to go. It's my Sunday. What's up, Space? Travis Heil, completely unrelated topic. Does anybody else use names in different colors, or is it just me? I don't know, man. YouTube's been updating stuff. Jack, I don't love this guard class either, man. Sucked when Cooper Bebe went back into it. It's part of why I'm so potentially excited by the prospect of a Peter Skoronski at guard or Cody Mock at guard, because I don't have a lot of guys that I've looked at so far that really, really jump out to me either. You're right. Mike Larry, Carl Brooks, 6'4", 300 pounds, played some stand-up outside linebacker, freak athlete, man. That's why he's got a little bit of that Michael Bennett to his game. And he's even probably a little bit heavier than Bennett was. But that same kind of weirdness where they can both play outside, inside, and not in a force fit manner where you normally have a guy that's an outside guy where you're like, well, you can move him inside and he can do it. And the guy doesn't really feel comfortable doing it. He can do both, and he feels very comfortable doing both. And he's I think freak athlete's the right way to put it, man. Jonathan Magana, Brandon, which inside linebacker can we take on day 3? Day 3 definitely gets in there at that point. It's not, there's actually some guys potentially in there I think that could fall in. I would go with Noah Sewell might blow up the combine, and that's going to maybe push his stock up, but he really should be a 4th round guy. Ventrell Miller, Owen Papoe in the 4th round. Those are guys that you could maybe look at there. I think Dan Henley did enough in the Senior Bowl week to push himself up into 3rd round. Certainly if Ivan Pace was there and you were willing to find a role for him there in the 4th round, though, again, I think he's going to go higher. But 2 guys, Ventrell Miller and Owen Papoe, are 2 guys initially that I think will be in that territory, I guess, if you're talking day 3. I would say. Adrian X with a $2 donation. Thank you, Adrian X. I hope you're doing well today, man. This is at 5, Murphy or Wilson. At 20, Robinson or Schmidt. Is that Jamie Robinson? Is that how you say his name? Jamie Robinson? I think that's the only Robinson. So let me just confirm on my draft board we don't have more Robinsons. Yeah, I think that's the only Robinson. Jamie Robinson. Can't argue with that. 20 is a little bit high for me, but I do have him on my big board in the 2nd round. I like the first part of that, Adrian X. I like the... No, this is easy. Actually, this becomes easy for me, Adrian X. I'm going Tyree Wilson. I just like his upside a little bit more than Murphy, though I like Murphy a lot too. Wilson's just a little bit more for me of the flashier prospect. At 20, I think Robinson, that'd be a little bit high for me to go at 20 with him. He should be more of a back-end 1st round, early 2nd round guy. But he's going to be a really good safety who can give you slot stuff at the next level. Still, Schmitz. If we pull the trigger on Schmitz, I know there'll be a lot of hand-wringing in the fan base for taking a center at 20, and they'll be saying that's too high and da-da-da-da-da. But look, you come away with the best center in this draft. And a guy that went out there and had an outstanding Senior Bowl week. And the tape backs up the fact that he's going to be a solid prospect. And maybe he's not star. Maybe he's not giving you what you'd want, like, you want Jason Kelsey reborn or something if you're taken there, right? But he would be still, what you're getting. There's not going to be a lot of surprise there on that one. And especially if it's on the heels, Adrian X had taken Tyree Wilson, where there is a little bit of, I don't know how ready this guy will be. Versus then you got a little more safety there at 20 with Schmitz, and we know what we're getting with here. There's a little question in this one with the upside, but this one we know what we're getting. Jonathan Magana says, if we can't get Schmitz, I still like Joe Tipman from Wisconsin. I do as well. I've got Tipman put out at I got him probably a little bit low in the 4th round. He might go up in the 3rd, but I do like him. I thought he was overall solid. Jack, Keon White, loved his tape, flashed. He did. And you could say that he's going to be he'll be at the better, his best days are ahead of him really beyond just the development as a player, because what he'll be is aligned into an actual probably positional fit the next level. I think with Carl Brooks, you can do the inside-outside stuff. You can do a little bit of that with Keon White, but I'm very fascinated to see what he could do as potentially just a 3-tech or a 3-4 defensive end, and you're just letting him roll from that. Let him go from the inside with his hand in the dirt and see what he can do with that. Doing a little bit of research on this, some of the coaches at his college were really wondering if maybe they should have done more of that with him as well, and where they had him, I think, on the outside a little bit more often than in retrospect. They would have liked to have for him to help his prospect status out. It was like, well, here's what's better for the team versus what's better for your eventual prospect, for what will eventually make you, look the best for NFL teams. Zal Zero says the Senior Bowl is like the Seahawks Invitational to me. The majority of our picks came from the Senior Bowl. Well, as I read at the start of the show, it's certainly one we want to be paying attention more than your average NFL fan for their NFL team, because we certainly weight it with a lot of, that we hold a lot of weight into it, historically speaking. GJ Jimenez says, if we can't get John Michael Schmitz, I'm going to lose it. Just kidding. I like Stromberg better. Stromberg was fun. Ricky Stromberg. I got him and Luke Jarrett Patterson to me in the third round are right with each other. Luke Wilper just behind them. But all those guys are, I don't hate any of those prospects. All of those guys are pretty solid. Tipman, everybody you're mentioning, we're getting mentioned here on these centers. Those guys are all in that third, fourth round range, maybe even to the back end of the second round, which you'd feel good about them as prospects. Those are solid guys. Maybe, again, not the upwards potential some people would like with the high ceiling, but still pretty good floors. The floors, they got more than linoleum on them, you know. They got that handcrafted wood, that oak floor. Jack says McDonald is very Seahawky indeed. You feeling it too, Jack? It just... Watching Snyder, and here's the thing that happens with this. It ain't really like my initial intuition on this, and other people are seeing it, I'm sure, out there as well, that cover. You watch Snyder for 10, 12 years. You know, you watch him end for 12 years. You get your feel for him. You know how he breathes. You know how he eats. You know what he wants. You know, and it's or the combination of Carroll and Schneider, whatever it may be. But yes, Will McDonald's got a very Seahawky kind of. Very Seahawky. He doesn't know where he's going, but he's going to go 1,000 miles an hour to get there. You know, he might get there or not, but he will be going full speed the whole time. Zal Zero says Julius Brents is extremely Seahawky molded quarterback. Certainly is definitely fits to what they look for with the length and the size. He helped himself out this week. I didn't include him on the list, but he certainly was much better as far as what he showed, I think, in Senior Bowl than what he's going to provide as far as the final year of tape. Because his last year of tape was a little rough around the edges for me. I was not very high on Brents, but can't deny the fact that he had himself a very good week. Megan Gock Roger, how you doing? It's good to see you in the chat. Jack says, I've never been a fan of Andre Carter. Always thought he would drop as we got closer to the draft. He's dropping more and more for me, and I'm going to be doing another look on all of my guys here to get a final, at least a couple games. Everybody on my list, I've seen a few games of. I'd like to just round it out as we get closer. But, yeah, he was a guy I was really worried about first looking at him with his 2 years of tape. Seeing out on this year's tape, he would just kind of become invisible against not the most upper level of competition, and then seemingly getting kind of overwhelmed at the Senior Bowl a little bit. That was, to me, a little bit of an eye-opener. It was a bit of an eye-opener. Oh, getting caught up on the chat here. Pedro Mendoza, we should draft Branch at number 20. That would be good value, Pedro. He's going to go in that range of things. And the nice part about Branch is that you're getting a strong safety for the future, but in the immediate point, you're getting a slot corner who's going to be an improvement over Coby Bryant on the inside. And that's certainly, that means you're not, it's like you got the insurance, but you're also getting guy playing 60 to 70% of the snaps, potentially, depending on how often you want to go to nickel. That'd be good. Jack says Foskey's a late second round grade for me. I think I need to go back and do my evaluation because it was pretty. This is, again, why Senior Bowl provides this, Jack, is it gives you this opportunity to see these guys going mano-y-mano, and there's really nowhere to run and hide. And with Foskey this week, it's like kind of he needed somewhere to go run and hide a bit. And he may end up dipping down now for me into that territory too. It's another dropper as well. Jonathan Magana, how am I feeling about Gervon Dexter? I think others are a little bit higher than I am on him. He's a pass rushing interior defensive lineman without first step quickness, which doesn't mean you can't still get it done, but it's really more of a reliant guy that's on hand fighting and power to get the job done on the inside. I'm a little reticent with him on the next level with you trying to get those skills to work as well as they worked in college. But as outside of getting outside the second round, third, fourth round territory, it's probably fine. It's Jared Verse went back to college. He went back to college. Nicholas says, Brandon won't let me hit the like button more than once. I keep trying to program it to allow it to, but I guess my macro ain't working. Power says, yeah, Gino's definitely coming back. Yeah, he is. Oh, yeah. Seahawks Gaming, we're going to get the throwbacks this year. This year it's coming. I'm going to have to buy one too at that point. DJ Jimenez says Denver's Evero, defensive coordinator, is now with the Panthers. Did he actually, the Panthers get him? That's a good get for them. We'll see if the decide domino has been waiting to fall with Evero first, based on what I was hearing. So we'll see how that goes. Jonathan, Breezy at 20 would be fine with me. That'd be good value. Jack says, B, how do you feel about Richardson at 20, late first? I would be good with it, Jack. Especially if what we think is going to happen here. The likelihood is Gino signs. If Gino signs, that means he's probably here for a minimum of the next 2 years as your starter. Then that's the perfect type of situation for Richardson to go to. The key with him and where he goes, there's two things with Richardson. Normally with quarterbacks coming out of college, it's one thing I would say. Situation. Do they have a team that's been put up in front of them that's got some ingredients in front of them? Or are they going to get the Joe Burrow treatment where it's like, go out there and be the hero? You know, when you're the greatest American hero, get out there and do it. You know, get your little blonde perm wig on and get out there. Start flying. That's a big key for me with young quarterbacks, Jack. That's my worry that teams will often just get their guy like Fields with Bears. Let's just get our quarterback. Just get our quarterback. Let's not care about what we're bringing him into. But with Richardson, it's the secondary part, which is that you've got to give him a couple of years. He's not ready this year. He's probably not going to be ready next year. But by year 3, look out. Whoa. Geno Smith's here for 2 years. Now I don't have that itch, right? Because what happens is you have guys that they'll start and they're like, we're going to give him time. We're going to let him sit. We're not going to play him too much. Then a couple losses mount. Starting quarterback struggles a little bit, maybe. There's that itch. And the fans are like, bring him in. And that it's just itchier. And the coach is sitting there and he's like, no, we got to stay with him. We have a plan. Oh God, we got a plan. Is my job still secure? Am I still here? I'm right. You're not going to fire me, right? Okay. We're still patient with the kid, right? You're still sure, right? That's another loss. It's one of those deals that just will mount up a bit and the pressure comes. I think it's less likely to happen with Geno. And then you give him those couple of years and now year 3, he comes out and he's throwing BBs and he's looking one of the most physically gifted quarterbacks in the sport who's also raring to go at that point. So I would love to give him at 20. Jack, I do have a feeling that he's going in the top 15 at this point. And I think his floor is the Raiders at 7. Tiago Tanakawawa says Derek Hall coming in the second round. I haven't had a chance to look at Derek Hall, my guy, but I will write his name down, man. I will add him to the list. Francis Villoria says any quarterback you would take with the number 5 this year. Yeah, I would take Stroud. I would take Levis. I would not take Young. Those would be my only 2. I would not even want to be doing Richardson at 5 would be way too high, I think. I think Richardson shouldn't go in the top 15. I mean, Jack's right with his question above. You know, Richardson should be more of a guy in the 20s. It's where he should be going. But teams need quarterbacks and, you know, whether they supply and demand, right? Isn't that the whole deal on economics? The demand is outweighing the supply. JMS. A lot of JMS love in the chat. Bustin Baylor, what should we do with the defensive tackle? What would it cost to bring him back? Or what should we do with DT? So you mean Darrell Taylor. What would it cost to bring him back? What do you think we could get for him in a trade? Maybe I'm figuring a different DT here, Weston, but I thought Darrell Taylor's our only DT. So I think that's who you mean. And Weston, he's still under contract, so we're not going to have to pay anything to bring him back at this point outside of a couple $1 million. What could we get in a trade for Darrell Taylor? You could probably get a late second round pick as the best, and probably realistically a third round pick is like a likely return. Somewhere in that neighborhood, I would think. And yes, Weston, I would be willing to do it. I don't know how far you can kind of get with guys that just don't have an ability to play the run and aren't very good tacklers coming off the edge in this defense. I think you kind of have to have that in this defense. I'm still learning it myself. I'm still kind of growing to understand it, but that does seem to be kind of a valuable quotient, and I don't know if he exactly brings that. I think he's good pass rusher. He can do some stuff with that, but not sure on the other element. Stoner Television. Keep Abram, Jamal Diggs, add CJ Gardner, make Ryan Neal at starting nickel with Mike Jackson, sign Juju, CJ and James Bradbury, Draymond Jones and Deron Payne, Adams at inside linebacker, strong safety. I like most of the thoughts in there, Stoner. Ryan Neal's not going to be a better slot corner for you than Coby Bryant was. He can play dime nickel kind of, but he can play dime cornerback. But keep in mind at that point, then he's allotted against the fourth best wide receiver of the opposition. He'd get eaten for lunch if you put him in the slot for too long. Bradbury will be out there. I don't know if the team will be willing, really, Stoner, to go to the outside and look at a corner on the outside when they've got a log jam of guys across from Tariq. You know, not only do they have Tariq, Mike Jackson, Trey Brown, Coby Bryant. You know, you kind of got a lot of guys over there right now as it is. I don't know if they're going to look to make that as much of a priority. Draymond Jones, though, Deron Payne, solid additions, man. Can't argue with that. Juju had a pretty good year here for Kansas City. That could make some sense as well. Steady guy that's been around, knows his way. You know what you're getting. I don't think we're going to see Jamal Adams move to linebacker, and you're not the only one, Stoner. Even above in my chat, somebody else mentioned moving him to linebacker. I don't think, as much as this gets mentioned a lot about moving Jamal to linebacker, folks, you got to understand that like he's had multiple problems with the shoulders. I know we've got all these other injuries, so it gets lost a little bit, but the shoulder issues are big deals, and he's not some big yoked up guy you're drawing into linebacker now. You're going to ask him to take on linemen coming downhill, and Jamal at 215 is going to be trying to take on a guard at 330 running at him full steam. Like, that's not going to work. He's not going to be able to like drive. That's just not going to work. I get where people are coming from trying to be inventive and moving around the pieces and get the most valuable guys on the field at once. But you just aren't, he's not going to sustain. He's not going to stand up to that. And you're already going to want to try to protect him a little bit when he gets back by not putting him in those kind of positions if you don't have to. I see where people are going with it, but I can't get there on that one myself. Rob Terrell says, Keanu Benton looked like a serviceable defensive tackle, but probably more of a 3-4 defensive end than a nose tackle. I love pace and think the Hawks might draft him in the 5th round. I don't know if he'll get that far, Rob, but then I don't know where he goes exactly, because you're not just drafting him to be some pure middle linebacker. You know, you are drafting him to be this guy you can move around the board and be a blitz guy, basically, is how you'd want to. You got to find him a role. Benton's 6'3". He isn't as big as some of these other defensive tackles like Saiki Ika that you know are going to be big enough to hold up in there. So I think your thoughts on him being maybe not quite as big enough size to handle in there are probably on point. He could maybe do a little bit of it here and there, but yeah, his long-term future, if he were to come to the Hawks, Rob, you're right, would be as a 3-4 defensive end. That's what I saw on tape as well. But I thought that on top of him having a great week at the Senior Bowl, he also showed up on tape as well. He was right there to me with Maze Smith as two guys that were right on the edge of that second, third round territory of things. Pace is fun, though. Stoner says the draft is stocked with receiver. Lockett's on the climb by 32. Well, you do need receivers. We'll see on Lockett. He's been steady as she goes, man. He's got so many years right now of staying right at the same point and being available and out there. It's hard to necessarily pronounce him sort of in a dead and gone sort of state of things until he starts to show you a little bit of that fall back. Your boy Michael, I agree. The dream is Daron Payne and Anderson or Carter. That to me is the beginning of a wonderful off season, right? The beginning of a beautiful friendship, like they say in the movies. And that would be to whatever we do in free agency to that the draft, whatever we do around that, I'm going to feel pretty likely to feel great about it, just off almost those two beginning points alone. Go-Hawks 2022. Brandon, would you sign linebacker Tremaine Edmonds for 2 years at $22 million? I probably would. Go-Hawks 2022. I probably would. This draft is very weak at middle linebacker, in my opinion. I am very low, and I don't even have like a random guy that but this guy I feel good with, and that guy it's just all the way through. I mean, I like Diane Henley a lot. And maybe a third round place of things. And we're talking about maybe needing a couple of guys, right? Not just one, but maybe two. So I don't like this draft right now for middle linebackers. And that means I should be pushed towards, if I'm the front office right now, to looking to free agency instead in order to fill these needs. That would be, if I was Schneider, that's what I'd be trying to do. And if they end up signing, be it Tremaine Edmonds, there's a kid out of Cincinnati, I think that they may look at, wherever they go with it, that's pretty smart from their part to, I think, do that, because understanding you're not going to get in the draft and it's a need. And you don't want to be driven to need in this draft, taking some guy in the second round who's a fourth round middle linebacker that you're just like, we got to grab somebody here. We're in hellacious shape. And that's not that much money. It's not that much of a long-term commitment at that point. I might even give him a third year, maybe. He's been a pretty steady player for the Bills. Sajan says, like I said last year, Rams will implode and the 49ers will follow because of cap space. Well, you look at their cap situation going forward with it, $6 million available. You have to sign Bosa. I think they have something like 25 free agents in addition to needing to deal with Bosa. Bosa's not a free agent. They just need to deal with him and sign him to an extension. They have 25 other free agents walking out the door aside from that. Not to mention, they got to figure out what they're going to do with their quarterback situation. They've got Purdy down and out for a long period of time with the Tommy John surgery, and then you don't know what you're getting with Trey Lance. Do they have to go back to Garoppolo? Do they have to come back and offer Garoppolo a contract that's competitive with what others are offering then around the league? And now suddenly they have Trey Lance on his cheap, quote unquote, cheap rookie deal, and now they're paying Garoppolo on top of it. And then what? They're gonna have to make some move at that point, and they're gonna lose probably McGlinchey at this point, the right tackle. But it's going to mean some other moves as well that they're going to lose, or they're going to have to trades or something. Niners are in a bit of a pickle there. Rob Terrell, the two running backs that were at the Senior Bowl that I'd like to see behind K9 are R. Johnson and Chris Rodriguez. I can see why. Yeah, both would add a much-needed thumper in the backfield. You're on point with that, and those are probably my two favorite, Rob, of hammers in the draft as well at the running back position. They're not going to be your supremely talented guys that'll go in the second round, but I think thumper is a good way of putting it. They're guys that can grind it out. And Rodriguez has got, I don't know if it's that 24 jersey he wears, but he's got a little bit of that. It's not on full-on Marshawn Lynch split-legged running back gait to him, but he's got a little bit of that Marshawn Lynch kind of running style to him and how he does what he does. And Roschon Johnson, of course, playing behind Bijan Robinson. So just not getting a lot of the carry opportunities to really show off. But when he did, he was very much ran with a lot of physicality and grit. I like what I see from him a bunch too. Yeah, Sam the Great, that's the way to do it. You keep Lockett and you draft another guy. Lockett's fine. We're not moving Lock. And yeah, we can't move Lock as well as Stoner because that's as Go-Hawks 2022 presents. I mean, on top of the fact that I don't want to do it, it's also an insane amount of dead money. Rob Terrell says, Jamie Robinson is a great prospect along with Sidney Brown, but I have a strange feeling Hawks will pick Skinner and another safety in the draft. Well, if they took Skinner, then to me that would be an evidence of the fact that they're going away from the Fangio defense and back to the old. That's what I would think at that point. I will be confounded if we're taking Skinner to play the Vic Fangio style of defense. That would kind of blow me away, Rob, if they did that. If that was it. It wouldn't blow me away from taking Skinner, but if they took Skinner, it's like 1-2. If this happens, then this secondary thing would happen in tandem with it. And Rob, that would make a lot of sense. You know, Diggs can play the single high stuff still, and Skinner comes down the box now and gives you that guy in the box as a run defender. That's going to be a problem. So I would be okay with them doing that, but that's the thing that would be required if you do it, because there's no way Skinner's going to work in this Fangio defense. No, I just can't see it. Yeah, Stoner, you can't trade Lockett right now because you just signed him to a contract extension. So if you moved him, there would be too much dead money. Too much dead money. Yeah, I'd argue against that, Stoner. A lot of the success I think you had for the offense this year had to do with the fact you had two real prime targets on the outside for Geno to throw to. And those guys got open, and that helped him out a lot. So I think Lockett didn't show, you're calling him an old receiver, but I don't think that he looked like an old receiver this year, and he's done things as much as it drives people crazy at times for him going down after the catch. It may come to preserve him for an extra few years in his career. And he's not that old of a guy. We're not talking about a 34 or 35-year-old receiver out there. We're talking about a guy that, is a consummate route runner, not relying on his speed necessarily, who knows how to get open. But he's not costing us an insane amount of money either. We're paying a little bit, but not bad. I'm glad to hear that the chat's with me on this one. It's good to hear. Jonathan wants Schmitz and Psyche at 37. It's possible they do that. It's possible. Avila Voorhees Avila is good. I like that. Nicholas says if JMS is at 20, it's hard not to pull the trigger because he won't make it to 37. That's where I've landed after Senior Bowl. That's my big main takeaway from it. I'd long hoped that maybe we could just grab Schmidt at 20 there in that second round, or in the second round with the next pick. But no, you're going to see him off the board, unfortunately. It disheartens me to say, but he's rising. And the draft is not particularly deep for centers. It's going to draw somebody out. It's going to pull somebody to reach out a bit on him. Yeah, Stoner, you don't save any money by trading Lockett. You got to look at the dead money, my man. The dead money, the bonus money at that point, you don't save anything. It actually costs you money to move Lockett. It would cost you. DJ Jimenez, is Carter a one-trick pony? No. No. He's a multi-trick pony. Best player in the draft for me, DJ. Oscar says, what do you think of JL Skinner? Would you be open to drafting him as an Adams backup? The two different type of defenses that we've run the last 2 years, Oscar, what we had in the old, what we had the new, was we had the old defensive coach Carroll was the 4-3 under, cover 3 mainly based defense. That's what you ran. What they've transitioned to over this past year is a 3-4 under, cover 3 based defense. But they have implemented a little bit more of the cover 2 stuff, a little bit more of maybe the cover 4 stuff. What essentially you're now starting to ask your strong safety to do specifically here, Oscar, is to do things that you would normally ask of a free safety. So that means that he's going to have to cover in space. That means he's going to have to be really good covering really wide zones at times, which with J.L. Skinner, when you watch his tape, that's not what he was doing out there at Boise State. He was at his best coming downhill. He was at his best around the line of scrimmage. You want him on the flat in flat routes. You want him, robbing underneath routes. You don't want him dropping back into cover 2 looks, or say nothing of a cover 3 look, or whatever. Running, you wouldn't want him running man. The Fangio scheme, Oscar, and what it's really based upon and built upon doing is running a lot of different coverages on the back end to confuse the quarterback. So then you need to have the safeties that can do the multiple things. Free safety can be a strong safety, and he can do some cornerback things, and the strong safety can do some free safety stuff and do some cornerback things. J.L. Skinner is pure as the day is long, a strong safety from a traditional sense. Those folks that apply a Cam Chancellor-like application, which I would normally bristle at, it's actually very apropos. Yeah, he's got some Chancellor stuff to him. But what that means is that you have to use him like you use Chancellor. You didn't put Chancellor in a Vic Fangio cover 2 style defense. You put Cam Chancellor in the 4-3 under defense, which then brought your strong safety down into the box, so that what you brought to your opponent more often than not was a stacked box, was one extra defender who wasn't going to be blocked. You essentially were going to force offenses into the pickle of, we're going to make you throw. We're going to make it absolutely not worth your while in any respect for you to run the ball. And you're going to see that from what you're seeing pre-snap, because we've got this big hulking safety standing there like an extra linebacker. What are you going to do, offense? And now you're trying to do that, of course, this year without, sometimes you're bringing the safety down, sometimes not. And you're not as able to kind of instill that and that's why you've taken a step back, among other items, in the running game. So Skinner's a good prospect, Oscar. Don't get me wrong. He really is. But he just doesn't fit to the Fangio defense. Tommy, not to mention, there is no chance in hell Pete would ever allow Tyler to be traded. He has said many times he is a true Hawk and Pete is a fanboy. And I don't mind Pete saying that he wouldn't. I mean, the guy's got, 4 or 5 years of straight 1,000-yard seasons. I think he's missed maybe a couple of games. I mean, hell, he came right back after having his finger operated on this past year. We got issues on this diet. This is like what I like to say same thing I'd apply with DK, even though he's a younger player. It's like, we got issues on this team that need to be dealt with. We've got problems that need a fixing. Those problems do not lie with DK Metcalf or Tyler Lockett. Those are part of the solution. Those aren't part of the problem. Zero says, Branch is a very versatile player. I like him a lot, but I also liked Eli Ricks, cornerback, big and fast cornerback. Yeah, Eli Ricks looks like Ramsey, but doesn't play like Ramsey, And he's also, I think, had some injury issues that have gone on for a couple of years there. I'm a little lukewarm on Eli Ricks. But Branch, I'm with you on that. Very versatile player. He's only 190 pounds, but he's probably the best tackling cornerback in this draft. And, the slot has become more of an important position than ever before. If you draft a slot specialist with the 20th overall pick in the first round, I can't poo-poo that. That's makes sense. They're not playing 30% of the snaps like they were 25 years ago. Now they're playing 60, 70, 75% of the snaps. So it has become a de facto starter position. F55SU, how did Robinson look today? Jamie Robinson? He looked good through practice. I don't think there was a lot that he did in the game itself. Or you mean the Pro Bowl? Anderson, I really like Noah Sewell. That combination of size and speed is something we could really use. His ability to read through a wall of linemen is also impressive. He didn't stand out to me a lot, Anderson, when I watched his tape initially. I wouldn't argue with you on anything as far as his side speed component. If you're talking about how you'd love to have these modern linebackers built from that standpoint, he ticks all of the boxes. But what I saw with him from instincts and inconsistency in tackling really stood out. I mean, especially right out the gate this year, and I had already some of these worries coming into the season, Anderson, off of last year's tape of looking at Sewell. And then you got that Georgia tape where he just gets turned around 8 ways from Sunday, and he seems to not be able to tackle anybody throughout the course of that game. I'm a little bit low. I'm really not as high on Noah Maybe somebody will be able to teach him and train him some of the bad habits or get him into it. But I've kind of learned through the years. I feel like Aaron Curry kind of taught me this. I can have a linebacker with all of these great size dimensions and moves like the wind, and he's everything you could want in the position from that standpoint. But I got to see the instincts on tape. And if you look lost, if you're taking false steps this way and false steps that way, and you can't get off blocks, and you just don't have a generally great feel at times, like the way you put that with the wall of linemen, I gotta know where kind of which tape to look on with them, because I wasn't seeing that as much with him there at Oregon. I'd see a guy that would sometimes get caught up. When it's there in the open, he can go pull the trigger and get the guy out in the open or through, fill the hole. He can look pretty impressive with that. But there's so many times where he just sometimes to me looks just a tiny bit lost. Yeah, Stoner, I do like Bryce Young. So don't get me wrong, Bryce Young's arm talent is very impressive, and his anticipation and processing is impressive, but he's not Russell Wilson, Stoner. He played this year at probably about 180 pounds, maybe 185. Russell at Wisconsin in his final year, I guarantee it was up around 215, 220. You're talking about a good 30-pound size difference between these two guys. And, you can tell me that Young's going to go to the combine and he's going to put a bunch of rocks in his pocket and find a way to get himself up to 195 pounds. But that's not who he was on the field. That's not how he's built. And he's not going to yoke himself up in one off season and become suddenly a big enough guy to sustain that. Russell's also a bit of the outlier, Stoner. If you look at guys that are 6 foot and under, 6'1" and under, that have played the position a significant amount of snaps over the last 5 to 6 years, those guys get injured. So Russell, though he was able to be, through grit and determination and through, his pain tolerance level and all that stuff, was able to overcome that stuff at times on top of just taking care of his body. That's not the normal rule of thumb when it comes to undersized quarterbacks. You go through the list of guys, they all end up getting injured. They all end up getting broken down. You need guys that can sustain 300-pound linemen falling on him. And a 190-pound guy is not going to sustain with guys landing on him at 300 pounds over and over and over and over again. Tua is showing us this. Sometimes it's not even Stoner about it with those guys of those size, a lineman even landing on him. Look at what it is. It's just linemen grabbing him around his waist and throwing him to the ground because they don't even have to put their weight into it. He's so small they can throw him around like a child, and then his head ricochets off the turf and now he's got concussion issues. It's like, you're that slight, there's no way to run from it. There's no weight you're going to lift to overcome it. You can get away with it on the college level. You don't get away with it at the pro level. There's no getting away with it. You're going to get hit. You're going to get smacked. You're going to get beat down. And, it's just, he's, as Sam says, he's impressive tape, but he is a little mouse. He's a very little tiny mouse. And the Russell comparisons are just not the same. He's not as fast. I guarantee a Stoner, he's not going to run the 4.5 that Russell ran coming out. He's not that fast. And again, not that fast being a guy that's also not 30 pounds, that's missing 30 pounds Russ had. Mega says, B, what am I missing on Breezy? I like him, but not enough to go guns blazing to get him. I wouldn't go guns blazing to get him either. I think, as somebody else said, about 20 overall for me would be a lot better than some Megan are putting him up in the top 10, and I wouldn't want to do that. There were two main things that came up here that I think make it hard with him to be understanding where he is and who he is. His 2021 tape was really good, outstanding, looked like a future top 10 pick. Then he tears his ACL. Then his sister dies. And then he plays this year, really quickly removed from having that torn ACL. He has flashes at moments he looks good, but not the same player. So some of this is what you're anticipating here with Megan, is the fact that he's going to eventually round back into shape and be more like the player he was prior to the torn ACL, prior to his sister passing, because she passed, I believe, during the season. So I think some of that may have impinged him just a little bit. And my track record on this is looking at a guy like Richardson coming out, I believe Mississippi State, went to the Titans, and he was a guy that also had torn his ACL coming out and, eventually kind of was able to get back into, eventually become into a dominant player. So some of this is my looking at last year's tape. I'd say go look back at the 2021 tape first and foremost, because this year's tape is rightfully not going to maybe excite you as much looking at that. DJ says, yes, Evero is now with the Panthers. Saw it on the Panthers Twitter page. Okay, so Evero's defensive coordinator there. We got Frank Wright as the head coach. Interesting. How about the Cowboys moving on from Kellen Moore for Brian Schottenheimer? Woo, Jerry. We're going to Brian Schott. We're going to go with the true mastermind, all right? We're going to get this Kellen Moore kid out, all right? We're done with his prolific offenses, okay? All his flash and dash, all right? I'm going back to A's on this one, all right? I knew this man's daddy very well. Many a night we had ourselves a shot at the Pro Bowl. Talking about players, all right? Many a night. We did. I got to feel like his son's the same way. So with Mr. Mike McCarthy, I'd like to welcome in my new offensive coordinator, Brian Schottenheimer. Is Jerry going to trade for Russ? Is Jerry going to trade for Russ? Mez Ape, I'm on the AR wagon. I hope and pray. I would be very excited by it too, Mez. I would. I love the guy. I think as I've said, I think Mez Ape, if you just go down to let's remove age, let's remove refinement and where guys are at on their process of their development, right? And just raw goods, just the raw goods. And when you look at that on Anthony Richardson, I think he's got as good or not the best raw goods of any quarterback in this draft. Just needs that time to develop. Just needs a little bit more time down there in that, down that soil. Hasn't sprouted out fully, that's all. DJ Jimenez says, I think Desai will stay, though. He likes the culture up here. The only way I see him leaving is if the Broncos culture is better than ours and that Peyton gives him full control of the defense. Yeah, I could see that as well. I think if he gets offered a defensive coordinator position, I don't think he's going to turn it down, DJ. I don't. Because I think that he can see that as a direct pathway to becoming eventually a head coach. Just gets him that much closer, I think. But especially with Denver, if he did that, then they've got such a great defense too. So he's got good parts to work with. But I think it's looking more and more better that he'll return. It's still kind of a coin flip, though, at the end of the day on that one. Carrot Bus with a $5 donation. It says, I just watched the Baylor and TCU games for Tyree Wilson, and I would absolutely not like him at number 5. I don't get the hype. Thank you for the $5 donation, man, Carrot. I really do appreciate it. Very kind of you, brother. And I can get where folks from your standpoint are coming from, because there has been a few that I've seen out there, not few, but many out there that do have a little bit of that feeling as well. If you go back and look at the Tyree tape from 2021, especially, it's definitely some rough parts to it. And this year there's some rough parts to it as well. What you're always looking for at the end of the day with a prospect is them to show you those flashes of something that you can build upon, and of what they can become if they can tap into that. When they a particular move or quickness or suddenness off the line, or a way in which they use their length that comes naturally to them, and you just get them re-tapped back into that thing that makes them successful, that they just haven't really fully understood about their game quite yet. For me, Tyree Wilson is that kind of guy, Carrot, in the respect of he's a guy that you're right to look at the rough edges there and go, there's a lot of rough here, a lot of rough there, and there is. But from a physical dimension standpoint, and when he does show it to you, when you do see it clicking into place, you see the hands working together, when you see some dip for a guy his size and some bend for a guy his size, when you see that first step quickness, which is unusual again for a guy that size, you go, okay, I can't train that. I can't teach that. But I can teach the technical refinement. I can teach him to get him into better positions and how to use some of his length and size. So I think coaches will think of it more in that vein of it. But a big part of this too, Carrot, let's also include, I think, as well, is that, as I've said, this is a really low tier 1 group in this draft, and that in many ways you could make a bit of an argument that maybe you're even already getting into tier 2 by the time you pick at 5, absent maybe a quarterback. That you're at a spot where in this particular draft, they're just not those purified tier 1 types like Carter is or like Will Anderson is. And I'll say, with Wilson, Carrot, as much as I do like him, he is a far drop off from what you're getting in Carter or Anderson. But this is also, Carrot, what drives me towards my number 1 preferential, what I would like to do more than anything is to move back. Because I think that's where really the ultimate value is at that point. Because a guy like Wilson or Murphy that's there doesn't really excite as much as you'd like to be excited for picking number 5 in the draft. Thank you for the don't know, Bo, brother. Appreciate you. I'll have to check out that TCU. I don't think I watched the TCU tape. I'll check it out. Henry Mars, the Titans drafted a physically gifted dude. How's it doing? Or meaning the receiver? You mean the receiver? Yeah, I wasn't super high on that receiver last year. If that's who you're meaning. Donnie Pearson at the Hawks Nest. Hello, Brandon and all. What's up, Donnie? Hope everyone's well this evening. Doing great, man. Hope you are too. Sam the Great says AR will find his way in the top 10. Supply and demand. Yep. That's my feeling on it too. I just think it's gonna go that way. Feels that way this year. Smith says Stroud and Levis are easily the 2 best quarterbacks in this year's class. I wouldn't be mad if we ended up picking either of they were available, unless we passed up on Carter or Anderson to get one of them. Great way of putting it, Smith, and I'm with 100% with you on that down the line. Down the line, man. I see it the same way with those 2 quarterbacks, and I would feel the same with Carter and Anderson there. You know, to me, Carter and Anderson are guys that are at prospect points at like 97, maybe 98. You know, you could talk to me on both of them being like that's their upside kind of. Whereas with the Levis and Stroud, I think the upside's more in like a 93 with both kind of. Kyle Mulkey, what do you think about Hendon Hooker, Jordan Addison, and Hyatt with the 20th pick or second round? No on Hendon Hooker at 20. Yes, you could take Jordan Addison at 20, and that would make sense. No with Jalen Hyatt at 20. Hyatt's really got the one really upper level year of production there at Tennessee on the back of Hendon Hooker's steadily developing ways. He's also a little bit of a one-trick pony to me of being kind of a deep receiver. That's what he's running. You know, they got him running a limited route tree there at Tennessee. It's basically 9 routes, right? So that's all he's, just go deep every time is just about all he's doing in comeback routes, if I'm not mistaken, off of his tape. I'm not as high on Hyatt as other people are. I would like more of a receiver that gives me a multitude of being able to run a full route tree, or he's just so physically freakish like DK Metcalf that I know he can dominate with running that limited route tree if he can. But with Hyatt, they definitely kept him into kind of a bit of a box there with Tennessee, and he's very fast. He'll probably go in the second round, but I'm not really with that on him. I'm not as high on him. I almost look at him more into a third round kind of guy. Hendon Hooker the same way, Kyle. I like Hendon Hooker, but he's old. He's coming off a torn ACL that I don't know if he's going to even be back and available next year or until maybe mid-year. I can't go past a third round pick on a guy like that. But Addison is my number 2 wide receiver in this draft. Outstanding route runner, very fluid, smooth athlete. He can run the full route tree, and he's got the speed, and he's got the ball skills. Probably maybe your most kind of overall complete receiver too in this draft. When you look at him up against even then like Quentin Johnson and whatnot. So I like Addison. I'll take Addison anywhere in there, but those other 2 guys, I got to go third round. Weston says, "Oh, gotcha. I thought Taylor was a pending free agent. Thanks." Yeah, I think you got him for 1 more year, I think, Weston, which still does make him a trade possibility at that point, because you got to make a decision on paying him next year or watching him walk in free agency. And I don't think the team is going to franchise tag him at that point. O'Dwyer with a $5 donation. Thank you, O'Dwyer. Appreciate you. Hope you're doing well tonight. Says, how many Senior Bowl players does Scooter Pete draft this year? Well, you've averaged it. It seems like if we go, let's run the numbers here real quick. So we went, we did 1, 2, 3, 4 from 2. 3 to 4 is the magic number. The fact that we have extra picks this year, I'm going to say the number O'Dwyer is 4. 4 of these guys in this Senior Bowl are going to end up on your Seattle Seahawks roster. Clip that. That's my psychic prediction, O'Dwyer. But definitely, as I was saying at the top of the show, O'Dwyer, you go back the last 4 years, you've gone to the well considerably as far as the Senior Bowl. And that's why I wanted to do this show, is that I think it's more noteworthy than just looking at it as some fans do of just like this. It's this extra thing to bump up draft prospects or whatever. No, it's extra chance to get a better view of guys and more solidify or move or fall in a certain way. And the Hawks value it to maybe even a greater degree than your average team does. So, but I'm gonna go 4, O'Dwyer, with the extra picks. I'm gonna go 4. Randall McDaniel with a $5 donation. Hope you're doing well out there tonight, Randall. It's good to see you. He says, hey, Brody. How you doing, man? He says, give me some names of second-round wide receiver. Where's the kid from Tennessee going? Is this a strong wide receiver class in general? Not many upper-end guys. It's a great question, man. It's a fantastic question. Shout out to John Robinson out there. He's got me a little bit more on board with Zay Flowers, a guy that I liked, but wasn't as much fully, engrossed by as I think some people are. I'm reading online with some folks who are like legitimately posting comparisons that he's like Antonio Brown. And I can see a little bit of that with him. I like him a lot, Randall. He might creep up into the first round. My mock draft, I had him going to Kansas City, and I really felt like that was something that was a really decent likelihood of happening because that's just the kind of like free player pick that they would make at that point. He's probably the top end exciting guy for you at the second round as far as your first crop of guys. Because I would anticipate, Randall, that you're going to see Quentin Johnson, Jigba, and Jordan Addison be the 3 guys off the board in the first round. I don't think outside of that, maybe Flowers at the end will be your final guy, but only 3 first round receivers. That would then leave my next crop and the next group for me, Randall, as my next Randall would be Zay Flowers, Tank Dell out of Houston. Then it would be Jalen Hyatt, Rashee Rice, Cedric Tillman, Josh Downs, and Xavier Hutchinson. That would be my next pecking order as it would go behind there. I've got to look at this one kid, Jaden, what was his name? I still need to look at Jaden Reed from the Senior Bowl, Randall. It sounds like he might be a guy that slides into that territory of things. But quite honestly, none of these second-round receivers really excite me a ton. Flowers is fine, but I'm worried about him getting off press. Tank Dell really flashed in the Senior Bowl and Senior Bowl practices, not the game, but the practices. Fantastic production over the last couple of years. Just a really fun player. He kind of, to me, looks like a Marquise Lee kind of guy. But 5'9", really undersized. Jalen Hyatt, as I was saying about a second ago, Randall, he's probably going to go in the second round. He's more of a third round guy to me, kind of a one-trick pony, 6-foot receiver that's going to get deep. It's kind of what he does. Rashee Rice, really athletic, solidly built receiver, great ball control, excellent at timing the jump and tracking the ball. 96 receptions, 1,300 yards in his last year of college. Great production out of SMU. 6'2", so he's got some good size to him and how you'd like a receiver to kind of be built and yoked up. But then he's got it all yoked up like that, but then he can't handle the contested catch stuff. And so the press coverage gives him issues too. It's like he needs to kind of play bigger to his size a little bit. Cedric Tillman, Tennessee kid, as well, maybe a second round guy, probably to be more of a third round guy like Josh Downs. But here's the thing at the end of the day, Randall, to me, if you're taking a receiver in this draft in the second and probably third round, probably not the best value. Let's just call it what it is. If you're taking a guy at that point in this particular draft, you're probably reaching for need. These guys aren't as exciting a stock of receivers as we've seen coming through in the last few years. It's pretty underwhelming, quite frankly, from the top end all the way down. I don't think you got any stars that are going to come out of this draft at the wide receiver position. That's my initial instinct. Much more likely that you come out of this with a couple of stars at the tight end position than you do at the wide receiver position. So I never like going into a class picking from a position of weakness in a particular class. And that's what you would be doing with the receiver position at this point in the second and third round, I think. I do like Addison. I do like Johnson. Jigba as a slot guy would be fine. But all those other guys, I'm just not huge on them, Randall. I'm very low on some of these receivers at this point. Got a lot of possession guys. Hutchinson, I was watching last night. He's a possession guy, He can contort. He's a contortionist. He can, do all the contested catch stuff. But contested catches for receivers at the college level that aren't getting separation is the same kind of like attribute that you'd apply to a defensive lineman who uses power mainly to get free at the college level. those things they're going to lose at the NFL level. They're not going to be able to lean on as much that strength at the NFL level unless they're truly special at it. They have truly special strength, or they have truly special contested catch skills. You could be like a Mike Evans type to be that guy. And this guy, so it's just all of the guys got questions to me, Randall. I wish I felt better about him, but I don't. AI says, Brandon, I heard Florio and Sims talk about they heard Arizona might be drafting a quarterback at number 3. Murray is out a year, and somehow that new contract isn't that hard to come off of. They can trade him. Well, it makes sense why it would be hard for them to come out of it in retrospect from it. It wouldn't because, and I didn't look deep into the measures of the contract when it was first signed, but they didn't want to sign that deal. They didn't hand that contract out like, we got to just get out ahead of this and let's get this done. It was sort of like Kyler came into the office of Steve Keim and held him down on the desk and tied his hands behind him and forced his face into the contract. And he's like, get these deals done. And, he cleared his social media accounts and he stammered and, like a little Keebler F can stammer, right? It just sounds like when they stammer, it's like this, It's little tippy taps,
You will give me my deal. Give me my deal.
Kyler, it's not time.
It's time.
But, yeah, so them getting out of it makes sense to me, AI, because of the fact that it just makes sense. They didn't want to do the deal, so they said, okay, Kyler, we'll do the deal. But here's the thing. If you turn into a crap show next week, if you become something that's, not getting better and now starting to regress, we need to have a way to get out of that at that point. And Kyler wanted to get this money, so he's like, oh, okay. I'm at least getting paid then, because at the end of the day, he wanted to get that contract. He had that same kind of Russell Wilson energy of like, no, this needs to get done right now. Why does it need to get done right now? No, now it needs to get done. Why? Why right now? I just need to get it done. So I can see them doing it. It's as I've said with this AI too, a little bit based on that with whether it be Arizona or whether it be Chicago, like I've been saying for a while now, 3 quarterbacks go in the top 4 picks. Who's to say how it happens? Who's to say who trades out? Who's to say who suddenly is in the quarterback market that nobody thought would? But I really do feel solidly that we're going to see those 3 quarterbacks taken in those first 4 picks. It's felt like this is where it's going for a while. And I mean, hell, we've heard some of the same even rumors from the Bears, right? AI, we've heard like maybe they're open for business on Fields. They'll move Fields and they'll just draft their quarterback and away we go. Which again, the beautiful part for us on this is, as I've mentioned, and why it's so important for us, as I've mentioned, is that if this happens, 3 quarterbacks go in the top 4 picks. You are getting your choice of one of the 2 best players in this draft. That would be the reality of that. Coming on, and that's the start of our draft, folks. That's the first pick at number 5. So that gets me very excited at that possibility, AI, and I hope it's correct. I hope the Cardinals just keep drafting quarterbacks until the end of the time, just like I keep hoping the Rams keep trading around their future first-round picks till the end of the time, and the 49ers keep paying everybody until they're into cap hell, and then we can just, like the cream, baby, rise that top. Rise that top. Your boy Michael, Brando, any low-key free agents you would like to pick up? I don't know about low-key. I think like a Denzel Perryman out there with the Raiders, middle linebacker. You might be able to find some middle linebacker value on kind of a lower-end scale with some of these guys. Cincinnati's got a linebacker and be a free agent who could be interesting to kind of go out there and pluck. Really good in coverage. Someone mentioned Terrell Edmonds, who might cost a little bit of money, but he's not going to break the bank. Obviously the big guys would be Deron Payne or Mitch Morse. If you could bring them in, that'd be cool. It's a pretty weak crop for me at the end of the day when it comes to free agency. I'm not really looking to be super active in outside of, I'd like to be more pinpoint. I'd like to be more like a laser guided bomb than be a full on nuke with free agency, you know, and really pinpoint guys rather than trying to do the strength and numbers thing that they've done in the past. Yeah, he says we have more needs than we have draft picks. Schneider needs to work it to pick up a couple of draft picks. I'm sure he will. I'm sure he will. DJ Jimenez, Chris Rodriguez from Kentucky. He played with Levis. He did. He's all Levis had out there, man. That's all the help he had. Could you see in the chat tonight, AI? I agree. We're going to have to do some work out there. I think potentially to do some trades too. Opinion on Deuce Fant? I don't know Deuce Fant. Is that a prospect in the draft, Go Hawks? Consumer says Bijan Robinson is basically a running back and a third wide receiver. Yeah, that's about right. He can do wide receiver things. I wouldn't say he's much a pure wide receiver. But he can do some things. You could line him out there slot at times here and there. Mezape, I think Zach Charbonnet and K9 would be an incredible combination. Thunder and lightning. To me, Charbonnet's like, you guys remember Steven Jackson? He gave us problems for years at the Rams. I think Charbonnet's like Steven Jackson minus maybe two inches. I think Jackson was legitimately 6'4". He was a huge back in the day. He was huge. Jack Maloney, I'm a new football fan. I know we got a good future, but I saw the 49ers looking good this year. How do you think they will look next year? Also, what about the Rams? I'm not scared of Arizona, nor should you not. You should never be scared of Arizona. Nobody's ever scared of Arizona. If I say I'm scared of Arizona, you guys need to slap me. First off, let's go backwards to front on that, Jack. The Rams found themselves in a position this year where they decided, as it's very rare for teams to do, we're going to go all in a second straight year. So not only last year when you got your Super Bowl did you go all in and sacrifice all of the draft capital to get it done, you decided to do that basically for a second straight season. And that's put you in a position now where you've not had a lot of draft capital over these last few years. You've taken your salary cap and put it into a very precipitous place where you're not going to have a lot of flexibility to move money around or do any more kind of let's go for it moves, right? You've pushed the can down the road. We're now up the road at that point where you push the can down after you try to kick it a little bit more forward. There's nowhere left to kick it. They got to deal with that this offseason. This is part of why, Jack, you saw Sean McVay talking about retirement this offseason in the same way that we saw Sean Payton deal with this in the New Orleans Saints. No coach wants to have to go through a rebuild period, but the Rams are just about due to have to go through a rebuild period. Aaron Donald is on the edge of retirement. Whitworth, of course, retired last year. That offensive line is in treacherous kind of shape. Cooper Kupp has had a lot of mileage taken off his tires, and he's coming off a major injury in addition to it. Bobby Wagner's getting older. It's an aging roster. I don't know where they're going to be at next year. Some of it's going to be dependent upon, Jack, where Matt Stafford is with his health and that back and how well he's feeling. The Niners are going to be, again, solid next year. I think that they're our main competition for the division next season again. They do have to figure out their salary cap situation. They can get inventive. They went all in a little bit with the McCaffrey trade this year, but I don't think that they killed their future cap going all in like the Rams did over these last 2 years. So they have a little more flexibility to keep themselves in shape. The two questions with them for me, Jack, is can they maintain a roster of quality as it is all the way through with the depth that they've had while being as top heavy as they are? They're paying at the top of the position for teams, for guys like George Kittle, Deebo Samuel, Trent Williams, Fred Warner. Jimmy Ward now is going to be a free agent. He's going to be gone. But they got a lot of guys you're kind of paying top that market point on. It kind of makes you a little bit too top heavy at one point or another. So we'll see what they can do, but they're going to still be a threat for us. But I think the Rams are going to be a little bit more in the place of having to start to maybe now, take their medicine. Deadly says, thoughts on Geno in the Pro Bowl, laughing out loud, throwing dimes. It did sound like he was throwing some good throws. Quite honestly, Deadly, I'm not a big Pro Bowl guy, so I don't tend to watch it, and it doesn't raise my needle much. But it's good to hear Geno was out there letting it rip. Douglas says, second, they should go after a defensive tackle. And I think they should go after a corner from Iowa. So the Iowa corner is going to be the smaller guy we were talking about earlier. The one problem with that, I'll say I like him a lot, Douglas. I think you're meaning Riley Moss. I do like him a lot, Douglas, but the thing is that the Hawk coaches, and especially Coach Carroll, have kind of a type for corners out on that edge. And so maybe if they're looking at Riley Moss as being a slot guy only, that might open this up a little bit more because they don't hold the slot guys to needing to have the same length that they need the guys on the outside to have. But they want guys that are 6 feet tall with 33-inch long arms, and that's not going to be Riley Moss on the outside. He's very athletic. He's very fast, quick. He's kind of like really ideally built like how corners used to be built and looked at. Like that's the size we want out there. But that's not necessarily what we've looked for in recent history, though I like him a lot. Ethan, what's up, man? Good to see you in the chat. Megan says, Anderson to 5B. You know what? That's what I do. I know, man. I know. Hey, I'm with it. And I think the way it's going to play out, Megan, is that it's going to decide itself. I don't think we're going to get our pick of those two. I think it'll be like, you can have this, you can have that. Like one will have been taken off the board, and so it'll be like, okay, well, this is the no-brainer one we just take now. DJ says, yes, Jerry Jones impersonation. W. I got to sneak a little Jerry in. Jonathan says, what round will Chris Rodriguez go? Probably the 4th or 5th round. One of the two. Probably 4th. Herbicide, thoughts on Drew Sanders? I need to go back and do a double check on Drew Sanders. I did not like my first viewing of his tape going through, but people in the chat are telling me I need to go back and relook at him. And so I will go back and give him another look. 360 Inspiration. Who you got in the Super Bowl? What score? I would give it to, I'm going to give it to the Chiefs. I think it'll be probably like 30, 34, 27. I'll go with that. Jerron J., why is trading Lockett even a discussion? It's not. Somebody in the chat was very, very pro to doing it, but everybody else was saying no. Deadly says Drew Sanders can't tackle. I'll pass. Me too, man. He got the 9.5 sacks last year, so he's obviously a very good pass rusher, and he has prerequisite size that you would look for in the position, but did not excite me very much on the tape. Just didn't do much for me. Your boy Michael Brando, what do you think of Anderson at 5 and Jackson Smith-Jigba at 20? Good value selections at that point, your boy. A few years ago, this is a place that I personally transitioned in my methodology and approach to the draft. As a couple of years ago, I would have said, look, slot corners can't go in the first round. That's not good value. If you're going to take a first round receiver, it's got to be a guy that's on the outside. But he gives you a guy that you bring in as a slot guy that, like I was talking about with those corners, and it's a little bit like you can apply with Smith-Jigba, the same thing you could apply with the safety there out of Alabama, the slot corner there out of Alabama branch, where it's the rule applies on both of them. Slot corner, slot wide receiver are playing more snaps than ever before. Their value is higher than ever before. And so if you're going to take one at a higher position than you normally would in the past, it makes a lot of sense because those guys just play more snaps. Jigba's going to be a really good slot receiver at the next level. I don't think that he's going to be a guy that you're going to play on the outside at all. But as a slot guy, I think he's fine. I don't love going that route with it, but the value is okay, Jaboy. I can't be mad at it, Big Country, what's up, man? Jonathan says, Brandon, your thoughts on pick 83, especially if we can't get Schmitz? Well, I think it opens the door to you of looking at other centers at that point. 50 at that spot. I'm picking we're third round there. So third round, I think that you start to look between your pick of three guys that I think potentially could be there when you're picking at that spot. And that'd be Jarrett Patterson, Ricky Stromberg, Luke Wilper, and maybe Joe Tipman. So you might look between one of those four guys that you're most highest on, who's the best schematic fit at that point. Now you get to that third round spot, Jonathan, you're picking a little more needy at that point, but I would guess that you're doing so at that point because you pick for best player available kind of for those first four picks through the first two rounds. And so, if now you got to go get that center because you weren't getting a free agency and you didn't get through the first four through the first two rounds, you kind of are driven to have to grab some guy that is going to be at least in there and functional at that point, as we are so lean at the position. John Leon says, Tanner McKee, you big Tanner McKee guy? Boy, I was watching that tape the other night of the receiver Wilson playing for Stanford, and McKee was just, oof. That's some rough tape against Washington, I'll tell you that. Your boy Michael Brando, I don't know if you were alive, but I wasn't. But why did we not draft Tony Dorsett? Why trade down? The offense would have won a Super Bowl. If I'm not mistaken on that, your boy Michael, and you are making me go back far into my memory banks on this one. I think maybe Tony had said he didn't want to go out to Seattle. I'm not positive on that one, but I feel like there was something with that. Like maybe he didn't want to come out here or something. Maybe there was a trade. It's that or there was a trade. But that one's taking me back to boy. Ethan says, Brandon, I'm kind of worried about our 20 pick. We know Carroll is the cornerback whisperer, especially in mid-later rounds. And from my understanding, BPA around 20 is cornerback. We want to draft BPA, but it's where I do say that I do say I want to be like a fundamentalist when it comes to BPA, but there is going to be points where you are going to be driven from that by taking into account other things that are going to override it. So for instance, on this, Ethan, we could be at BPA at 20 and find that left tackle or right tackle is the most highly valuable player we have on our board, but that would be silly, right? We're not going to pick either of those two positions. So there is times you break the rule of BPA when it doesn't make sense to do so. I think cornerback at 20, you could apply the same thing that you could apply with the tackle situation there from a standpoint of, first off, Ethan, having the depth that you do at the position that you do right now, not having it be a need, number one. But then number two, beyond that, just like the point that you made, is this is sort of a double decker, is you have that first point and the second point being that Carroll is the cornerback whisperer, and he has gotten such tremendous value out of later round guys. If he's made that the rule of thumb that he's shown you, and it's been a pretty consistent rule of thumb over his entire tenure here in Seattle, why move up out of that? Why leave that? Why not just stay in that kind of pocket at that point and trust that particular process for that particular position? Ethan, is it worth taking a corner there? What other options do we like? I know we like Trenton Simpson. Probably not worth a corner. I mean, you could look at some safety situations like Brian Branch. That could be a corner situation you're looking at there, Ethan. You're getting slot and you're getting a strong safety of the future. Who else are we looking at 20 there? Osiris Torrance is a possibility. Schmitz is a possibility. If Skoronski or Cody Mock were to fall and they like him at left guard, those would be possibilities. Brian Breesy is possible there. Jamie Robinson does the same kind of stuff Brian Branch does. He may be a possibility there. But I'll give you this. It ain't a great big list. It ain't, to your point, it ain't a great big list. Corona says Russ was short but built like a tree with a rock solid base. He was. Just a different kind of built cat. And a big part of why he sustained in the way he did, despite being the undersized guy. But, we can go down the list. It's a pretty long list now because teams are trying to replicate the Russell Wilson thing for the last 4, 5, 6 years. And it's not been the greatest of returns on that list as far as the injury front goes. Nicholas Newton says, thank you, Brandon. Thank you, man. Appreciate you, bro. It's tough for me to want a Alabama or Ohio State quarterback, even given their all-star teams just make the quarterback look good and not in a pro system. No thanks to a 5'10", 180-pound quarterback. Yeah, me too. Me too. Eclipse says, when we talk about Russ, I instantly thought of Russell Westbrook instead. Russell Westbrook is having a better year than Russell Wilson in terms of sports. Those two get combined a lot. You hear a lot of the pundits and people online talk when they talk about Russell Wilson, go to Russell Westbrook first. That's happened a lot throughout their career. I guess there's just not a lot of Russells, you know. Jason James says, let's not compare Tua and Bryce Young. Why not? Why not, Jason? I mean, I watched Bryce Young fall on his arm this year and injure himself. You know, he didn't have any guy even fall on him. He injured himself. But they're very similar in size, Jason. That's my basic point on this, is that, again, you can ignore the data with it. You can say you don't like the data, but the data is pretty succinct. Every guy from Baker Mayfield to Kyler Murray's, let's go through the list. You go get a guy that's out there 6 foot, 6'1", below that height, and out there playing a significant amount of games, he's going to get injured. He's going to get broken. And, you know, availability is a big part of playing the quarterback position. And your value to me is not that great if you can only play 7-8 games a year. Your value is not that great to me if you're always one hit away from having a concussion that's going to finish off your, career. The thing that's important with this is that, Tua's taken the punishment he's taken, not simply because, he just doesn't play the game smart and doesn't know what he's doing, or he's taking too many hits. He tried to escape a lot through college, but he's not doing necessarily as much of that at the pro level of trying to lean on the legs as much. But it's just that when he does get hit, he's taking a beating from it. But yeah, it's absolutely a right to compare them both. They're both coming from colleges that are in situations that I don't know why you wouldn't say that it's valid to compare those two, quite frankly. Sam the Great, I've seen Wilson eat plenty of turf sandwiches, and at least he has some muscle. Bryce will be eating a turf buffet. Yeah, exactly. I watch, but if Schneider likes one of them, I guess I'll like it. If we kill this draft, we're back. If not, and we regress, start everything over, starting with Pete and the coaches. Good way of putting it, man. I like it. David Lawrence, as a Cowboys fan, I like more, but him and Dak put up numbers, but not against good competition usually. Yeah. I think to me, some of it, David, just comes from the what's happened here is that there's been this bleeding and draining to me of especially the offensive line talent from when Dak arrived to where it is now. It's in a much different state. Tyron Smith's not been able to stay healthy. Frederick retired. There's not necessarily been the good drafting of quality linemen around those guys to give, Dak kind of the time that he had when he came in, or to give their running game the necessary dominance it had when he walked in as well. The receiver position's not remained necessarily as strong even with CeeDee Lamb's addition there. So I think some of that does come down to a little bit of, to me, when I look at the Cowboys situation, of that not just being not as strong personnel as you once kind of had there. And especially when they were such a team, to me, offensively, that was driven so much by how good that offensive line was. And losing that. But I'm okay with them moving on for more, David. I'll say that. But for Schottenheimer? That's the one that I can't quite wrap my head around on that one. Spaces, was that your Adam Sanders? Jacob, if the player who you wanted number 5 is not there, and you know who you wanted, do you trade for a already proven player that is equal to that number 5, or rather trade down? I would rather trade down, Jacob. We were doing this as an exercise a couple of weeks ago, so I had a chance to kind of go through the list of guys that you'd look at, and there's really not a lot of guys that you would trade for the number 5 overall pick, because oftentimes if you're trading for them, you're having to pay them to some monster deal with it, or you're trading for a guy that's got injury concerns with a lot of production. But there's not really a guy that's really worthy at 5. For instance, let's just take it this way, Jacob. DeForest Buckner. DeForest Buckner to me is a guy that I could flip for my 20th overall selection. I don't have to give up number 5 overall to make that happen. I would think the same thing about Daron Payne. I don't think that he would cost the number 5 overall pick. I think the 20th overall selection would get it done. Maybe a little bit extra on a later round selection or something. But I'm not giving up that 5 for anybody that's not but a really special Nick Bosa-like horse. And there's just not any of those guys out there that are really in that realm, unfortunately. So trading back, Jacob. I go trade back. Robbie Red, the Pro Bowl does get worse every year. They just need to put it away. They need to announce the guys, let the game go. You know? Skill competition's cool. But yeah, everything else, just let it go. Yeah, I'll say I go Hawks 2022. Tyree's definitely not the best. Definitely not one of the best players in the draft. He's not that tier 1, that's for sure. And your boy, if we can get Buckner for a second, that'd be awesome. That would be ideal. Megan says, B, can you explain to me the purpose of the Pro Bowl? Money, 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 money. That's the purpose. So it's never been a game that the players have ever really taken seriously, Megan. Even when I was younger, it was always kind of whatever. Guys have been bowing out of it for years. It's historically known when it was in Hawaii as a place the players just go and get smashed for a weekend. It sounded like just be partying it up and then maybe they'll get a game going at some point. But the announcement of the Pro Bowl players, Megan, is in a sport where you have so many, we have 53 rosters, 32. It's, you're at 1,500 some players. It's a way to kind of separate who have been the better of the better, and then the All Pro kind of even refines it beyond that, Megan. Where like you're a Pro Bowler, but then if you're an All Pro, it's even a little more special than that. So it's a way to kind of, we like to have our levels of things so we can understand where guys and players are at as far as how good they are or bad, and that just lets you better segment it, I guess. Consumer says that's why you trade down and get the best player at 9 and then value on defense in the second and third round. Bingo. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Remember the old Superstar Challenge? High wall in the obstacle course, weightlifting for the O line. Bring that back. That was fun back in the day. I like that. Nicholas Newton, he means Malik Willis, Brandon? Oh, did I miss something on that? I must have missed something with it. My bad. Tommy says, yeah, but in the Major League Baseball, the All-Star game has an impact on the season, doesn't it? I believe they get home field advantage to the conference or whatever that wins the game, yeah. They would have to inject big money and awards into the Pro Bowl to make it worth a player giving it a damn. Yeah, which teams wouldn't want. I mean, teams don't want these guys to go 100 miles an hour. It's a violent sport. They already get injured on the regular. I mean, hell, I just heard today, like, Myles Garrett dislocated his toe, playing the flag football. So, it just doesn't make any sense to happen. You're already adding the extra games. You're trying to get an 18th game in the regular NFL season. The players don't need more situations where they're put up into a place of being vulnerable and having potential injury. And it's not all that entertaining. Let's just also call it that too, right? It's not particularly entertaining. Jack says, I like Addison, but I like Zay Flowers more. I get it, man, Zach. There's a lot of folks big on Zay Flowers. Megan says, Addison with the 20th. Hell yes, B. And I'm a Trojan fan. I do. I know you'd like that pick. Bryson 71089 says, Bijan Robinson picked 20th. How do you feel? I would be perfectly okay with it, Bryson. I don't tend to be one of these folks that falls on the pathway of being the purified analytic folks who say that you just can never draft a running back in the first or second, or I don't know. I think they're getting to the point now they're going to start telling us we can't take one in the third round either because it's just not good from a value standpoint. I don't really subscribe to that stuff in that way. If a player's talented, they're talented. If they're a difference maker, they're a difference maker. Kenneth Walker showed you last year he's a difference maker at the position. B.J. Robinson is even more of a difference maker at the position than Kenneth Walker was last year. In fact, I think he's the most talented running back to come out of the draft since Saquon Barkley, and he's probably even more talented than Saquon at the end of the day. So if you end up with him at the 20th pick, Bryson, sign me up. He's not going to probably last that long. I think that he's taken in the top 15. In fact, in my mock, Bryson, I had him going to the Eagles at 12. So I just don't think he's going to last to that point. But I'm a big BPA guy, Bryson. BPA. And if you're talking about getting a guy like Bijan Robinson at 20, he's one of my rare guys I do put in more of a tier 1 camp in this draft as far as their ability goes. So that's good value at that point. I'd be happy with that. Boy Michael says, if we get any of the top wide receivers, that'd be great. Imagine Johnson and DK together. Some big boys on the outside, your boy, at that point. Be like those Giants teams of the old with Plaxico and Amarni Toomer. Ethan, I wouldn't be mad at taking a new top-end wide receiver in the first round. We keep seeing more and more how position players are affecting the game. It's true. It's true. And the analytic folks do say that's where there is some value with it. So I could get that. iWatch says, no wide receivers in the second for me. We need trenches. Defensive line, nose guard, defensive end, linebackers, offensive guard. If we keep Geno, then a bruisier running back late. I'm with you, iWatch. I mean, not only is there not the value there for a wide receiver in the second round, there's also much better value at other positions there in the second round. Nicholas says, never pick a running back or linebacker in a first round. I can't apply it like that. You're not alone, Nicholas. There's a lot that do apply it in that way, but I can't quite go there myself with it. Nagasa says, Russ is built like a pit bull. Young is built like a chihuahua. Tommy says, what do you think will be a surprise pick by John this year? Maybe a tight end? Yeah, I could see him doing it because there's so much value at tight end this year. That would definitely be one I could see. I think safety early is one that people would not anticipate being a choice. But I certainly think from a Christopher Smith, Brian Branch, Jamie Robinson, Jair Brown, I think he could shock some people with that, why he just values those guys so much in this draft. So safety could be another one too. We got some more. Jason James says also, no thanks to Addison. I'll take Zay Flowers. So we got a couple folks on the Zay Flowers train. Okay. You're not alone. I've heard it from a few folks. Robbie Red, a draft wide receiver in Cut Eskridge. I can't believe we passed on Creed Humphrey. Yeah, that one stings. Miff Turtle, the Seahawks pick at 20, I think is the most interesting decision we have. Looks like a lot of wide receivers will be likely available at that point. Agreed. I think you'll be looking at having probably your pick of the litter of the second best wide receiver in this draft. You know, being Johnson probably goes, and then your Addison, Flowers, Tank Dell if they're really in on that much, but you'll have your pick at that point. Lion Garcia says, Ivan Pace and John Michael Schmitz, they flashed this week, man. They showed out. Pace is so interesting. God, he's going to be interesting to see what happens with him. Eclipse says, in past draft classes with current breaking stars, what star players have we passed on drafting? I never thought of us passing a star, right? It depends on how much you put into star. I think Creed Humphrey is certainly a star at this point at the center position. You passed on him recently. Buda Baker has been pretty close to a star with the Cardinals. You passed on him to go take Malik McDowell. Admittedly, I haven't given this a great deal of thought, but there's been a good share of them, I would say. But every team is going to have those guys they passed on through the years. Every team. Tom Eden says, going rate for a starting number one wide receiver is $100 million now. That will make GMs draft receiver instead. It will. I think this is the weird draft, though, where the talent isn't as good as it's been in recent years to drive the value. Last year, Garrett Wilson, Olave, the kid out of Arkansas, Drake London out of USC. You just had a little bit more of the exciting crop. I think even the year before was like that. This year's just a little bit of a weaker year for the wide receiver position. I wonder if I feel like that will affect it a bit more than what we've seen. Ethan, sign me up for the Georgia tight end, man. Sign me up. Megan says, I'm hoping against hope that Pete Carroll and John Schneider draft BPA for needs and not go for some flashy guy that catches their eyes at the last second. We have too many holes to fix to have them screw it up. I think they will, Megan. John talked about that recent interview that he gave, that the success last year came from them picking best player available, just trusting the board. And if you've had that success last year by operating in that manner, and you had such a smashing success of it by operating in that manner, why wouldn't you apply the same thing again this season? I think you absolutely would. So I have a lot of I have a lot of faith that they're going to be able to replicate in at least a certain degree what they did last year, because I think they've got a change in their process. Tommy says, just be thankful we are not in the days of Sam Bradford where you have to sign quarterbacks to a huge $50 million contract before they even play a snap. It's true. Used to be worse with these top 5 picks where they were getting market-breaking deals and they hadn't even played a snap in the league. That certainly is, I think, what upended a little bit of Aaron Curry at his time, getting paid as he did before he proved anything. But it is better. Still does cost a little bit, though, I will say, Tommy. You know, you still end up coming out of like a number 5 overall pick. I think having to spend like, on average, something like $7, $8 million a year on that rookie deal. So it has slowly kind of risen. It used to be really cheap with these guys down near the low end of the first round, but has kind of started to get up there a little bit. Consumer 114 has a pretty incredible stat. He says DK was the number 2 contested catcher in the NFL, second to Justin Jefferson. Wow, I didn't know that. That's an amazing stat. Smith, though we are not necessarily in need of a tight end, I'd be stoked to get that kid out of Utah if he was available in the second round, preferably after we get our center. I think I know what you're talking about. I forget what his name is. He's okay. He's okay. He's pretty safe tight end to get. He can do all the stuff you need a tight end to do. Run, block, catch, everything, you know. It's kind of a poor man's Michael Mayer in this draft a bit. Gilbert P. Lockett's time is coming to an end. Would be smart to start planning for it. I certainly am on board, Gilbert, with getting another receiver in here, at the very least for insurance for both DK and Lockett moving forward. But Lockett's definitely going to remain here at least for a couple of years, or at least one more year with that contract. But yeah, I agree. It would make sense to start to look at getting some other receiver talent in here. Tough part comes in again, though, that you don't have really the great talent in this draft at the top end of things to do that. Even if there is the will, there is not necessarily the way. That's the one part. Carlos, hi. Thank you for subscribing, Carlos. Welcome to the Hawks Nest. Appreciate you jumping aboard. Nicholas Newton, I love the Keebler Elf reference about Kyler Murray laughing out loud. He just looks like a little Keebler Elf. He feels like he should have little cookies falling out of his pocket when he runs. Not my Keebler Elf. Moss Productions, when has Murray ever done it? Done what? Moss Productions, Kyler's mom does his laundry. Megan says, I've heard the elves are consulting their lawyers about suing B for the reference. You were all thinking it before I said it. I'm not the only one who's seen it, right? Consumer, does anyone play Golden Axe back in the day? Kyler is one of those things stealing your potions. Oh, Lordy. Moss Levis isn't all that, but he had terrible weapons, mostly freshmen, his last season. Yeah. A lot to work with. Alfred Allred, if you could bring one person back on offense and defense on the Seahawks all time to help you win a Super Bowl, who are you going with? I'm going with Cortez Kennedy and Steve Largent. Those are some good picks, man. Avery, as you can see behind me with my jersey here. Oh, I forgot to turn on my lights, guys. Totally spaced on the lights. Oh, my bad, kitty. Sorry. Forgot my lights. I need my lights. Well, as you can see with the jersey behind me, man, I've got a soft spot in my heart for Mr. Largent. I like him a lot. Favorite all-time Hawk. If you brought Largent back with this receiving core, who are you covering? I mean, who are you covering at that point? Cortez would be nice too, but I'd probably go with Largent, Avery. If you got, and I am a fanboy on Largent. I own it, but that might be my way to go. Tommy Eaton says, how about one of the dwarves from the Bandits for Kyler Murray? Yeah, I can't argue with Nicholas's Cortez can't either. Cortez is a good pick too. Gohawks 2022, Brandon, we are talking about Fant. It was Deuce Vaughn that I was trying to say. Thoughts? Oh, I love Deuce Vaughn. I feel like I'm higher on Deuce Vaughn than a lot of what I'm reading online about him. because I look at a guy and I see a guy that's really like Darren Sproles to me, 2.0. You're going to, even more so than a guy like, let's say, a Tyjae Spears that you're kind of managing the snaps with. I think you can give a little bit more snaps to a guy like Deuce Vaughn. He could become a little bit of like a guy like an Austin Eckler type a little bit. But he can do everything you need him to do. He's sudden. He breaks tackles. He's got good quickness, really great vision. I love how he's so sudden as a player. I like him a lot. I do. I don't know where do I've got him on my board right now. I probably have him too high on my board. I'm probably too high on him. I don't even have him listed on my horizontal board here yet. I think I would put him in the 3rd round range, but there's a big part of me that's driven to want to put him up in the 2nd round. Go Hawks! And there's people online that would tell you that he's more of a 4th, 5th round guy, but I just feel like there's something about that kid that's I think a little bit of a difference making attribute that he brings. Edith Deck World, the Rams general manager, is awful. He does all that stuff to try and get a championship while destroying the team in the process. I think he's done with that I think he's done that with other teams too. Yeah, I think he had an ownership group that was probably pushing him to be pretty aggressive as well, Ethan. And, that owner's got really loose purse strings and he can afford to do it. And, it's not the worst place to go from to say, let's go for it. Let's go all in. The cost of this will be felt downwind, but we're going so hard all in on this given year. There's a really good chance we get ourselves a Super Bowl out of it. And indeed, they got themselves a Super Bowl out of it. So, it did pay off for them. I think a lot of teams would be willing to make that kind of trade where they've got to be maybe bad for a few years to return it back around and rebuild if they get that Super Bowl on the front end of it. Megan says, B, in your opinion, who do you think the teams are? Why do you think teams are so frightened of blowing up the team and rebuilding? I know it can be scary to think about, but we did okay, didn't we? Yeah, we did fine with it. I think there's a couple reasons, Megan. I think that there's hard to say that there's just one reason you could apply across the board. Like there's a given, something repeating, some process repeating team to team. So let me give you, for instance, on this, Megan, it's in the Saints case, why don't they turn over at that point when Sean Payton leaves? Why don't they rebuild at that point? Why they talk themselves into being a contender even when they don't have the quarterback position solidified. They've got a coach who's kind of unproven coming in there now with Dennis Allen. And because you have a general manager there that wants to keep his job. And that he's trying to probably validate to the ownership, oh yeah, this is why we're always $80 million over the cap, but I can always fix things and get us back to being a competitive team every year where we're in it. We're in the thick of the hunt. And, with the Saints in particular, Megan, they've had a couple of their seasons in recent years end, kind of on officials' calls where they're this close to kind of breaking through or the Minneapolis miracle, right? Where Stephon Diggs catches the ball on some final throw of the game that gets them into it on that one. They've had some of those random occurrences, which got them convinced into thinking they were still in the now. Let her be. But then when you look at a team like the Cowboys, Megan, how much of it is informed on what they do on Jerry looking at the clock going, how many years I got left? Doctor says it's progressing. He says I got 3 years till it's coming. 3 years till I'm in the grave. We're going to win now. How much is that being driven by Jerry going, I want to get myself a Super Bowl before I pass. So there's all these different reasons that I think allow it to happen, Megan, on top of certainly just, let's just call sheer stupidity a big part of this too. I think we like to think all these organizations are smartly run and they have intelligent people at the top, but I think very often we can go to the top and find guys like Dan Schneider up there with their finger up, their nose up deep, finger nose deep in their knuckle deep in their nose, like, I want this quarterback. Give me Carson Wentz. So it's a lot of those different factors, but I don't think there's just one thing you would apply as to why one happens in one place and then happens over here for the same reasons. Seahawks Gaming says, who do the Bucks cut to get their cap space, and do we go after some of their players? Akeem Nicks would be a very interesting player to go after. I think he's going to be cut for them. That would absolutely be a guy that you would take a look at. Shaquille Barrett might be another guy that they cut because I think they can save some money with him. So he's another guy that would be interesting. I would love to kick the tires and seeing if maybe they'd be willing to trade Devin White. I know he's got some struggles in coverage, but boy, he would help you out a lot in the run game. Aside from that, I don't think they're going to really have much of anybody else that would really interest us. Vita Vea, if they're not planning on paying him, because they got to pay him at some point too. I think he's just about due to get a big monster contract if he's not already on one there with them. So probably mainly defenders on that one for me, Seahawks Gaming. Seahawks Gaming says, I think Bucky Brooks or one of the top scouts had us taking Jigba Smith at 20 and also got 3 names just like John Michael Schmitz. That's right. He does have 3 names. That's those 3 name guys. I could see it. I could see that's about the right place for Jigba to go. It is. Eclipse would be funny to see Baker Mayfield play with the 49ers just for them to help us get a first in the division. Although I think he's a Carson Wentz right now. Yeah, I think Baker's a limited guy. Maybe a guy they go after, though. I mean, the Niners are going to have to do something with their quarterback position. You know, Purdy's not going to be back, and you've got to make some choices. And I don't think there's some easy choices to be made there. Jack says, not impressed with Sanders either. He's a third-round guy. Good blitzer, but otherwise very meh. Yeah, I keep trying to go back, and people have talked me into it, try to talk me into him a little bit with it, and I just can't quite get there with it, you know. Cameron Robinson, what's up, Cameron? Says, what's up, B? Off topic, have you heard anything about Rodgers heading to San Francisco, or is that BS? Well, it's just perfect timing on your part here as we're just talking about the Niner quarterback situation. And look, they've got a bridge to cross here. Trey Lance next year coming off the injury, unproven. They don't seem certain with him at all, right? That's the whole point of them bringing Garoppolo back this year, right? Was that they were like, we're not quite sure with this guy. And then Purdy's got the Tommy John surgery, which very well could end up holding him out even all the way through next year, where he's not quite right throughout the whole year. So they've got to do something else with the quarterback situation. I thought Brady was going to be a guy they were going to try to kick maybe the tires on. Do they now go and look at Rodgers? Well, it's going to cost him 2 first-round picks. Maybe they're willing to do that. If I'm not mistaken, now with DeMeco Ryans being hired as their defensive coordinator, that's going to give them some more compensatory picks on that hiring. So are they willing to throw the 2 first-round picks that the Packers would want for Rodgers at that point? Yeah, probably would be willing to do that. Probably would be willing to do that. Bring back the hometown kid at that point. From a Niners standpoint, I think it makes a lot of sense to do it, considering where your quarterback situation's at. So the fact that we're hearing some rumors of it, Cameron, that they're at least turning it over in their mind, there's no other quarterbacks you're going to bring in that get you up over the top if you bring him in, where you feel like, oh, this guy will really be like that guy that now helps us at the position in a way that now we're not having to overcome the position like we've had to with Garoppolo and with Purdy. Now we're actually sustaining because of the position. And I got to feel like Shanahan, after all these years of having middling quarterback play, would be like, you just give me a guy that can make every NFL throw and knows what he's doing out there, and I can make this offense hum. I think they'd be foolish not to do it. King Bomber says Isaiah Foskey. I love him too, King Bomber. He had a tough week this past week, though, at the Senior Bowl, man. It was not clean. Megan says, no, Cassell B. I'm upset by this. I'll get him, man. I'll tell you, Megan, after watching these young bucks parade around Mobile, Alabama all week, I have become intoxicated and enthralled by the potentiality of what they will provide on NFL Sundays. My impressions aren't great today, I'll say that. They're not great today. I got to work them through a little bit here. Mez Ape says, Julian Brents is a big, lengthy corner that loves to tackle at 6'4", 221, 202 out of Kansas. Could be a nice project on the other side of Tariq that could get in the lower rounds. I do think he's a lower round guy, Mez. I like his physical size, dimensions, and how he moves. There's a lot of rough edges to him on tape, though, that need to be cleaned up, and I can't make him he's not going to be a day 2 pick. You know, we got to be talking about that guy in like 5th round range of things, I think. AI says, Sanders reminds me of Dave Wyman. I like that. I like that comp. AI going back on that comp. Ethan says, Brando, what was the conversation like when Jerry Jones hired Brian Shoddy? My impressions are out today, guys. I'm too down on the price. I know the impressions want to come through, but I'm chilling today on that. Sorry, guys. I just want to chill, talk football today, man. And I can't do no impressions. Tiago Tanakawawa, no Cedric Van Prawn. Tiago Cedric Van Prawn went back to school. So he is not in the draft. Tommy says, I think best player available, plural available, and if one lines up with your needs, then boom, you got Texas T. That's right. King Bomber says you could take a corner at 20, but it's got to be a guy that's going top 10 that fell out for no reason. Yeah, that's the only issue with that, though, is I don't think there's a top 10 in this draft, corner in this draft. I mean, Christian Gonzalez probably is like top 13, top 14 worthy. But though there are a lot of first-round worthy cornerbacks in this draft, they're all guys I would say that would be back of the first round, more than you'd be like top 10. Michael Bondakowski, Brandon, how do you feel about trading back and getting Chris Gonzalez if we don't get Carter or Anderson? It is a cheap draft for edge rushers. There's a lot of value for edge rushers in this draft, Michael. I'm really not in favor of going with cornerback early on. And I've got a variety of different reasons for this. Number one, you have a log jam at the outside cornerback position as it is. So is Chris Gonzalez tremendously so much talented and better than what you're going to get from the position if Michael Jackson's out there or Trey Brown's out there or Coby Bryant's out there when you eventually put him back to his natural position? I'm not sure. You know, probably a marginal upgrade. But is his marginal upgrade worth it versus going with another position which would be a monstrous upgrade versus where we're at with that position? I don't see that. He's not that great of a corner. He's a really good corner. He's going to be a very solid pro, but I don't see a star level guy out of Chris Gonzalez. I don't see that. And the other part with this, Michael, is that look at Coach Carroll's track record here. Brandon Browner from the CFL. Richard Sherman is a 5th round wide receiver convert. Tariq Woolen is a 5th round wide receiver convert. Byron Maxwell is a 5th round guy out of Clemson. Deshaun Shedd, Shaquille Griffin. I mean, you've gotten so much value from the cornerback position picking later in the draft with Carroll's ability to teach up corners and get them to play within his scheme the way he wants. Really, where I come down to on this is that really our corners are going to play even better than they played last year if we can get more pass rush. That's what you need. You need better guys up on the line more than anything else. And I don't think you're going to be reaching for a defender if you trade it back like that, who's going to be even on the BPA chart so much below Gonzalez as far as the value goes at that point. I think it'll be pretty close to each other. Sam the Grace is another wacky dream of mine is Robinson at 20. Doubt it happens. And I agree, man. Robinson and K9 would be unfair. Tommy says you could look at a Bijan just as much as a receiver as a running back. True Debo type. That's why it is a possibility. I would love it, man. I would be excited by it. And you're right. It's just about getting touches too, Tommy, right? It's a 17-game season now. We look at the running back room and the way it's been decimated. It's very hard for me to see a running back getting through 17 full game season, carrying the rock every game, being the one guy. You know, you kind of need a couple guys. You're going to need guys. It's really about getting two guys, to me, 150 touches a piece is what you're looking to do. And if you get more beyond that, then that's gravy. But you could find touches for both of those two guys in this offense, no doubt about it. Moz Productions, Tua is the most injury-prone player in modern history. I don't know if that's the case. I could probably come up with some other players that are more injury-prone. He's maybe the most high-profile injury-prone guy, but there's been more injury-prone guys than that. Anderson says, even Tua looks big compared to Young. Tua has big legs, plays at 210-ish. Agreed. Yeah. He's very slight. Jason James says, that's true, but Bryce Young has a lot of more pocket awareness, just my opinion. That's fair enough that he has more pocket awareness. I'll give you that, Jason. But I think that pocket awareness will only get you so far. And at the end of the day, can you take a 300-pound man landing on you? You know, if you're sly to build, you can't. and your body's going to snap. It's going to snap faster than Rich Gannon's collarbone when Tony Saragusa fell on him in the AFC Conference Championship game. Excuse me if I could see it right. I can't say my word. This guy can't do impressions today. I can't say my words right. So, it's to me a matter of, as the man said in The Matrix, inevitability. And the inevitability on Bryce Young is that he is going to get broken. And he's gotten away with it in college, Jason, because of the fact that he is playing for Alabama. And he has those guys playing up front, protecting him and keeping him for the most part clean. But he's not going to get that process at the NFL level. He's not going to get that pass protection at the NFL level. He's going to be under duress. And folks making the comparison that he's somehow, Russell Wilson, he's not. Russell was 4.5 coming out. Bryce Young's going to run probably somewhere between 4.6 and 4.7, maybe even the 4.7 territory of things. I just don't think that it's going to be the same level of dynamicism in the backfield, getting around and getting away from pressure. And so what does that mean then, Jason? Like you see with Tua, where Tua always thought he was on the college level quicker and faster than he really was. Guys were able to get to him. And that's what's going to happen with him. So he's not going to escape. He's not going to get away. They're going to get their hands on him. They're going to fall on him. They're going to hit him. They're going to throw him to the ground like a rag doll. And he's going to end up injured. I mean, and it's not to deny Bryce Young's arm talent or his ability to throw with anticipation, process, throw with good arm strength. But when it comes down to just that one aspect, that's a big aspect and we can't overlook it. Jack says, Bijan's a stud, but I'm passing on running back this year. Too many other needs. I completely understand where people come from on looking at other things. Like I said, I am driven by BPA. If BPA I'm getting the best running back in this draft at 20, and I'm getting a running back that I think is the best running back that's come out over the last 4 or 5 years in the NFL drafts, I think that that's, to me, appropriate value. The thing to consider for those folks that poo-poo the running back room is let's also remember that for the last 7 years, your running back room has been decimated. Not hurt, right? Not impinged, not sort of what's limping a little bit. Every single year for the last 6 years, your running back room has been decimated. So when we talk about, well, we got Walker now, we're fine. No, we're really not. That foot injury that Walker was working through last year reportedly goes back to his high school. I wonder if eventually it's going to require some kind of surgery. We're not fine. We're going to need some more talent. Penny's a free agent right now and not due to come back. You've got Travis Homer and you've got Kenneth Walker. And you've got a recent history of your running back room getting hammered, including those two guys. And in DJ Dallas's case, he's had multiple injuries throughout his time here. I believe every single year he's been here, he's had some kind of injury that's held him out of games. And he's not even ever really been the starter. That's just spot duty, So that's where I come back to a little bit of, on top of it being a value situation, I think that when it comes to other needs, running back's a big need here. Because when you get down to like grabbing guys off the street, the level of talent and their ability goes down significantly at that point. Your ability to get anything out of that position, no matter what you have going on in front of them, is kind of reduced based on what I've seen in recent years when we've had to do that. Like the difference of having Travis Homer running in a playoff game in Lambeau because you don't have Chris Carson, and your running game's going nowhere in that game. Not that I don't think there are other needs, but I do think that that 20th pick is one that's going to be, as somebody else said above, is a very sticky pick because you just don't know. You just don't know where the value is going to be at with that selection. Jason James says, I'm not saying draft Bryce. No, thank you, Brandon. Bryce is way more talented than Tua, bottom line. Definitely more talent. I'm with you there, Jason. There is way more arm talent there than what you got from Tua. Tua's a check down machine. This kid can push the ball up the football field. So I wouldn't push back on that at all. 100% with you on that. Appreciate you, man. Megan says, why do players want to be involved and possibly get injured in the Pro Bowl, B? Well, it used to be kind of a big party, Megan. You go down there, you see your boy, you be like, what's up? Let's go out to the bar. Let's go to the bar. Let's go have some fun. Let loose a little bit. Players have always been going through kind of the motions on it, Megan. And it used to be back in the day, the draw was it was Hawaii. So players were going on, they take their families on vacation with them at the same time, and it became a kind of a family thing too. But there's a reason why, Megan, a lot of guys bow out every year. You know, and that's been going back for years. Guys like, oh yeah, I got this shoulder thing. It just popped up. Oh, there we go. DJ says with the Pro Bowl players, the winning team gets $84K per player. Losing team gets $42K. That's cool. That's cool. I like that. I didn't know it was that much. That's kind of significant. And AI, yeah, Robinson could be a Deebo Samuel type. I mean, you can use him on the fly sweep, minimum fly sweep bubble stuff, right? Just to line him out like that. He could absolutely do that type of thing. Peter says, what are the odds people win in the Pro Bowl and win in this? People win in the Super Bowl and win the Super Bowl same year? Not sure what you mean by that, Peter. I'm sorry. Ethan says, who's the freak Georgia tight end? Is Washington. Is his name. Darnell Washington. And he's awesome, Ethan. Big boy. Big boy. As someone said, and I believe it, I think he's got more upside than any of the other tight ends in this draft. AI says Branch is the real deal at safety. He is. Good player. Great slot, too. Nolan Smith's good player. Moss. Tommy says, if we get Bijan, we could use both. We plow through running backs for one, but also think of having both in the backfield or one split out. Yeah, we had it early on this year, Tommy. Remember we did when we had both Penny and Walker at the same time early on in the year, there were some snaps that they brought out Walker as the fullback, which I thought was interesting to your point. So you would be able to have both on the field at once in the backfield. You wouldn't be precluded from necessarily doing that. And you're right. We go through running backs we go through a lot of running backs. It's quite a bit. Ethan says in the draft with George Kittle, wasn't Schneider going to draft him, but the 49ers swiped him? Yes, we were intending to do that. It was actually the fact that the Niners had taken, I think, I don't know if it was his college quarterback that they took. Something like that they had selected as college quarterback. So they wanted to get the tight end in there who could fit to that. So it wasn't even that they had fallen in love with Kittle. They just were trying to pair him back up for some weird reason. But yes, we were intending to pick if they had passed, he would have been a Seattle Seahawk. Boy Michael says if we get Bijan, we'll have 2,000-yard backs for sure. We'll be running the ball consistently. I'll tell you that. Go 2022. Brandon, would you take Darnell Washington tight end at pick 52? Thoughts? Yes, I would. Go Ox 2022. I ran my mock draft a couple of weeks ago. And in my mock draft, I was trading Noah Fant for a 4th, 5th round pick. And then I was taking Washington in the 2nd round. So when folks are asking me about Darnell Washington, you're talking about one of my guys in this draft. One of those guys that I would love to have, not just simply like to have out of this draft, but I would love to have out of this draft. He is physically incomparable in this draft to any other tight end or any other tight end that's come out in recent history. He is like having a de facto 6th offensive lineman out there. He also still then has good ball skills, a good pass catcher. He's monstrously sized. A huge catch radius to go along with it. So if you're taking him in the 2nd round, sign me up. Sign me up. But you got to deal with doing something about Noah Fant then. You're not going to carry 4 tight ends. You're going to have to move one of them at that point to fit Darnell Washington in. But he's a very, very fun player to watch on tape, and there's nobody else like him in this draft. Jack says, B, you're really into Tank Dell, it sounds like. His size, 160 pounds, I think will hurt him. I don't know if on tape I saw a 160-pound guy. When I go back and watch a Tutu Atwell guy, I see a guy that's at 160 pounds. I don't know if I quite see that I see a guy that's a little more stouter than 160. Maybe not a ton past that point, but good enough. I see him as a 2nd-round cat. I don't see him as a 1st-round guy. I think that when I look, it's a little bit as well about the fact I don't like these receivers in this draft in general, to be honest with you. But Dell to me was a separator in his ability to route run, catch, after the catch, what he can do. great change of direction. I mean, he's got receiver attributes that I like built in, whereas other guys like Jalen Hylett doesn't have a refined route tree that he runs. Rashid Rice can't catch on contested catches. Cedric Tillman's not very sudden. Josh Downs is 5'10", 175, not that much bigger than Dell. Dell's way more explosive than he is. And to me, just the tape popped way more. Xavier Hutchinson is a lot like Cedric Tillman of Tennessee, where it's just a body possession kind of guy. So I might be pushing him up a little bit higher just because this draft has Jack a little bit more weaknesses at wide receiver, but I'm not super high on him and that I'd love to see our Seahawks target him necessarily. But I do think he's going to go in the second round. So, or I think he's going to go in the second round. Let's say it that way. We're getting a lot of questions about, Darnell Washington, folks. If you want to see if I like him, go watch my video I just did a couple of weeks ago on the mock draft. I mean, my mock draft had us picking Darnell Washington, so I'm a big Darnell guy. Sign me up. Megan says it's us drafting B. Surely they can't have two brilliant drafts in a row. Can we? Yeah, we can. Again, I think, Megan, I made a guess on this, often referenced, is I think we changed our direction last year. So we didn't have our success last year randomly. We had our success last year because of the fact that we changed gears. We did something different. We did not do the same thing that we had been applying for 8 and 9 prior years. We decided to go to BPA for the first time in 8 years. I'll say this again. We went to best player available last year for the first time in 8 years. And this is backed up by what Schneider said in his interview from a couple of weeks ago, saying, why did you have so much success, John? Why were you guys so great this year, John? What was so different about this year, John, than prior years? We went for best player available. We trusted our board. We had communications inside. We talked to every person in the room, down to the janitor. And we said, do you understand we're going for best player available? Yes. Do you understand we're going for best player available? Yes. Do you understand we're going for best? Yes. We went through all of those people. So they set the line. That's what they did differently. So to have confidence in this year is this isn't about a moon, the harvest moon aligning with the draft on a given year. And now we're out of the alignment. This is because we changed our direction and our approach, and it brought up great success at that point. That's why we had what we had last year. And that's why we're going to have probably good success again this year. It's the real cheese asks, how expensive would it be to get Carr's our backup? Carr's going to get a starting opportunity somewhere, probably. It's the real cheese. So I don't think you're going to be able to bring him in as a backup. Megan, I don't have any latest news on Desai at this point. Based on what I was hearing about from the reports was that he was having to wait on the Evero domino to fall. And once the Evero domino fell, then that was going to determine a little bit more clearly of the fate for Desai. But even if he doesn't get these jobs right now that he's interviewed for, Arizona still hasn't hired their coach yet. So they could hire a coach and end up still bringing him in for another interview there. So it's still probably going to be a little bit of a wait and see period. King James Bible Studies, Brock's not having Tommy John surgery. Okay. My bad. Brock will be out for most of the year next year, as I understand it. That's kind of my bottom line point on it. Greg Kemp says Darnell Washington's value starts at pick 20, like Brandon Pettigrew, who went with the same skill set. I agree. I don't think I'd like to take him at 20 in the first round, but if I can grab him in the second round, then that'd be great. Herbicide Cooper Bebe is out of the draft at this point. Went back to school. King Bomber, Devin Witherspoon, and Christian Gonzalez, you don't think are top 10 guys? There's no way they fall out of the top 10 due to the lack of talent in this class. I think there is a way they could fall out of the top 10, King Bomber. And I think that could happen by the fact that you could end up seeing 4 quarterbacks taken in the top 10 picks. You have 4 quarterbacks taken in the top 10 picks, and then Will Anderson and Jalen Carter. That leaves 4 other spots for them to fall out of the top 10. So Christian Gonzalez, I've got like 13, 14. So I don't have him far out of the top 10. I've got him close into that area of things. Not substantially far back. Devin Witherspoon for me is right behind Gonzalez as my number 2 cornerback. So he'd be right in the 15 or 16 area of things. It's when we get to this point of parsing for me on the draft on this King Bomber. So the way I look at this draft is I see it's got tier 1. Normally drafts have tier 1 and tier 2. Tier 1 usually goes 0 to 14 picks. Tier 2 then goes 15 to pick 72, right? That's usually how drafts go. This draft is shit. Okay, let's just call it what it is. It's not a good draft. It's not very good at the top. We don't have a strong unit of a tier 1 group. So Devin Witherspoon, Christian Gonzalez, King Bomber, they're not tier 1 guys. But they're not really tier 2 guys either, right? It's like tier 1.5. Not quite pure stars, but they're good. They're great guys, but I wouldn't go top 10 with them. I wouldn't. I think if you're doing so, you're picking more for a need at that point, as opposed to these guys really being truly top 10 worthy. I look at the guys last year like Stingley or Ahmad Gardner that went in the top 10 at cornerback position. Those guys were much more substantially talented than these 2 guys are. They're very talented. They're good players, solid floors on them even, I'd say. But I just think, and again, we're talking about King Bomber when we talk about parsing between me, like, you don't think they're top 10 worthy? And I'm like, well, they're 14. I mean, we're peeling very close to the process here at that point. It's all very close to each other when we talk about that. King Bomber says, I'm not arguing the fact that Seattle can develop corners. What I'm saying is there's literally one scenario where you can take a corner, and that's if Simpson ain't on the board alongside a top corner if available. I mean, they could do it. They could definitely do it, King Bomber. But again, I think it's not necessarily value building your team. You're not getting a guy that's a superstar talent cornerback there that's going to somehow blow the roof off the stadium or whatever, if we had a roof. They're not that great to necessarily drive away from other positions that are a bigger need at that point in that fashion of things. And I think that if you're not taking into account, not you personally, King Bomber, but I mean the team, if the team's not taking into account within themselves their success and their track record with developing cornerbacks later on in the draft, especially understanding, King Bomber, you're a bit informed on this by how much zone you play. You play a tremendous amount of zone, which doesn't require you to have man coverage spots very often. And if you're not going to play man, then the value of the corner is a little bit diminished at that point. You don't need as much of the prime sticky guy in coverage because you're not going to ask him to be sticky. You're going to ask your guys, King Bomber, to drop back and cover 3 a predominant amount of time, to keep clear over the top in the deep game, to give up and allow the short stuff with that. So now I'm kind of wasting. This was the whole thing that we got to, King Bomber, back in the day with the discussions about Jalen Ramsey and making the trade for him from the Jaguars, where people were making this big to-do about, let's go get Jalen Ramsey. And at the time I'm saying, look, it doesn't make any sense to get Jalen Ramsey, not because he isn't a good player, but because, number one, he wants to leave the defense that we exactly run as far as the secondary on the back end as it is right now. All right. He's not going to want to go from the thing that he hates. He wants to go to a man-based concept so he can really flash his skill. We're not going to provide that. But then it doesn't make a lot of sense also to be trading multiple first-round picks or a first-round pick even for a corner if you're going to run so much soft zone coverage, not just a predominant amount of time, but nearly all of the time. That's where I come from, a little bit of it as well on that. Goak says, Brandon, did Baltimore sign our quarterback coach Dave Canales as offensive coordinator? Be good for him, but I hope not. I hope he's very good. He had a second interview, Go Hawks 2022, but I did not hear anything after the other second interview. John says, that's an incorrect take. Bryce Young's elusive as hell. Granted, he is quicker than fast, but I think he makes people miss more than Wilson and Tua. I don't see guys getting clean hits on him. Yeah, I didn't see that on the tape, John, at all. I can't I can't more strenuously disagree with your take on that. He is not as sudden as Wilson was behind the pocket at the line of scrimmage. He's not. So just what my eyes were telling me, man. Go Hawks 2022 says, yes, Brandon, I like Darnell Washington also. I'd trade Fant for a 4th round pick. Like it. That's what I would do too. Adrian X with a $2 donation. Thank you, Adrian X. Says, no Carter, Anderson, but Stroud is at 5. I just don't feel like Stroud's going to make it to 5, Adrian X. But I think you're going to have the, as we kind of broke down a couple weeks ago with the different 5 scenarios that are likely to play out. One of those scenarios was 2 quarterbacks are taken. Carter and Anderson are then taken in front of you. And now you're left to pick the 3rd best quarterback who's remaining on the board. Is it Stroud? Is it Levis? Is it Young? It's very hard to determine at this point which of those quarterbacks would be, but certainly there's a value position of taking those guys at that point and going, look, this is the worthwhile selection to make because this is the value at this point. I would not be, obviously, as you guys are hearing me talk, I'm not in favor of doing this with Bryce Young, but I can't discount the fact that it is a possibility of happening. But I do feel like Stroud's going to go Adrian X before it gets to 5, but he's right there with Levis as far as my 2 quarterbacks I like best in this draft. So if we do that, I'd be completely in favor of it. Randall McDaniel with a $5 donation. Thank you, Randall. He says, do you think scouts get bonuses if players they suggest are drafted and succeed? It's a good question, Randall. I think more than bonuses, it's probably that they just have their salaries increased. They're considered more valuable by their organizations. They don't want to have, the organizations wouldn't want to have them plucked by other franchises. They're probably not making, the big money of what you see in the coaching realm, right? You're not getting to touch that area of things, but you can probably make a pretty penny if you are a really, really good scout. I doubt that they're all like slotted in, Randall, or, they all make the same amount of money. It's probably on different scales of things. So I wouldn't think bonuses though. I would think it would really come down to just yearly salaries being increased. And like, look, you've been doing great in the draft, been doing good with your scouting. You got us this undrafted free agent. You were right on that. We're going to give you 50,000 more a year, just to keep you kind of fat and happy a bit. I could see that, Randall. I could, but bonuses would seem a little weird. I don't know why, but that just seems a little weird. Terrence 2 times is Miles Murphy or Tyree Wilson. I'm more of a Miles Murphy or more of a Tyree Wilson guy myself, Terrence. Myself. Herbert says, I bet we can get Payne for $14 million a year. I think he's going to cost a little more than that. Nicholas Newton, they draft Bryce Young and I'd stop watching games. I'm definitely not going to. That's the one selection they could be making in 5 that I would be very disheartened by. Seahawks Gaming says, do pre-draft visits tell us anything about Pete and John's drafting? 100%. Yes, they do. If I'm not mistaken, last year you had Abraham Lucas and I think maybe Mafe were 2 of your in-person visits. It's important, Seahawks Gaming, because you are restricted by the NFL and the amount of visits you're allowed to have. And so what that means then is that if you're going to have a guy in, it's going to be a guy you are truly interested in bringing in. Not that you're trying to throw a smoke screen out there. This used to be what you'd do if you could have an unlimited amount of visits, is you'd have guys in to make other teams think that you're really interested in them, to try to get them to maybe even draft a guy. You're not playing those kind of games anymore. Whoever you have in the facility, because there's a restricted amount of visits, that's who you're wanting. Why was last year so different feeling than the last 8 years? Yes, there was definitely a different, so kind of, and I guess I'm behind on the chat on this. I'm sure you just heard my response on this with Megan, but you did not pick for best player available in recent draft history prior to this last year. It's hard to tell the year before because you only had 3 picks. So, I mean, those picks were fine. Trey Brown was good value. I didn't love Eskridge. That was a little bit more of a pick to need at that point, trying to get a wide receiver in the room who could fit into Waldron's scheme rather than really earning being a second round pick at that point. But when you look at everything from your LJ Colliers on down the line from Jordan Brooks, you see drafts heavily driven by need. You walk into a draft needing this position and this position and this position, and then you're letting that drive you all the way through the draft, and you're having draft failures coming out of that because it's not some weird secret that's like hidden in some dark realm that you have to go through multiple dimensions in order to get to the truth of it. It's very out there and open and easy. If you draft from a best player available standpoint and you lean that way as hard as you can, you're going to have success drafting. If you pick for need and you try to fill in holes and you try to just, let's get this in, you're going to fail. And so what the Seahawks did last year was for the first time in 8-9 years, truly drafted for the best player available on their board. And Schneider, I'm not pulling this out of my butt. Schneider said this in his recent interview. I'd ask folks, go back. I just did a video a week ago, and the video I have with the thumbnail in Schneider's mind, he's literally telling you what happened last year. Go listen to the words coming out where he's saying, this is what we did this year. And it's different. It's different. That's why it was different. That's why it does feel different last year. That's why it was such a home run. John says, dude, I think we got to talk about Seahawks getting Keanu Benton. He's a monster and made himself a lot of money, and he's good against the run and has athleticism and pass rush potential. He fits us. He does. I don't know if he can do as much of the zero tech stuff, but he'd be a great defensive end, and he had an awesome week at the Senior Bowl, man. I can't see quite Kenny Clark level of impact to him, John. You know, Kenny Clark was a legitimate first-round prospect coming out. Benton's not quite as physically dominant as Kenny was. But there may be some echoes there to their game. Tippmann's good too, John. Wolper's not, I think, exactly a fit for our scheme. Tippmann's a little bit more of a fit. I like him. Peter says, if the NFC wins the Pro Bowl, are the odds telling us that the Eagles will win the Super Bowl? No. Trenty, what do you think about signing Posick back to address center instead of drafting one? It's a possibility, Trenty. The issue with Ethan Posick when he was here was that he just couldn't stay healthy, really. Kind of just kept wearing down over the course of the year and just, but he finally has been able over the last couple of years to play his true natural position from college, whereas we tried to make him a guard through his first couple of years. He had a really great year for Cleveland, I believe it was, or was the Texans? I forget. I think it was the Texans. So lower end deal. It's a big possibility. I think he's an upgrade at this point over what you had in Austin Blythe minimum. And it's not a very deep market, Trenty, as far as there being a lot of centers out there on the open market. Mitch Morse, Posick. I think Kelsey's coming back to the Eagles if he doesn't retire. King Bomber says, you're right with the corner thing. I can't argue with that, but realistically speaking, I think Pete may have noticed how having good corners makes up for such a terrible pass rush. I mean, maybe he's got a little bit of that lesson learned with it. And if they want to go to more man-based principles, King Bomber, and they want to do more of that sort of stuff, then it would make some sense to go and get another cornerback that could do that stuff. But I do come back to thinking like Trey Brown was really impressive when he first walked in the door a couple years ago. And maybe it's going to take him that kind of year to get over that surgery that he had. And Michael Jackson had an overall solid year for you. And Coby Bryant, you played out of position out of the slot, and he played pretty good for that and showed a nose for the ball. Are we sold that those guys aren't as well potentially the guys that could be those guys too on the outside? And boy, I do tend to come to, when it comes to the coverage stuff, I first would like to help them with a good pass rush rather than asking my pass rush to be helped by my corners. I would really like to work that a little bit more in an inverse, if possible. John says, Avila had himself a Senior Bowl. Do you think he's mobile enough for us? You like that mobile Alabama? Get it? Laughing out loud. I get it. Yeah, I see what you did there. John, his tape didn't blow me away too much. I watched both of 2022 and 2021 tape on him, both seeing him at guard and center. I'm not even sure, John, where his best natural position is at. He played really well this week. He earned himself some money. I think he was coming into this Senior Bowl, John, as a third-round guy who's elevated himself into second-round stock at this point, which is impressive. Probably pretty safe guy that's going to give you at least an adequate player there. As far as doing traditional stuff that you need from either guard. I'm not sure about center with him, but he probably could do fine at center. Not a lot of sizzle to his game, in my opinion, and you kind of hit the nail on the head. I'm just not sure about the mobility aspect of it. I have some of the similar issues with him that I would have with Osiris Torrance. Good players, good prospects, but can they move in space? Can they do what's required from this offensive scheme if we're going to get the most out of this playbook? And not just the partial playbook, but all of this playbook. Keene says, rather than a guy who can do the job versus a guy who excels in his job like Woolen did. I can see where you're going with on that. While we have drafted a lot of good corners, we've drafted 2 elite corners in the back parts of the draft, which is more than any other team, I'll say. True. David Lawrence, I like Stroud. I like Stroud too, David. Him and Levis to me are my 1-2s. If he's there at 5 and they take him, I'm going to be happy with that. John M429, watched some old tape on Wilson yesterday against the Patriots in 2012. There were a couple plays that honestly reminded me of Kyler as far as his scrambling around went. Weird how much you forget. Very much so, John. And you're absolutely right. I've gone back and I've done a couple of those videos. I did the Patriots game that you talked about. I've done a few of these videos on some of the great moments in Hawks history back around that time. And Wilson definitely moved much differently than he moves right now. Some of that, I think, comes from the fact that he was probably about 15 to 20 pounds lighter. Some of it is also a little bit of age. But you're right with Kyler. That's why a little bit I was bristling with John saying that somehow Bryce Young was much more mobile than Russell Wilson was. Because like a young Russell Wilson was a very mobile cat in that backfield, and he was legitimately not just for his time mobile, but he would be a mobile guy now coming out in how he could move there behind the pocket and what he was able to get done. But yeah, he was a different cat at that time, John. I mean, it's definitely something we noticed as the years went along where it's like he's not getting away like he once could because he used to get away with just effortlessly. You just go, I'm going to go right here and get around your arm. He's there like a flash. King Bomber says, but I don't want this to be an argument about taking corner. I feel like the cards will fall this way with Gonzalez or Witherspoon on the board and Simpsons and Breezies are gone. Who do you take? A right guard, a nose tackle? Well, I think, let's go like this with it, King Bomber. Let's take it in this way. I got a real example for you in a real world situation that could play out. John Schmitz has elevated his stock as the center to definitely being the first center taken off the board here in this draft and very well may become a first round pick. You will understand if you're the Hawks coming into this draft by some of your intelligentsia that you have done that teams around the league, somebody's going to take Schmitz at the end of the first round if you don't take him at 20. If you're talking about having me take a guy like Gonzalez or taking a guy like Schmitz at the center at 20, I would go with Schmitz. Schmitz is the bigger need, and I'm not so sure, King Bomber, at that point that Schmitz isn't going to project out to be just at least the equivalent of what Gonzalez is going to be as a cornerback. Will Schmitz be as good as center as Gonzalez will be as a cornerback? If the answer is yes, then it's an absolute no-brainer that you take Schmitz. If it's a tiny itty-bitty titch below Gonzalez, do you not still take Schmitz? I think there's a couple of those guys that we could find at that value point at that deal. I know it's not as straightforward as far as, this is a guy that's a no-brainer or that's a guy that's a no-brainer. I mean, King Bomber, if we're going to be if you're going to be set on taking a cornerback at that point, I would say then take Brian Branch. I'm getting a slot cornerback who's going to play 60% of the snaps, who also then can transition to strong safety if, God forbid, Jamal Adams can't hold up from a health standpoint. I think there's a couple guys that would be there. King Bomber, I think even though you've had tremendous success at corner, you're falling into the same pit that you did with LJ Collier. Well, that was by far worse. What would you do here? I don't know what you mean on that one. I don't know what you mean on the LJ Collier comparison thing. So I'm talking about is taking a position that there would be, as I'm saying, like the center position, for instance, King Bomber, I'm getting the best center in this draft at number 20. When you're talking about LJ Collier, you're talking about the Hawks at number 32, taking what was it, the 17th edge player taken in the first round alone that year. I don't think that that's an equivalent comp. Or even a close comp, King, I was taking a corner here. If you can't move down, a corner as a top prospect, first or second corner in the entire draft is far more appealing than nose tackle or right guard that was late. That was a late second. Yeah, maybe. I guess it depends on how high we are on these corners. I think you might be a little bit higher on these corners than I am. I think they're solid corners. I don't think that they're tier 1 corners. John Robinson says, you seem adamant about taking defense with 5. If we have continued success with Geno, first round exit, what's our pathway to our elite quarterback of the future? I'm okay with, like I said, John, I'm good with if it's the third quarterback on the board and they take, I'm not big on Bryce Young, but if it's where they've decided the value is at, then that's where the value they've decided. I think it's an understandable way if they want to go that route with it. I'm not big on other offensive guys on the board at 5, John, because there's not that receiver talented wise that there's been in past years. You don't have the need at tackle, which would normally be the guy that would be picked there offensively if you're going to take a guy that high on the offensive side of the ball. And there's obviously not a game-changing tight end either that would be that guy that would you pick there either. So it's kind of like the talent's got to be there for me to select it. It just happens to be, John, that the talent's more towards the defensive side of the ball at that given pick at 5. But if they take a quarterback there, then I'm okay with that. Pathway to our elite quarterback of the future. I think at the end of your question on that is where I might kind of push back with you a little bit. My whole point on this has been with how they're building this team is it's more towards a blueprint from 2012. You're more looking to build the super team and bring in the quarterback as that last component who can help make it go. You're not needing the elite quarterback. I think that, John, you're right to ask that because I think that this is the thing most fans look at their quarterback situation through this view of where's the next franchise guy? Where's the next elite guy? I've maintained, John, though, that I don't think that that's the paradigm that they're operating from within. I think that they're looking to fit back to the blueprint of 2012, which brought us back Super Bowl success, which got us to back-to-back Super Bowls. And by you getting that Super Bowl, John, were they at the time looking for their elite quarterback? Were they putting multiple picks and getting the best quarterback in the draft? No. They made a third-round selection. They signed a Matt Flynn to a mid-tier quarterback deal on the open market. They had Tavares Jackson in here. If anything, they showed you a lot of signs there prior to Russell Wilson that they were looking to try to go a different route with the quarterback position than the same route every other team in the league was going with. Is it a failure route? Is it a route that can't work? Do you have to have an elite quarterback at this point? That's not the argument we're making at this moment. That's not what's on the table. What's on the table is whether or not it's our front office feels that that's the way that they need to operate. That's their plan and their approach. And I think every sign that they've showed you on is that that's not necessarily the approach and method that they're looking to absolutely apply here. They may, I'm not saying it's out of whack to do it, but I think you're looking to more have a guy, John, that can get the job done, that can be the distributor, that's going to be asked to have a minimized amount of throws, that's not going to be a high volume passer, that you're going to maintain a certain amount of balance to your offense. And so then there's less of that requirement for you to find, as you put it, the elite quarterback of the future. King Bomber, Kalijah Cansey, I have seen him. He is neck and neck with me. He's neck and neck with me with Brian Breezy as the number 2 defensive tackle. And King Bomber, I put my horizontal chart together by how I view it for our Seahawks. And what I mean by that is that Kalijah Cansey is a 3 tech and a 4-3 defense. His value to me is a lot different being that player than it is as a 3-4 defensive end. He can do both. He could provide some impact as a 3-4 defensive end, but I like him so much better as a 3-tech defensive tackle than I like him in a 3-4 defensive end. So if we were operating right now, King Bomber, with still a 4-3 defense, Kalijah would be my number 2 defensive tackle on the board. But because of the fact that we're operating from within a 3-4, it pushes Breezy just a little bit above him from my standpoint, because I think he's a little more fit here schematically. It's just a better fit for him and what he does. But Cansey is awesome. He is got a lot. I know it's a lazy comparison with the pit and the size and all that, but there is a lot of Aaron Donald in his game. Not got the power or strength that Aaron Donald did, but similarly sized and absolutely has got that same kind of first step quickness. He's going to be a really, really good pro as Kancey and a first rounder. Kancey's awesome. Yeah, no doubt about it. Goax 2022 says they estimate Payne being 19.4 per. He's not 25. He's 25.4 years old. He could get that. That would make a lot of sense, Go Hawks. I think somebody was saying 14. That definitely seemed low. You're probably looking somewhere between 16 and 19. He's worth a lot. King Bomber, I don't know, man. Christian Watson seemed like a bit of a smokescreen when we brought him in last year. Maybe if he fell, but a receiver in the mid-second round. Hard to say on that one, man, King Bomber. I mean, he did go to Green Bay, right? And Green Bay, John Schneider has connections too. So, horses of a feather flock together. However that saying goes. So I don't know, man. I do know you've had guys in recent years, King Bomber, that the main two things that have changed this are this. You used to have unlimited amount of visits. Teams would then use those visits for, like you said, the smoke screen. Then the NFL battered this down and they said, okay, now you only get so many visits. And so once that happened, when you looked across the NFL and you looked at how teams drafted after they had their visits, the visits matched up to who they were truly interested in, not as much the smoke screen stuff. You got 25, so maybe there's some room for some smoke screeners in there. But overall, I think it's guys that you are truly interested in at the end of the day now because of that change. Nicholas says that Eskridge was a terrible pick. I hated it then. I hate it now. Me too, man. Me as well. Deadly, will Kancey be available with our first, second round pick? Maybe. There's a good chance he could be off the board by that pick. There is. Hard to say. He's going in the first round. Hard to say where exactly, but anywhere from, to me, early teens to inside 25, like 11 to 25 as Kancey's range to me. But it's going to take probably a 4-3 team that needs a 3-tech and is in the market for that to grab him, right? Because he's not going to be able to be a 1-tech. He's not going to move him all over the defensive line. I think there will even be teams like us that look at him and go, as a 3-4 end, Glock's 3 years backload, cap going up each year, quite a bit each, opt out after year 3. Yeah, we can afford Daron Payne if we want to afford Daron Payne. So the folks saying we can't afford him, you can afford him if you want. You move the money around, you do all that, but you can afford him if you want. You got to be willing to pay. It's going to cost a lot. But they could make it work if they wanted to make it work. Seahawks Times. What's up, Seahawks Times? And folks, Seahawks Times got a great little YouTube channel here on the deal going, rolling. He's been cooking it up over there. So if you're not subscribed over there to Seahawks Times, please do get subscribed over to his side of the channel. He says, what's up, Hawks Nest family? Check out Dontavian Wicks out of Virginia. My call for sleeper late round wide receiver. Let me add him to my board here, my man. I have heard the name, Dontavian Wicks, wide receiver. Gotcha. He's on my notes, man. I'll take a look at him for sure. 100%. Thank you for the suggestion, my man. Hope everything's going good on your channel, on your side of it. Adrian X says, newer mocks have the Colts take and leave us. That just has felt right for so long. I don't know why, but it just does. Maybe it's just the lazy, same colors, Kentucky to the Colts, but there's just something about Levis going to Indianapolis that feels good. Jack, is Avila a center or a guard? He can play both. My intuition on this is that he's going to be probably better as a guard at the next level. But he would give you positional flexibility with that, Jack. He's done them both. King Bomber says, one thing I've noticed this year was Tariq and Mike have been lining up in a press a lot more this year compared to previous years where they were 10 yards off the line. A little bit. Boy, when I was looking at it, it seemed like we still had a lot of times where we were off the line with that. But they did say they played more man this year than they have in recent years past, which I think was more the man match stuff. John, is all the smokescreen the Niners are wanting to move off of Lance? I don't think so. I think that right now, John, this is a little bit of desperation coming into play because the Niners know that right now their Super Bowl window is not open forever. And they know that they need to start to jump on this while the getting's good. And they cannot watch the quarterback position continue year in and year out to be the single factor kind of holding them back from getting back to a Super Bowl. And it has been that way for a couple of years now. This is going to tend to lead teams to go in more of an extreme direction and to take greater measures. And I think that the Niners are going to do very much that. I don't know that they're going to do the full-on cost is no factor, let's go for Rodgers no matter what, but I do think they're going to do a little bit more than kicking the tires on Rodgers at this point. You know, he's a local hometown kid. They passed on him once. They can make do on that whole thing. You know, the 2 first-round picks they give up to the Packers from their standpoint are going to be 2 later first-round picks. That's a little bit more of a tenable situation from them versus, let's say, the Jets who give up the 2 first-round picks going, boy, are we giving them 2 picks that might end up in the top 10? Like, we're not sure. We like our team, but we're not sure about our team. Niners are sure about their team. And they still have, Niners could make that trade still knowing they have Lance then as the backup. Or like you said, they might move off of him and get what they can get for him, you know? I don't know if they're willing to move off from him, John, but I don't think that they're sold. I don't think that they're hitched to him right now long term. Derek Gilbert says, when the Seahawks drafted DK, it was one of the first times I felt we took a big name guy. Who is the one big name guy you would just be thrilled they took this year? Well, Derek, the lazy answer on this one is the Jalen Carter, you know, because number one, it's you have to get him first off, Derek. There's no straightforward pathway, as many people have instructed me in my chat over the last month and a half since I did the Jalen Carter video. There's no way, bro, we're getting him. Okay. There's just no way. And, I don't know. I would love to give him, I think he's going to be there. I think 3 quarterbacks go in the first 4 picks. Bam. You land your guy. Will Anderson is right there neck and neck for him, Derek, as far as 2 guys where I would just be like, yeah. If we're going to go for a guy that's maybe a little bit later on for me, Derek, that we just happen to get, let's say, second round, who I think is a little bit more not as lazy a pick for me, right? Carter and Anderson are kind of lazy for me just to make as my selections on that. But Darnell Washington out of Georgia is a guy that I like significantly. If you got him in the second round, I think he's a first round talent. I think Georgia's so deep, they didn't have to utilize him as extraneously as you normally would have if he was playing out at, even Alabama, with where they were with their positional groups this year. He probably would have been a 700-800 yard receiver. Very, very unusually built tight end. I'd be really excited if we got him. Bijan Robinson's a guy I love a lot more than some people do, but I just think he's a special back, a unique back, and there hasn't been a guy like him in years now coming out of the draft. I also really don't trust the depth at our running back room, and I think it's going to continue to be one that we're going to have to fight injuries and fight through guys getting beat up a little bit. And so having a deep backfield would help that. But Washington would be probably the guy in the second round for me. Lion Garcia says, I think Anderson needs to gain a little bit of weight. He might need to. I will say when I watch Anderson on tape first, let's take another guy like Will McDonald, who's both of those guys are kind of similarly sized. I can feel in McDonald, his lightness, I can feel him not being as stout and able to root down. Anderson plays stronger than his size. And I think he can root down a little bit better and hold in there. But I imagine he probably could gain 5-10 pounds when he gets to the pros. And he's got the ability to probably do that. Anthony Richardson at 5 says, Bigo, I think that's a little too early for him. Eclipsed, I draft offensive lineman first, although if there's an excellent defensive player available, at least in top 5 in defense, I'll take him first. That's me if I was a GM of a team, not saying our team. It's fair enough. Wish there was an offensive lineman right there we could take that would fit there. That's the tough part. John says, you imagine getting Tyree and Cansey in our old 4-3. There's so many guys in this draft that fit our old D, not a plethora of 3-4 defensive linemen. No, there's not. And yeah, I'm would be way more excited about that proposition, John. I would. Getting Cansey in here as a 3-tech would be phenomenal. That's a guy that would get me so stoked. I'd be happy about us drafting him anyway, but way happier in more of the 4-3 mode. Goax 2022 says Washington seems to be a fave for us 12s. Hopefully we get him. I hope we do, man. 360 inspiration. If the TCU wide receiver drops to 20, would you pick him? Him and DK and Tyler would be the best wide receiver group in the league. I'd probably be hesitant to do so. We run a West Coast offense, and Johnson is not the most natural route runner. He's just the kind of guy that's like, you got to give him the freedom to just get open by any kind of means necessary in the way he's got to do it. You need more of the exact route runners for the West Coast offense, ideally speaking. So, I like him. He's a very talented guy, very worthy of being picked in the side of the top 20. Is he as much a fit in this offense? I don't know. I'd be okay with them picking him there, but I'd be worried about it from that standpoint. His route running in this West Coast offense, how's that going to work? He's not really a natural separator guy necessarily in his route running. .360 says, dream 3 players that could drop to our 20th pick, assuming we get Carter or Anderson. 20th pick. Well, I don't know. I'm not really sure on the selections up at the top side of that right now where it'll break down to that point. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure, man. Lion Garcia, if we trade Noah Fant, what would you want in return? 4th or 5th round pick. I'm not really going to be held up on too much on the value of what I get in return for Fant, because of the fact what I'm doing is getting out from under the contract and bringing in a guy like Washington that gives me equivalency and then save the money. And I got a cheap player for a couple years and Fant's a free agent after next year. John Robinson, what's Nolan's ceiling as an NFL player comp? Do you see us moving off Taylor if we get edge early? What's he worth? A late 3rd? He's probably a 3rd round in general, John. Probably mid to late 3rd is what Taylor's value's at. Nolan, hard to say what I can get on a comp on him, John, because he's having to do so much of kind of the dirty work there on Georgia's defense. So I don't have a really good comp for Nolan as of yet. I've still not done my fully deep dive on Nolan yet, John. I don't know why I've been hesitant to. He didn't blow me away in the tape in the first point. Not all of it's his fault because of the dirty work he's got to kind of do in Georgia's defense. But I just haven't jumped into him as much. I haven't taken a very close look yet. John says they're talking about Keanu Benton being in the top 40 now. He's indeed, John. I got my horizontal board up for folks too. I mentioned this earlier, but I do have my horizontal board up in the description section. So if you go into the description, you can find a link to my horizontal board. And indeed, on my horizontal board, John, I do have Keanu in the 2nd round. And probably goes in the top 40. I watch Oluwatani from Michigan's a solid center as well. He's a very good center. I love him, man. I wish he had a little bit more of a better Senior Bowl week because he was kind of a little bit underwhelming in that respect of things, but his tape is really fun to watch. He's probably the best reach blocker center in this draft, that he can get to those blocks very consistently. He moves really well in space. I love what he does at the 2nd level, pulling back across the scheme, and he does seem strong enough at the point of attack, but I've got to acknowledge there was a little bit of a underwhelming Senior Bowl week that he had. Greg, would I take Anthony Richardson at 20? Yeah, I would. I would indeed. Drew Orbs says, honestly, if they don't re-sign Penny, Bijan at 20 is interesting. It would be, man. I don't know if he's going to last that long, though. I think he's going to surprise a lot of people by where he's picked. John says, I think Wilper is going to run in the low 4.9s, plus he's pretty mobile. You don't think he's good for us? I do want a bigger center now, too, with all of the long snapper-sized dudes we've had. The tape that I watched with him out of Ohio State, John, he's a really good center that does the traditional center duties really well. I think he's as much a phone booth center as we've got in this draft. I think you just want him moving one step to his left, one step to his right, and helping out as a double team blocker. That's, to me, Luke Wilper's bread and butter. He's got good size. When he double teams, he can be kind of devastating as a double team blocker. I like that in a lot of respects. I think he can be even a solid pro, John. But I would put Wilper in the same place that I would put Osiris Torrance, or some of these other offensive linemen in this draft, where you go, okay, they're really good linemen, and they're going to move people off the line of scrimmage at the point of attack. But if I ask this guy to get out in space and go, can he do that? And, if they've had worries a couple of years ago, John, with not drafting Creed Humphrey because he couldn't do that, that was their whole reason not going with him over going with Eskridge. Well, then I would think that they would very much apply that same rule of thumb here with Wilper. He may run a 4.9, but on tape, he just doesn't look very comfortable moving out in space. And that's my one worry with him. I like him as a pass blocker. I like his ability to mirror, and he can really root down against those zero techs really well, John. So he's a fine player, but that's just, I do think he falls a little bit more into that same category of I just don't trust him to move and be able to get in space and go. King, I get what you're saying, and I agree with what you're taking need if it's a relatively close BPA, but if your need position is drastically lower, where all your need positions are low second round guys. Well, I think in that case, then King Bomber, you trade back. If it's so substantially different as far as the player value you have, and it's going all the way back to the second round at that point, well, then move back, get a substantial pick into the future, and then take your guys into the second round. Because then there will be a team that if these cornerbacks, King Bomber, are so valuable at that point. And if you're talking about us being at 20 King, and you're talking about it being Gonzalez there, or you're talking about, forget the other guy that you had there. Oh, Devon Witherspoon. If you've got those two guys there at that point, King Bomber, then what you're talking about is having the number one cornerback in the draft available to some team that can trade up and go get them. So there should be a trade that you can then go out there and go make at that point. I would be even more in favor of that than going with the corner at that point. And yeah, see, the thing is so you do ask, King Bomber says, is it worth taking a top 10 corner versus a bottom second round need? I don't see how you're in the 20s. I don't see how you're picking at 20th, King Bomber. And at that point, your choice is either a top 10 cornerback or you're getting a late second round talent is your other option. I don't think that's a way. I don't think that this draft bears out that way. You may have a guy that's a second round, like an early second round talent you're taking at 20 over taking a high end corner. But again, too, the other built-in part you have in there is a top 10 corner. I don't think Gonzalez or Witherspoon are top 10 corners. I don't think that they're tier 1 guys. So, what we're really talking about from my standpoint on this, King Bomber, is if we go to what really is my traditional look at the drafts, which is there's tier 1, there's tier 2, and then there's tier 3. That's really, if we really kind of just distill it all down to it, that's really how it works. In tier 1, 0 to 14 players. Tier 2, 15 on to about 60. But here's the deal with that, King Bomber, in my opinion, and this is just my specific opinion. I'm not saying it's anybody else's or has to be anybody else's, but this is the way I view it. When I'm picking from 50 to 65 to 70, I'm really viewing all of these guys in kind of the same barrel. They're all in about the same point. And I do like Gonzalez and I do like Witherspoon, but at the end of the day, they're tier 2 guys for me. That's where they land. That's who they are. They're not traditional top 10 cornerback picks. I'm not getting Deion Sanders. I'm not getting Devin Stingley. I'm not getting J.C. Horn. I'm not getting Sauce Gardner. That's not the level of these guys as of talents. They're a step below that, in my opinion. I like AR-15, man. If you want to take him, we can take him at 20 for sure. John M429, Brandon, would you rather trade for Buckner or Payne or not trade any picks away? I'll operate from the standpoint, John, within your question that they're going to both cost the same as far as draft capital goes. And if that's the case, I would probably lean towards... Kind of depends on, John, if Buckner's going to ask for me to have to pay him again. If Buckner's going to play on the contract that he's currently on, that might impact me towards leaning towards Buckner. But if I'm going to have to pay Buckner a contract extension, and I know I'm going to have to pay Payne an extension, then I might lean a little bit more towards Payne at that point. But if I'm able to bring in Buckner and he's costing me $13 million for the next 2 years or whatever his base salary's at versus Payne that's going to be up around $20 million and I got to, put the 4-year deal, I might lean a little more to Buckner because it's a little bit less of a commitment at that point. But I would move both. The player that you're going to get at 20th at this point, John, is not going to be the same level of impact as Buckner or Payne. They're not. You can talk about having cheaper guys and they bring you some value and blah, 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 blah on that, but those guys are much more difference maker than what you're getting at 20 in this year's draft. King Bomber, if someone on your need does elevate their stock to where they're now a late first, early second, you can't argue that. Yeah. Jaeger Rodel, Jay Kaner, he's not going to go high in the draft. He's probably a 4th or 5th round guy in this draft. The arm strength's going to be limited on that guy. He can't make every NFL throw, so there's never really an upside for him as a future starting quarterback in the sport. King Bomber, but if they're still a low second, might be a 3rd rounder type player, wouldn't you rather take the best or second best corner in this class versus a guy you can get with your next few picks? Boy, King Bomber, we're getting into the muck on this one a little bit. I'm not sure what you mean on that question. I'm sorry, brother. You might have to rephrase the question. I'm not sure on that, what you mean on that one. Sorry. Gox, Payne's a free agent. Buckner isn't. No. Colts are potentially going to have to trade Buckner, though. And Daron Payne's a free agent, but he's probably going to have the franchise put over the top of him as a threat, minimum. And if that happens, then you're going to have to trade for him. That's probably the likely way that plays out. I don't think that they just... John's question too, who's the more beneficial guy due to age? Payne's more beneficial due to age, but Payne's going to cost significantly more and he's going to require a multi-year deal. You might have Buckner, you bring him in and you've got him on a short span to kind of be more of a prove it deal kind of thing with him at that point. But both of them are great players, 2 of the better defensive tackles in the sport. Monty Watts says, I think Payne re-signs in Atlanta as the Hawks have cap space to spend. So Monty, I think you mean he signs in Atlanta, not re-signs, but just signs in Atlanta because they have, and I think you meant the Falcons have a lot of cap space to spend. And they do. That's a potential spot for him. Wheeler says, what do I think about Dan Henley in the Senior Bowl? I think he was one of the players that increased his stock in the Senior Bowl. Probably came into that as more of a 4th round guy and how he was viewed in NFL circles. I think he comes out of the Senior Bowl as a 3rd round guy who maybe can slide into the back end of the 2nd round. His coverage abilities throughout the course of the week really stood out according to the reports. And that matches what you see with him in tape. He's a very fleet of foot. He can move. It's going to be a skill that's going to be valued in this draft as much as ever from the linebacker position. So he had a really great week. He was one of those elevators. King Bomber says, yeah, I don't know with the question that Breezy has with him. Can't see so tempting to have pick at 20 if Simpson isn't there. He would be. He would be. And boy, I hope we can go back to some 4-3 stuff if we did make him that pick. Lion Garcia says, if Anderson or Carter aren't on the board at 5, I say we trade down and try to get the 1st round pick for next year. That's my ideal too, Lion. I'd like those 2 guys first. Second ideal is that you just trade back and try to get a future 1st round pick at that point. Chewable Orbital will take Cansey or Dexter, Benton, any of those. They're all good players, man. Monty Watts, I think you're right about Payne going 15, 17, maybe even a little more than that. Thoughts on Jake Bobo, a 6'5" receiver from UCLA as a later pick, Adrian X asks. I have not looked at him, but I am adding Jake Bobo to my list, Adrian, so I will take a look at him. John says, I just don't see us getting that top defense again or even a top 15, which is why I think we need the Allen Mahomes type. Maybe. For me, John, it's less about getting lucky with like building a legendary defense. It's more to me about you put the assets in and you commit to the assets. And it's a team deciding that, okay, we're going to build around a quarterback. So we need the elite quarterback. So now we need to put the talent around that quarterback. You know, a little bit like what the Chiefs do, where it's like have done recently with Mahomes, you know, build up the super offense and then get a defense that can just get by. I think that's a philosophy that they're choosing to apply, and they're applying it very well. But I think you can apply a philosophy in a different direction, like the Eagles are, for instance, who have not gone out there and gotten that elite quarterback, but they also find themselves in the Super Bowl and 1 win away from winning a Super Bowl title. I think that there's not just one pathway on this one, John, towards you either need a historically great defense that they then can win you a Super Bowl with a game manager quarterback, or you need to have some elite quarterback, and that's the only way to win a Super Bowl on the other side of it. I don't think that that's like there's only two pathways there to getting that Super Bowl. I think there's many different pathways to getting to a Super Bowl. But I think right now, the team's going to fit to the blueprint, John, as much as anything, not just because I'd like to see them do it, but because I think that they're going back and they're looking at what happened with Wilson and the time when they paid Wilson, John, and they're saying, look, we stepped outside of ourselves. We left our base philosophy, and when we left our base philosophy, it brought diminishing returns. We weren't able to get the ultimate success we were able to get when we stuck to our base philosophy and we didn't leave outside of it. And that's part of me is predicting this, John. Part of me is saying this is where I think the wind is blowing on this. But we'll see how they go with it. They'll tell us a lot about their philosophy on that, John, in this draft by who they take with that number 5 overall selection. If you have a quarterback on the board that's one of these top 3 guys, and you have Jalen Carter on the board or Will Anderson on the board, and they go with the defensive player over that quarterback, John, that then tells you that the team is doing just what I'm telling you they're doing, which is fitting to that 2012 blueprint. Build the super team, build the quarterback in, pull the quarterback in as that last final component, not the first component, not the middle component, but the last piece to the puzzle. John says, if you, like you're saying, I want them to have a dominant defense paired with a great running game where you have just a point guard at quarterback, but why the hell can't we recreate that? But why the hell can't we? I don't see why we can't, John. I think we absolutely can recreate that. And it doesn't have to be a historically legendary defense. It doesn't have to become a 85 Bears defense that we have to rebuild here. Do you just make sure that you're putting a lot of resources to that side of the ball? But here's the benefit of it too, John. Remember, when I'm not going for the elite quarterback who I'm now paying 50, 55, 60 million a year, that does then provide me the other assets to build out the rest of the team, to create that super team conditions. Trenty, I'm looking pretty far in the future here, but is it possible that John stays when Pete retires? Possible, Trenty, but hard to say. The part that makes this hard to predict beyond just whether or not, I think that out the gate, I would say yes, but because John's a younger guy and he's got more years of general managing, the part that makes this predictable in that way though, is you're going to maybe have new ownership coming through here. And if new ownership comes through here, that means usually a heavy amount of change, which usually does include the general manager's job and everybody else, unless things are humming along smoothly. So we're probably too far out on this one to make much of a guess with this one, Trenty, I would say. It's a little bit too hard to make that poll and to know for sure on that one. But yeah, I'm not sure. I watch, says Rob Stanton posted a video of Jalen Carter saying preseason he needed to get in better shape. Another vid of him saying he was winded in the playoff game. Yeah, I've seen Stanton bring this up a decent amount. Stanton is really caught up on it. I guess I watch you're really caught up on it as well. At the end of the day, what I do is I turn on the tape. I watch the prospect. I judge the prospect off of what I see on tape. And the peripheral stuff really isn't going to matter to me unless I see it impacted by what's going on with the tape. And when I watch Jalen Carter and I turn on the tape with Jalen Carter, he plays hard. He's not lazy. He's not taking snaps off when he's on the football field. He's going 100 miles an hour, and he's being an impactful force on a defense that's the big driving force that's helped that Georgia program go on to win back-to-back national titles. There's been a lot of great players that are going on to play in the NFL in that defense across the board, no doubt about it. But he has been one of the centerpieces of that particular defense. I'm not as much on this winded stuff, man. I really am not. You have a kid that's a young kid in college. He's not a pro yet. He's not being paid to play necessarily yet. I know the NIL is doing a little bit of that. I think it's a different territory when you start getting into being a pro and you're in the weight room and you're now able to just spend 100% of your time being a pro athlete. And that's where all of your attention then goes to. But, the whole thing with the being winded is like, well, okay, so is he lazy on tape? Okay, so am I seeing him take snaps off on tape? Okay, so is he not being as impactful on tape? Stanton's kind of talking that, I feel like, because he can't say that about the other things you see with him on tape. So I don't always have a great feel for all prospects in every draft to where I feel ultimately confident in my assessment to know what I'm talking about and what I'm seeing. But when I say that Jalen Carter is the best prospect in this draft, I don't do so I watch lightly. I don't do so because I haven't considered other negative factors that have been proposed about the player on the other side of it. I do so because the tape is undeniable in what it's saying. And it's saying that he's the best player in this draft. People are definitely free to disagree with me on that, but my opinion's not going to change because at the end of the day, I'm not going to listen to sound bites. I'm going to watch tape. Tape's going to tell you what's going on with the player. And I think that sometimes when I hear about, well, he said on this one soundbite that he was a little out of shape and need to get better. That's one of those things that we talk about, the nitpicking stuff that can go on in this process in the post-draft evaluation where people will get caught up, lost in the forest despite the trees, sort of stuff. That's exactly that type of thing that to me that draws to my mind of like, this is something that gets you lost on a prospect rather than going to the things that are more valuable to pay attention to. We're getting lost on sort of these ancillary items rather than the main beef of it, which is that he is dominant when he plays and he's outstanding. And when it comes to rotations in the NFL, when it comes to what makes a great defensive line or a great defensive lineman, it's not them playing 80% of the snaps in the game. I've referenced a few different times on this I watch. You go back to this Legion of Boom defenses. Those guys were playing like 33 snaps a game, playing like 40 snaps a game. It's about building up a strong rotation, having great talent at the top and then having good talent then on the back end behind them. The Eagles have built their defensive line in just such a way and just such a manner this year. They didn't just stop when they had their front four guys. They kept building on because you need a rotation. Nobody's playing that many snaps. So it just doesn't bother me. I kind of don't get it. It doesn't mean anything in itself. Like saying I need to get into better shape. I'm sure a lot of college players are going to say that. Saying he's a little winded after he hasn't played college football in 6 weeks, I watch. I mean, that's the thing that, like, I think maybe Stan and you're kind of forgetting about this is that you have a college program that's not played an actual college game in 6 weeks. And the players will always tell you there's no way to replicate game shape or getting into game shape, but except doing what? Playing in actual games. So you have a player that hasn't played in 7 weeks of football games. They're probably not going to be in prime cardio shape coming on the heels of just playing that game up. And I'm sure that was probably the case for all the players across the board on both teams in that particular game. Or even the Ohio State game, they got pointed to. But again, it might be just a place where I should say we may just disagree in our outlook on that one a little bit. I watch his, Stan's pretty opinionated. I don't mind him being opinionated, and he's okay with it if that's where his stance is on it. I just don't want Malik McDowell at 5. Maybe he'll be a stud. He's got the talent. Malik McDowell, I watched, was way more of an open when Malik McDowell went to the combine. I watch and literally had NFL teams coming away with interviews from Malik McDowell saying that was the single worst interview that I've ever had with a player in my draft history. And there were multiple teams telling you this, having meetings with Malik McDowell. John Schneider on the day that he drafted Malik McDowell is on the phone with them saying, remember what we talked about, Malik? Keep your nose clean. Keep yourself safe. I can 100% guarantee you that you're not going to have Jalen Carter going to the combine and hearing that from teams. Malik McDowell was a special type of risk, and there's a reason Malik McDowell wasn't taken through the first round. There's a reason why Jalen Carter will be taken in the top 10. So I can see where you'd want to avoid that, but again, that's not really applicable here to Jalen Carter. It's just not the same kind of cat. Malik was troubled, and it was obvious there was some trouble looking very far out on that situation. Seahawks ignored all those warning signs on that. Yoger, how much faith, how have faith in John in drafting? I got faith. DJ, I give up on Eskridge. You and a lot of folks. Eclipse, what's crazy is when B said he has bread and butter, I'm eating homemade bread and butter. John, is Eskridge, in Eskridge, how are you second rounder and haven't contributed anything to the team? And Collier, that stuff is unacceptable. I understand sometimes guys aren't stars, but you can't miss like that. Well, I think with both of those two guys, you go, when you look at fixing things, John, you go, okay, this went wrong. We can all agree this went wrong. This pick went wrong. Now we go, why did it go wrong? What happened? What caused it to occur? And in Eskridge and Collier's case, both of those two guys, I think you can pull on that thread And when you pull it and get to the origination of it, you're going to land at the origination of being you picked for need, not for best player available. That's what drove you on those picks. And that's why they failed, I think, in a lot of ways. They failed because they're not good players too, but failed also because you weren't picking for simply what was the best player on your board. Daniel says, did you hear about the Titans trying to trade up for the number one? I think when it's said and done, we will have a shot at Anderson and Carter. Went back and watched both your vids after hearing that news. Excited. You know me, Daniel. That's what I've been saying for a while, is this is going to shake out one way or another with some team trading up. 2 quarterbacks are taken without one team trading up for a quarterback. That's going to happen. Indianapolis is taking a quarterback. Houston's taking a quarterback. That is going to happen. So now all we need is just one team, Daniel, one mere team to get crazy, to go functified, okay? To go over the top and move on up there and be willing to hand the Chicago Bears a king's ransom to move back. And I do think there will be that one team to do it. I really do. And you're right, Daniel. We're going to get our pick, I think, of, I've said it for a while. I believe it in my heart and soul. We're going to get our pick of one of Anderson or Carter. And probably Carter. Alex says, don't remind me of the O-line problems again. John says that when you draft a first or second round, barring character stuff, they have to at least be solid contributors. Agreed. $10.23, we might get Johnson. You never know. Boye Michael says, Brando, would you be willing to trade from 20 to the 13-15 range to get AR-15? Probably not. It's costing you a future first probably to do that, Boye, or a second and a third this year's draft to do that. No. I like AR-15, but I do have to wait 2 years on him. Do I want to trade up for a player that I then have to wait 2 years to get the returns on? No, I'd rather have him land in my lap and just happen to be like a happy accident. Like, look, he slipped. He fell to us at 20. Alex Gonzalez says Brent's is definitely going day 2. Boy, not off the tape that I watched with the man. I mean, he might off of just being good in Senior Bowl, but the tape that I watched with him was pretty unimpressive. I was very underwhelmed by Brent's, and there's so many cornerbacks, Alex, in this draft that are so impressive. There's so many guys that are going to, get taken, and I feel like that's going to push him down just a little bit. Day 3 is really where I feel like Brent's going. Danny W says, did you read the Seaside Joe article on why I have doubts on Will Levis? Thoughts and or opinions? I didn't read it. So I can imagine what probably there are the doubts on, because I've certainly heard them ad nauseum in my chat a good amount. But maybe give me the gist of it, Daniel. What was essentially his issues? I watched, did Buckner and did Buckner's parents think he was going to be a logger, DeForest? I don't know. Wasn't there one famous general, DeForest something or other? DeForest. It's a pretty cool name, I guess. It's not a highly used name, though. That's for sure. So, boy, Michael Brando, I would like to know what you have on Will Levis, because I just can't get my head on him. I just can't get my head right on him. I go back and forth. Well, it's a tough evaluation, number one. So Levis is not an easy one. If there's people that are waffling on him or aren't as high on him as I am, some guys I don't understand. Like the Carter one, the people that are worried about Carter, I don't get on any level. I think it's silly in so many respects, the folks looking at Carter and are worried. When you see the best player that's the best defensive player in the draft, you shouldn't be sitting there talking to me about win sprints. He's the best defensive player in the draft. Now, when it comes to Will Levis, I get it. Makes a lot more sense where there's a little bit more of the worry there with it. But as I've come back and said often on this, he had a running back in Rodriguez who was out for basically half the season. He had freshmen across the board playing for him from the line to the outside to the running back position when Rodriguez wasn't in there. He had a porous defense. So he has nothing to work with. Let's just say this one more time. Will Levis has nothing to work with last year. There is no help. He is on his own. Right? This is the reason why when Kentucky went to their bowl, right? And they didn't score a single point in their bowl game when Will Levis didn't play. This is why. Because there's nothing on that team. It's horrible. And so when I say it's horrible, he has no pass protection. He doesn't have a line that can open up holes. He has nobody that can catch. Doesn't have a dynamic tight end. Has a defense that's a sieve, right? Nothing to work with. And so I'm a big believer, in my opinion, Michael, and I don't just apply this to Will Levis. This has been a big thing I've talked about, the quarterback position on the NFL level, where you have all these teams that go, just get your quarterback. Just go get your quarterback. Like the Bears. Just go get Justin Fields. He'll fix everything. Fields will fix everything. Well, just get this one quarterback. He'll fix everything. And that's not the way it works. I don't know why fans have gotten so driven in their mind to believe that somehow quarterbacks are like Michael Jordan and you just throw it down there to them in the paint and they do their little back down move and then they twist up and they shoot up their little turnaround shot and they hit their jumper all day. That's not how football works. It doesn't. There's 22 players on the field at any given time. 22. No man is an island. No man makes it all happen all on their own. And so when you have a quarterback that is under an avalanche of failure at every turn and he's not succeeding, you can't necessarily penalize him for that alone. You've got to take that into account. I take it into a much higher measure of account than other people do. And I understand why people don't. As I said at the start of this, I get why people would be a little bit out on the Will Levis aspect of it. I don't land there, though, because of the fact he had all that. It wasn't a matter of, well, he's got a good offensive line, but bad receivers and a bad running back. Or great receivers and a bad offensive line, a bad defense. It's bad, 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 bad. And oh, by the way, while it's all bad, while the defensive line's bad, while his offensive line's bad, while his receivers are bad, while his tight ends are bad, while all of that is bad, he just happens to also be playing in the toughest conference in all of the land. Oh, just that as well. He's got to go against the toughest competition week in and week out as well, in addition to all that at the front end of it. So why do I give him space on that? Why do I give a large berth as far as explanation and reason? Is because when I watch the games, I'm watching the failures. I'm watching the tip balls that are then intercepted that have nothing to do with being his fault, but being everything to do with the guy can't catch the darn ball. And I also think that there are times where he's then driven to make mistakes because he's having the hell beat out of him, because he's playing with this internal clock that's got him playing spastically now. This is the problem. Why at the NFL level, you get quarterbacks that have happened to what happened to David Carr back in the day with the Texans, where you get a young quarterback in, he gets the hell beat out of him, he develops bad habits, he's seeing ghosts, his decision-making is jacked up to the nines. And why does it happen? Because the guy's stupid, he's a moron, he's an idiot, he can't play? No, it's because that's human nature. You're going to spend a couple of years getting the hell beat out of you, it's eventually going to break you. It's going to break every man. Every man will eventually get broken, maybe except for freaking Burrow out there at the Bengals. He's been able to sustain it somehow. But Levis is not. And when you come to the physical talent, he checks every box that you could want from a physical talent standpoint at the quarterback position, including high-level mobility that you really would love in your modern-day quarterbacks with the prototypical size. And he's taken this beating, by the way, throughout this year as the good soldier. He hasn't taken this beating and sat there and complained and bitched and moaned. He's strapped back on the helmet, gone back out the next week and taken his next beating and done everything he possibly can around it. So that's where it really comes down to for me on that one. It gets to me really simple, really quick with Levis at the end of the day. And you're either going to take that stuff into account and give it a high measure of reasoning as to what happened and why things happened the way they did, or you don't and say he should have overcome it. He should have been better than that. If he's going to be a top 5 pick, then my expectation is that he should be able to lift all of those guys up single-handedly and bring them to the top of the clouds, but that's not what Bryce Young was being asked to do. That's not what CJ Stroud was being asked to do. So that's where it gets a little, to me, it's tough, man. It's tough on that one. King Bomber says, yeah, I think you hit the nail on the coffin with the trading down. I was looking at it from my perspective that you couldn't trade down, but there would be some team that would trade up since there's a highly valued corner there. Bingo. It's a little bit too of King Bomber like what I applied when I did my mock draft at 20, and you were maybe sitting there with the second best wide receiver on the board, and you could apply the same thing like you would with corner there. Where is there a team that will then trade up to 20 for the second best wide receiver in this draft, Jigba Smith, Or would there be a team that would trade up for the best corner in this draft at that point, second best corner in the draft at number 20? Yeah, I think so. Maybe you're not going to get a huge haul back, King Bomber. I'll give you that. Maybe that's not some monstrous return back coming through, but you get something, Adrian XA with a $2 donation. Thank you, Adrian X. I really appreciate the donation. It says Carter at 5 and Smits at 20 is my personal mock. Mean potatoes, man. That'd be a beautiful mock. It's, we need to rebuild our lines here, Adrian X. We need to get better in the trenches. Those 2 picks make you substantially better in the trenches. No doubt about it. And that's the way you begin your draft. I don't think anybody can argue with it. Even if you feel like Schmitz is a couple picks higher being picked there at 20 than you'd like, you can't argue with the player. You're getting the best center in the draft at that point. You're getting a pretty safe prospect who should be able to start from you day one and give you better play from the center position than you've had maybe going back to Max Unger. And that is immediately. So Adrian X, 100% with you on that as a go for. John Robinson says Nolan's a weird player, how he stands up to tackles in the run game at 235. Like, what the hell position does he play? I think you hit the nail on the head with that, John. I can't get a feel for him. And with me, John, doing this a couple of years, there's certain prospects that I'll watch and they kind of frustrate me and I don't know what I'm feeling off of them. I don't got a good real feel for where they are and what they are. And the Georgia defenders are so hard anyway on that line because of they run so many games and so many blitzes and they run complicated blitzes and they have guys doing dirty work on plays to where it might look like the guy's getting nothing done as a pass rusher, but in actuality, he's just doing his job. It makes it tough, man. It does make it tough, John. I had the problem last year with Channing Tindall, who some people really loved. And then, of course, Trayvon Walker, and it gets tough. It does. Alex Gonzalez, Carl Brooks, Adewawe, Keon White, you think goes in the tail end of round 1. Wright and Dewan go round 1. Damn, so many questions. Laughing out loud. So I've got Dewan. Where do I got? I think Dewan could go in the first round. He had a really great week, and I think he elevated his stock as much as anybody out there at the Senior Bowl. He might push up in a top 1. Boy, though, he's gonna struggle at the combine, Alex. The combine's gonna not be his best. He might just go no pro day, no combine for me. If I was Dewan, I might say that because it could only hurt his stock. Carl Brooks, Adewale, Keon White, all those guys I think are more second round range to me, in my opinion. I like their guys' games. I do. I'm not as super big on Carl Brooks. I got him a little bit lower than I should. I think I've got him more third round rangy. But I could see all those guys going up in the second. And in Keon White's case, I think he's the most likely of those 3 you mentioned, Alex, that could go into the top of the first. If there's a guy that could rise in the top of the first. Chewable Orb, any thoughts on Ringo? Yeah, he's probably like my 5th or 6th cornerback in this draft, Chewable Orb. I'm higher on him than some people are with him having a struggling final year there in college. I love his upside. I think he's going to run at least a 4.40 at the combine. Where I really like him is a lot of ways like how I like Brian Branch is if you're talking about making him the pick at 20. And what I mean by that is in Branch, you get a guy who could be a slot corner who eventually can transition to become a strong safety. In Sealy Ringo, I think you have a guy who could play outside immediately, who eventually could transition and become a free safety of the future for you. I see a guy that's like a lot like a Malcolm Jenkins when he came out of Ohio State, and that he could make that same kind of transition because he's such a rugged type player back there. So I like Ringo a lot from that standpoint of things. He's kind of a dog to me in a good way, of course. Jack says, Nolan's too much of a tweener for me. I wish I could just get a feel for him, Jack. There's just some guys I just can't. I got to go back and just watch the tape more. I can't get with the tape on it. That's what happens when I get confused on guys. It just means I need to watch more tape, and then eventually the clarity comes. But with Nolan, I'm just like, I don't know. Maybe it's just the Georgia defense, especially for the edges. I mean, it's easier for Carter's, and it was easier for Devontae Wyatt last year too. Assessing those guys or Jordan there, the big defensive tackle last year, so much easier. The outside guys, it just gets weird. Alex says, Brent's with his length and size and is showing on the Senior Bowl. Every defensive back coach wants that guy in their team. Well, I'll give you my notes, which this is just the tape at the end of the day. He's a zone-based corner first off, so he's got to go to a zone-based scheme. So here's the thing with Brent's. You can't play him any at man, so he's got to go to zone. That's going to reduce down some of the teams at that point, Alex, that are going to look for Brent's. That's going to reduce down his capacity. He doesn't have great top end speed. He's going to go to the combine, Julian. He's going to go to the combine. He's going to run to like a 4.6 40, Alex, which will lower him then down the charts. Nobody at 4.6 is going to get taken up in the second, third round range of things. Look at my further notes I've got here for him. He's not fluid in off coverage as he is in press, which is a problem for Brents. So he looks really uncomfortable when I play him in off coverage and then drop him into zone. He's comfortable when I play him in press and drop him into zone. The issue, though, comes back into play is that if you're going to play press coverage in the NFL, Alex, you've got to then have the speed to turn and burn. He doesn't have the speed to turn and burn. He can get away with it on the college level. He's not going to get away with that at the pro level. So, the Senior Bowl is a great thing to have. But as we saw with LJ Collier, you're in very much troubled waters if all you're going to be doing, not you, Alex, but if a team's going to be leaning on just making their evaluation based off of Senior Bowl performance or just off size and length measurables. That's not going to educate you on the player past looking at the raw tape. What does the tape show you? What do you see off tape of him as a player? He's a guy with size and length, not a lot of speed. And he's got a weird kind of set of values where it's like, well, you play press, but you can't run. That's going to be hard for me at the next level with him. Eclipse says, wouldn't it be best if we trade down around the area where Brian Branch would be available? Yeah, I think around 20 is where he's around available. I mean, he could go in a variety. I think he could go anywhere from 15 on back into 30th, but I do think you're in that territory at 20 anyway. John says, I think Seattle applies more of the Eagles ideology when it comes to building a team rather than the Chiefs, and I like it. To me, it's harder to hit on some of the once in a lifetime. Agree, quarterbacks, other than good teams that can plug in a decent quarterback and win. John, this is my thought process on it too. I as well land on this, where I just think it's easier pathway to go than trying to find there's only a couple quarterbacks in your Mahomes, Burrow area of things, Herbert, right? It's hard to find those guys. And there's a little bit of almost a luck involved with it, but it doesn't have to be as much of a luck involved with what the Eagles have done. They've taken a tactful approach. They've taken an ideological approach to this, which can be replicated. And I'm with you. I think that's the way they're doing this as well. Nicholas says Carter doesn't have issues. That's horse caca. I agree, man. I'm not signing up for that one. Chewable Orb, I think Cansey goes before. Cansey's going in the first round. Kalijah Cansey will be on my final mock draft in the first. I don't know where exactly, but I would estimate that the minimum will be the third defensive tackle off the board, if not the second. Alex says Cansey's a beast, but won't help you guys much against the run defense. If you need an elite pass rusher, he's your guy. Yeah, I think if you were playing Alex more of the 4-3 defense, you could get around some of the issues there. That's where we come back to. I don't know if it's as much a fit for him as a defensive end. Tiago says Nolan Smith at 20 would be a reach. Yes. Early second round would be fine, but that's reachy. Bijan Robinson, 20 be good with me. I'm fine with that. Alex says Cansey's a more polished prospect than Ed Oliver ever was, and he went around 10th overall. Once the combine rolls around and Cansey tests, he will go top 15. I could see it, man. I could see it for sure. Deadly says if we want a dominant defensive line, Carter and Cansey would definitely give us that. It would. You have to go more of a 4-3 if you can, though. Akshay says, not sure if I agree, Rob. If anyone watches more tape than both the Brandons. Also, he's well connected, so I think he is more informed. Not sure if I agree, Rob. Are you speaking to me, or if I agree, Rob, if anyone watches more tape than both? I'm not sure what you mean on that, Akshay. I'm sorry. And I have a lot of respect for what Stanton's does, so please don't get me wrong. We might disagree here on Carter, but I'm not trying to throw any shade at Rob Stanton. There'll be disagreements on when we look at prospects, but I also can say I find it an odd place to land on Carter as far as where we're picking his game apart. It's just a little strange to me too. I watch as I'm not hung up on Carter. I'd love to draft him with his talent. He didn't really put up crazy numbers either, like tackle for losses or sacks, but maybe he's great disruptor. Cansey put up great numbers, by the way. Cansey did. This is where I come down. The same thing we can apply a little bit with Nolan Smith. I think we can apply here with Carter. I think you can apply it with the Jordan kid that was taken by the Eagles last year, or Trayvon Walker, who didn't have great production for Georgia coming out last year that was still the number 1 overall pick. When you have a defense that's a lot about bringing the blitz and having guys doing their job on a given play, and it's not just about guys doing what you get to see from Cansey, because Cansey at Pitt is essentially allowed to pin his ears back and go. He's not doing dirty work type stuff. So it's a bit of the different schemes that are applied between the two players that you got to, I think, is a big important part for why there's a little bit less of the production there, and that you're just not letting Jalen Carter run wild and free. I also think that if we're going to look at the times that Jalen Carter was double teamed versus the times that Kalijah Cansey was double teamed last year, there would be a significant difference in the number of times that we're seeing Carter taking up the amount of blockers that he's taken up, which is also going to then be an explanation I watch for his dip in production, just like it's an explanation for why Will Anderson has his dip in production this year from 17 sacks to 10 sacks and his tackle numbers halved this year. A lot of that comes from teams running away from him, the double team blocks. You see these things with Carter too, where no one's running at Carter at the point of attack. Everybody's running away from Carter. Everything's going out over there and he's right here. But I'm glad to hear you're not hung up on it either. Megan says Carter's last quarter stamina is sticking point for me, B. Having said that, I've watched more of him, and if he was fitter, I would say grab him at 5, but y'all know how I feel, so I'm staying quiet. I don't mind, like I said on this, I don't mind difference of opinions, folks. I don't at all. Like I say, all I say with it, Megan, on it is just that this is just my opinion on it, and I can't be moved off of it when I've watched so much tape on a guy. Like John Robinson, for instance, was bringing up Zay Flowers last week, where we weren't exactly on the same kind of page as far as our outlook on Zay Flowers. But in what he was bringing up point wise makes me draw back to go look at Zay Flowers' film, because I haven't watched it as exhaustively as I've watched the Carter tape. But in Carter's tape, I've watched just about every game of his over the last couple of years, and I really feel firm on my assessment of him. Alex Gonzalez, your thoughts on Carl Brooks? My comp for Carl Brooks is, I love him actually, Alex, because he's such a unique player. I mean, legitimately a 300-pound guy that you could have stand up or operate inside. I think he's a little bit like with his hand usage, his understanding of leverage, his ability to get under the pads of the offensive lineman. It reminds me a lot of Michael Bennett. Now, he doesn't have, I don't think that he's got Michael Bennett's first step quickness, because that's what Bennett would do, is that he would get you with first step quickness, and then he was also great from a technical standpoint. With Brooks, it's more of, there's not that first step quickness, but there's absolutely the ability to use his hands, heavy hands, strong guy. You got him coming off the edge at times at that size, and he's taking on a tackle. He's too much for a tackle. They're used to way lighter guys coming at him at that point. And so now he's got a real good bull rush he can get into tackles with and really get into him with the strength and physicality. So Carl Brooks is a real fun player to watch. There's nobody, just like Adiada Wara, who's 6 foot with like 34-inch long arms. There's nobody built like Carl Brooks quite like him in this draft either. They are truly really unique cats on the defensive side of the ball. Snow Tiger says, how about drafting D Jones and move Lucas to right guard? I would not want to move Abraham Lucas to right guard. He had a great, he was great up at the right tackle. I would want to keep him there. I don't think he's going to have necessarily the thing with Lucas is he's 6'7", Snow Tiger. And it's really hard when you start talking about guys at 6'6", 6'7", getting low enough leverage wise as a guard to be able to be good in that realm of things. I think he'd be just too big, at that point. So, I see where you're going with it. It's an interesting thought, but nah, you'd want to just keep Lucas out there. Lucas has got star potential over there for you at right tackle right now. 10:23 if the Panthers trade up with the Bears, we get Anderson or Carter. You're damn tootin'. Say I'm the great. Carter's like a big boulder in the middle. I like Anderson more because he's fast and strong on the edges. I completely get there's people that got preference for Anderson. I can understand it. He's an exciting player. Alex says Lucas was a draft crush of mine for the Bengals, man. Keep that guy at right tackle. Bingo. Yeah, he ain't moving, Alex. We're keeping him there. John says, I think we can create the Eagles type team as well. I just don't trust Pete anymore with our defense. Maybe it's just a matter of us needing more talent there, but I'm torn. Yeah, I think even with the soft zones, John, and you know me, I've got my worries about Pete with this defense schematically moving forward and being able to do things from a chess match standpoint as far as defensive coaches go to give their players advantages on the field. That's absolutely, I think, a valid worry to have. I think that a big part of why Coach Carroll's defense has stopped working over the last 5 or 6 years on top of teams sort of solving the defense and understanding the route concepts that can attack this defense best. Beyond that, it's also been the team's blind spot, John, towards getting enough pass rushers. Look at the amount of guys that defensive line for the Eagles have stacked up here this offseason. It ain't about them stacking up stars on that defensive line. It's about them just having really good talent across the board. No weak links. And instead with the Seahawks, you see very much a counter to that over the last few years. Instead, you see a lot of, we got one good guy here and we have one good guy here, but we have no backups and our other 2 guys in the defensive line kind of suck. And they've been applying that for years on end. And I think, John, if they started to understand that we got to get more talent there on that defensive line, it's got to get better, it's got to get stronger. And I think they started to take these steps last year when you're taking Boye Mafe, when you have still Del Taylor here, when you have Uchenna Nwosu here, Alton Robinson here, right? So they've started a little bit on the edges. Now they need to apply that same thing, I think, to the defensive line, and they can create those. They can create the same kind of situation the Eagles have. I think it is reproducible. Actually, Rob is actually more pragmatic. If anyone says Carter is a pro and can't hold himself for even 1 quarter, that is fair criticism. Also, let's wait for April. Sure, this draft order will total, but not what it is. Fair enough. Jack, what's your take on Lucas Van Ness? He's being mocked all over the place. Yes, I'm not as high as some others seem to be on him, Jack. I have to admit that he's another guy I'd have to go back and take another look at because I've had a lot of pushback on my initial take with him. He strikes me as a really powerful, high motor guy. And I'm just don't see a lot of quickness, dip, or bend to his game. He can hand fight, he can do some of that stuff, but he's missing some things that I would like as sort of my base abilities in a pass rusher from taking a guy in the first round or the high second round where I'm seeing some of the people, putting him out there at. So, high effort, he's going to lay it all out on the field for you. But when you have as I'll say with this, when you have these are two skills coming out of college that I'm always going to be a little bit negative on when we talk about like knowing that this is going to translate to the NFL game. With receivers, it's receivers who do not get separation and rely specifically on their college tape on contested catch situations, right? This is what caused the Patriots to draft N'Keal Harry with the number 1 overall selection. Is there's all these contested catch situations with Harry on the tape that just wasn't going to translate to him as a pro. And when it comes to pass rushers, I'm going to look at it in the same view of guys that just rely solely on power and strength, and I'm going to dip them down a little bit. I've seen failures of those guys going to the pro level. And why, Jack? Because everybody in the NFL is strong. Everybody's going to go in the weight room and lift weights and get jacked up. Not everybody can be quick. Not everybody can be fast. Not everybody can be bendy. Those are more of the rare skills to be out there and look. But I will admit, Jack, I've got to go back and relook at his tape. I'm not saying I've got a final conclusion on him, but that was kind of my first view of him. Nicholas says, I think we really want Smiths. We'd have to take him at 20. I agree, Nicholas. You're right. Megan says, DeForest Kelly played Bones in the original Star Trek. There we go. I'm going to name my first son. If I ever had a son, I would never have a son. But if I had a son, I'd name him DeForest. DeForest Kane. DeForest Kane. 10-23, that's too high for a center. Get another player 20 pick. Maybe, man. Maybe. I think after Senior Bowl, there's a good chance he goes in the first round. We shall see. Megan says, no man is an island bee. Russell Wilson thought he was. He thought he was. He's learning new. Now he's bringing Sean Payton on the island. I watched this. So Levis at 5. I'd take him at 5, man. I love Levis. I love Levis. I love Lamp. Yeah, you sit him behind. You can still get Geno if you took him at 5 too. Sam the Great says Carter on paper is the best defender. I like Anderson because of his motor. There we go. Poop Dog. Hey, Brandon just got here. Did anyone here consider Locke as a starting quarterback? I thought he had a higher ceiling than Geno. Did anyone here consider Locke as a starting? I mean, I don't think anybody's really considering at this point, Poop, just because of the fact that Geno seems to indicate that he's going to be coming back. And I don't think that if Geno comes back, Locke's going to necessarily want to return. I think he's going to want to have an opportunity to start somewhere. Maybe that opportunity isn't out there. Maybe that pushes him back towards us at that point. But I kind of feel like somebody's going to give him at least a chance to compete. Not give him the job, but give him a chance to compete somewhere. John says, why do you think our talent evaluation on the D-line the last 6 years or so has been so bad? And why didn't they find a way to get the guys they needed in here? Our defense was different with Clowney. I don't know, man, John. There's some weird different reasons in different places. LJ Collier, the thing I just talked about, where you don't want to rely upon edge rushers or pass rushers at the college level that relied specifically on power to get their production, which was exactly what LJ did. You drafted him out of need. You know, I think some of it's that, John, and that, like I said, when you go back to our draft failures in recent history, it's because you've drafted to need. Darrell Taylor, for instance. You gave up a 3rd round pick to move up in the 2nd round to take Darrell Taylor when he was having a rod removed out of his leg, and you were expecting him to be an instantaneous pass rusher for you. You know, they're expecting to draft these guys and give them real fast production, which was unrealistic. And they're drafting guys with holes in their game as well as far as pass rushers go that they don't necessarily have a fix for. They never found the fix for LJ Collier in order to refine him down and to make him at least a useful NFL player. And when it comes to Darrell Taylor, he can't play the run game. You gave up a 3rd round pick to move up in the 2nd round for a guy that's just basically a one-trick pass rusher only kind of player. That's not a smart way of approaching the draft. And it's, again, as I go back to, John, I think it's driven by need. I think when you look at those guys that were picked at the time, it's picked by need. We've got to get this guy for the rotation. We got to get this Rasheem kid, and we'll pull him in here. And you know, if he went back to college, maybe he'd been a top 15 pick, and we'll give him time to develop and let him go. You know, but they don't really address it enough in numbers, John, more than it's about addressing just the talent. It's about doing just barely enough. And even in that Clowney year that you mentioned, you make the Clowney trade. You know why? Because you get into training camp and you realize LJ Collier's crap. Ziggy Ansah's got a literal fork sticking out of his back. And so, like with all of their decisions in recent years when it comes to the pass rush, it's all driven by desperation. Just like the Jamal Adams deal. You made the Jamal Adams deal, yes, to bring him in as a safety, but also why? To help him basically fix out the pass rush. Because you knew it was so bad. Because why? You let Clowney walk in free agency, and then you decide to sign Benson Mayowa and Bruce Irvin and decide you're good at that point. Those were approaches that you could see as failures coming out. And we could see it when we talked about in the days of free agency when those signings happened. Like, this isn't enough. This isn't going to get the job done on the pass rush. Knowing it had been a problem and been problematic for your kind of going on years. And Jewel Orb, yeah, I am saying that if you want Schmitz, you're going to have to take him at 20 if that's how much the Hawks value him, because you're not getting him in the 2nd round. Or you need to move back in the 1st round to like 27 or 28, and then maybe he still is there at that point. But I think with this Senior Bowl performance, we saw Linderbaum last year. It seems like always the top center in the draft, no matter what year it is. The Cesar Ruiz year that he came out, they all end up kind of going right there in the 20s somewhere. And I think that that's the same place you're going to see with Schmitz. Alex says Burrow's just a different breed. Mental toughness is second to none. We would still like to fix our O-line, and that's why I'm here a lot. A lot of interesting O-line prospects. Oh, there are a lot of good ones. And I'd love to see them do that for Burrow, because you can only imagine the type of player he will be when he has an awesome offensive line. He's getting all this done, getting the ever-loving crap beat out of him. Imagine the other side of that coin. He could be just absurd. So, but yeah, I would agree with you, man. He's a different breed. Not many quarterbacks can take that kind of beating. The fact that he came back that next year after the torn ACL and he was still just standing fearless in the pocket. It's not like he's a mobile guy, but he ain't the most mobile guy. I thought that showed a lot of courageousness on his part. A lot of those other quarterbacks get real, including Tom Brady after his ACL. They get real jumpy in that pocket after those torn knees, but not Burrow. Nicholas says yes, or we will lose out on Smith's. Oh, you're speaking to them. Sorry. Erickson says, hopefully Waldron will get in his groove and let us slay fools next year. Look out. Look out. Grant Nordifor's opinion on Kalijah Cansey. It's always a lazy comparison to take a player at a college and compare him to a former player at that same college. But that's what I do with Kalijah Cansey here, because it's kind of eerie at times watching him at Pitt and what he does. His first step quickness, being a little bit of an undersized defensive tackle, but being so insanely fast, very much reminds me of Aaron Donald. Very, very much. He's not as strong. He's not as powerful as Donald. Not quite the prospect of Donald. And Donald was even, beyond what he was considered as a prospect. Of course, Donald became an all-timer, but I'm just talking about as far as what people kind of consider Donald coming out. They're going to probably go in very much, though, the same range as where they go in their particular drafts. But he is a very unique cat. I think Grant, if he's not my second best defensive tackle in this draft, he's probably the third, and that's the lowest. But he's a phenomenal player. John, I think, too, with drafting, they were trying to hit home runs a lot of the time and got filled the draft with solid singles again, and the home runs will come. Maybe. To me, LJ Collier, to me, John, feels more like you're trying to just hit a single. They knew he was not going to be some next level guy, but they thought, well, he'll be a good run stuffer and he'll give us some pass rush. I think with Darrell Taylor, they thought, well, maybe he'll just be a rotational guy, but he'll instantaneously give us some pass rush like Bruce Irvin did, which is more kind of a singles approach, I think, a little bit with it. P. Curse is Murphy at 5, Gonzalez at 20, Ika Ormazi at 37, High at 51. No, that would work. Nicholas Newton says, I see Peyton telling executives it's Wilson or me. Yeah, Russ has got 1 year here. And Erickson, I could see him struggle next year too, and I don't think Sean Payton signed up for this experience that he's married to Russell in the long term. I think if anything, he's told that organization, we'll try to make this work for another year, and if it doesn't, we get out under it, we take our pain, and we move on. Jack says Ringo should move to safety. Oh, I'm glad I'm not the only one who sees it. I think he could be a great, great free safety in this league. Alex says, thanks for the response, man. Appreciate you watching, Alex. And your Bengals team's a hell of a team, man. Sorry the officials kind of bit you guys in the butt at the end of that game. Sucked. Power Code. Cowboys fans will be greeted with a pleasant surprise as they come to discover the legend of Schottenheimer. Ah, the joys. Yeah. It's going to be interesting hearing those fans trying to jack themselves up on that one, on that signing. Maybe Schottenheimer's star's grown brighter, though, with some of Wilson's struggles, He was getting all of that out of this guy. Seahawks game and the Chiefs are paying their running backs a combined $6 million, and they have 4 backs. Definitely going... Makes sense, though. They don't commit much to running the ball. John says, but we got to know some of these schemes that the quarterbacks didn't succeed in are bad. They tried to turn Fields into a pocket passer, and look what happened when they fit the scheme to him. Yeah, I think it's also hard to make him a pocket passer when you don't have guys on the outside that can win and get separation, and then you don't have the offensive line that can pass protect or a consistent running game that can challenge a defense and make them have to play it legit. Dream away, Peaker. Dream away. Greg Kemp, thoughts on Keanu Benton and defensive tackle Brian Young of Bama? Both can play multiple positions on the defensive line. Byron Young still on my list of guys to look through, Craig, so I haven't had a chance to take a peek at him as of yet. I really did like Keanu Benton a lot. Obviously, he helped his stock tremendously here this past week at the Senior Bowl, so that was very impressive. I think he's a guy that I don't think, as much as he played zero tech at college at Wisconsin, I don't think Bennett's going to play as much zero tech at the next level. But I still think he can be a solid to an outstanding defensive end for you. He's 6'3", ideally built for that position at that point. Good first step quickness, knows how to use his hands, understands leverage. I like Benton quite a bit. He's got a lot of good physical measurables to him. He's at least, I think, a second round pick in this draft, Greg. So I'd be happy with him. Beaker, Clancy, undersized, slightly undersized. He's like a 6 foot dude. And Power Code, do you think the quarterback market will reset this offseason as teams around the league decide to expend less resources at the position? Will we see a tempering of sorts in the amount of pay for quarterback? I've been thinking it's going to go this direction of things. I felt like we're going to reach a point where teams go past the line and they say, we don't want to do this anymore. We're tired of paying these guys this money and we're not getting the returns for it. I think I saw this year, like the top 7 quarterbacks paid this year on average. Only one of those guys made the playoffs this year. And it seems like it's that way every single year. You look at the top paid guys and it's like, well, this guy went and then none of these guys got in. Lamar Jackson, what's the deal he's going to get? I don't know, but he's the only guy to me that's going to get really the big deal. Burrow's probably going to get paid. Herbert's going to get paid. Now, those guys are 2 separate cats, so they're going to still command the top of the market money. I don't think that they're going to suddenly have to face the realities of it. We're paying you guys too much. But when you talk about Jimmy Garoppolo's, Derek Carr's, Baker Mayfield's, potentially even Geno Smith's, I don't think that they're going to see themselves at the top end of the markets like once before, and that they're going to have to take more of what's not been available or been part of the NFL up until this point, which has been the mid-tier deals for quarterbacks. I think we're going to see more of a mid-tier market now, whereas before it's been all or nothing. You're either being paid like $5 million a year or you're being paid $50 million a year. There's like no in-between kind of spot. Not really. Your boy Michael, Bijan and K9 both going for 1K if we get Robinson. Good. Herbicide, if we go back to 4-3, are we going to have Woods dropping back to cover again? No way. No, we wouldn't. No, I don't think Hurt would do that type of stuff, Herbicide. He mentioned that he's not a fan of doing that stuff. So, no. That was them trying to scramble to find a fix for Carroll's old 4-3 defense when they didn't have the pass rush so they could get home, and they're trying to create confusion when their defense wasn't naturally suited to create confusion. And so that led them to try to think outside the box with it. Grant, I love Zach Charbonnet, man. You're right. He'd be a great pairing with Walker, too. Alex Gonzalez can't see 6 foot, 282. So, yeah, he's a Geno Atkins out of Oliver, a bit undersized. Yeah, just a bit. But that's actually not like at the 3 tech for a 4-3 defense. That's not a problem, you know. Or even for a 3-4 defensive end, if that's what we were to make him, which I wouldn't be a big fan of doing. But that's where I think with him, Alex, his best points to be as a 3 tech and a 4-3. Because he's got the 1 tech next to him at that point, taking up blockers. He's operating on the backside of the formation most of the time. It's preferential there. Herbicide, I like Tavion Thomas from Utah or something from North Dakota, Hunt or something from North Dakota. Real big running backs we get late. You could get those guys late. I wasn't as high on Tavius's tape. He's kind of a clunky athlete, a little bit top heavy for me, but he's a big back and he runs hard. Megan says, I'm in a bad mood already due to its re-breaking my toes over the weekend, and it's not worth you booting me for my thoughts, B. Why would I boot you for your thoughts? I don't know what you mean. I wouldn't boot you. Ethan, Brandon, did you watch any of the HBO Max content with your specialty popcorn you were talking about? I did. I made myself some popcorn and I went through both of the 2 shows. Look, House of Dragons started out pretty interesting for me, but I got quickly very bored with it, quite frankly. I don't know how many shots they can create where you have people walking and then somebody staring at somebody from afar, or somebody sitting in a room having a conversation and somebody staring at them in these long drawn out shots where one person's looking, then you got another person looking at the person looking at the other person. And look, it's beautifully filmed. It's well acted. No denying that. But the story doesn't have a lot going on with it. There's not really much happening. You know, Game of Thrones, even early seasons, seem to be moving always and seem to always be kind of, this thing just kind of meanders about. And, you know, the issue I have with it, Ethan, is that everybody's kind of an a-hole. You don't root for anybody in the House of Dragons show. They're all despicable human beings at every turn whereas Game of Thrones could find at least hope in characters that would even be looked at as considered as like evil from the start or bad, quote unquote, from the start. So it's all kind of broadly drawn in one color, that show, to me a little bit, Ethan, and it gets a little repetitious and not as engaging to me as Game of Thrones was in those early years. The Last of Us, I didn't play the video game, so I don't have any sort of, attachment to it in that way. It's much like House of Dragon. It's wonderfully put together and set up and beautiful and all that other stuff and well acted, and none of that can be argued, but it's also a little bit like redundant. I've seen this story done better in other places 1,000 times before. So neither show to me as really all that much really stood out to me as much as some people kind of are in on them. I'm kind of underwhelmed by both, to be honest with you. There's not really much going on in either of the shows I've watched so far either. It's just like a lot of just, it's just meandering. Boop Dog, remember Michael Bennett's tiny shoulder pads? I do, man. He didn't want those linemen grabbing on. Grant Nordfors, that's a good draft, man. I like where you're going at with that. Wilson 5, 20 Cansey, 37 Drew Sanders, trade up for Mozzie. Looks good to me, man. Looks good to me. Whitey Wise says Zay Flowers is him. Concerns with his size and drops. After looking at some of his games, he has good hands, great ball skills, and he has put on weight to where he is 185 now. I would be okay with him at 20. Ooh. Kronos, I was about to say Lucas is a little too tall to win the guard leverage battle consistently. Yeah. He's not moving inside. He's not moving inside. AI says Mike Grogan, 6'9" guard, San Fran Super Bowl champs back in the day. Well, there's always outliers, AI. There's always outliers, but I'd say the rule of thumb is it's hard for those guys to be that size doing it. Jose, what do you think is going to happen with Penny? He's most likely leaving, but what team do you think signs him? I don't think he's most likely leaving, Jose. I think his injury actually makes it most likely he comes back to us on a team-friendly deal. He's not going to get a big contract out there. He's not going to want to sign a multi-year deal that's going to be a depressed value because he is coming off the injury. So it probably comes back on a 1-year deal, veteran minimum, maybe $1 million more than that, maybe some incentives built into the deal, but it'd be a 1-year kind of prove-it deal. E. Gibson, think we re-sign Geno and hope we can bolster the defense in the draft and maybe make some signings here in the offseason. It does look like the Geno signing is going to go through. And Grant, get me Daron Payne, man. Get me Daron Payne, line 1. Yeah, Deadly, if we can get the linebackers dealt with in free agency, that would be ideal rather than having to draft. Whitey Wise is my concern with Anderson. Not 100% he will end up being the best edge in this draft. Tyree Wilson's size can't be taught, can touch the floor with one hand, and still can reach up and slap Shaq in the face. He's got some length to him, man. But Anderson and his production and what he's done from Alabama is hard to deny. Hard to deny. John says, although Aaron Donald was able to play a 3-4 end in an odd front at Cansey's type size, why can't Cansey? He's not Donald, but he's awful quick. Is he the most John Randall-esque to come out? Yeah, probably, John. Probably very close to that. I mean, he's even different, I think, than guys like a Geno Atkins or other size Ed Oliver types that came out, as somebody else was mentioning. Those are kind of your recent 3-tech, undersized defensive tackle types. And you're right. He might be able to do the end stuff. For me, John, it says that I have this ultimate confidence that he could operate as a 3-4-3 tech, as a 4-3-3 tech, and be great at that. I do worry a little bit about the end stuff. And I'd argue even with Aaron Donald, like, is he at his best as that odd 3-4 defensive end, or is he at his best when he's on a 4-3 defensive line as that 3-tech rolling? And I feel like he was always at his best when he was in that 3-tech kind of role. Tommy Eden says, if your first kid is a girl, name her Sugar. I don't want her to end up as a stripper, Tommy. Sugar Cane. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the stage, Sugar Cane. It's my real name. Of course it is, sweetheart. Alex, what is your personal take on Breeze C? Dude was dealing with injuries and some tough off-the-field stuff. Honestly, feel bad for the guy. Do you think his arm length might be a problem? A little bit. He does a nice job, Alex, of being really slippery off blocks. So he will like a fighter that's trying to get around another fighter's reach. He'll get up inside that reach on those tackles and really then use his power and physicality from short areas to then slide off those blocks. And he's got kind of a good feel for it. You do touch the nail on the head. Am I getting the guy that was really dominant in 2021 who looked like a top 10 pick? Or am I getting the guy this year who played more like along the rounds of probably like a second round defensive tackle? And you do mention the right two things with this is that first you got the ACL and then you got the sister's death kind of in tandem as a 1-2 punch. And we know with those ACL injuries, sometimes they can take that extra year for the guy to fully bounce back to what he was if he's able to bounce back in that way. No doubt about it with Breezy, there's a risk there. And you're not sure of exactly what you're getting in a way that you'd like to be more sure of what you're getting when you're talking about a first round pick. But the tape in 2021 was so bloody impressive. And yeah, because his skill of being so slippery off blocks kind of goes in tandem to allowing him to get around the length issues on the arm size stuff, I'm okay with it. I don't think he'll necessarily ever be a star, but an upper level defensive lineman in this league, I think he can get there. Herbicide says thoughts on Thule. He works off quickness and power, and what he tries to do really as an edge rusher is figure out what the lineman is guessing and then try to pick to counter to it. And so there's a real it's a simplistic back and forth kind of game of like paper, rock, scissors between him and the line and the offensive tackle play to play. And so, he does have good quickness and he does have good power. They're not elite on either traits, but both are really good. And he's got some substantial size to him. He's a little bit like Carl Brooks, where he could stand up, come off the edge at really some significant size, 275, 285, somewhere in that neighborhood of things. Also gives you maybe a little bit of confidence Herbicide that you can move him inside as well at the next level and let him do a couple of different things with that. But he's a pretty refined pass rusher. He's got just enough dip and bend, but it's really that quickness, which, okay, now I got the tackle thinking about my quickness. I come back with my power. Okay, I think about, and I know this is kind of a simple way of putting it. Not all defensive linemen does it work this way, because some guys can come back with like Jalen Carter. He can come back with the stab and swim move, or the stab and grab move with Will Anderson, where they've got these different specific type moves that they go to. He doesn't have as much the specific moves. It's just that he's going to work off quickness or come back to the power with a bull rush. And when he's bull rushing you got the 285 guy trying to bull rush a tackle, and he can do that at that size. It ain't a 259-pound guy, that you might have as your typical edge rush guy coming off there. So he's a threat in both realms. Unusually sized guy and how he goes about it. I do think he's probably a second round pick when it's all said and done. Erickson Lamp Love. Jack says, I think your Van Ness take is a very reasonable one. I'm glad you're with me on it too, Jack. I do need to go back and look, though. I have heard from a few people, and look, there's so many people you're hearing nationally that love this guy as a first rounder. I got to maybe go back and look at it and see what it is I'm missing with, but I do worry about that with him. It's a concern. Gustavo Carvalho, thank you for subscribing to the channel, Gustavo. I appreciate it, man. Welcome aboard the Hawks Nest. Chicken God, thankfully Pete is no longer in charge of personnel decisions. He made some really bad mistakes. I do think he had some of that taken away. I think you're right on that. John Robinson says, what about Darnell Wright at right guard, though? He's such a beast. He's a big, thick boy, John. He could maybe pull it off. Double check on him. Where did they have his size at? Suck here. I want to check this out real quick. 6'5". Still pretty big at that point, but he might be able to do some of that, John. He might be able to, because he's a big tackle. He's like a thickly built tackle where it's like he wouldn't have a hard time with the powerful guys inside. He could maybe hold up in there. I don't think he's done any of it, though, at Tennessee. So was all that desperation in the past because of Russ's money contract? What happens when we pay Geno $30+ million a year? Well, Russ, the thing to keep in mind with Russ is that he was wanting to be paid as a top of the market quarterback when he came up to be paid. And that happened on 2 different occasions in recent years. He was not going to give you the benefit of going through the final year. You were going to essentially, let's say this, I watched when you had to sign him to the last big time extension, he still had years remaining on his deal, right? A year left remaining on his deal. He still had a year left remaining on his deal of the bonus money that still counted on that prior contract. So when you gave him the new bonus money, you not only had that segmented up into paying 1 year worth of the bonus money on that new deal, you still had 1 year of the old bonus money on there. And then you, of course, still had his base salary on the given year. They moved the numbers around as they could, but there's no way around it. I watch it was absolutely an impediment towards roster building. Especially when you have a roster, I watch. Here's the thing with this. It's 2 philosophies going against each other now, because you have a base philosophy in Coach Carroll that's been agreed upon with Schneider of building towards a team-centric nature, of being driven by a team whole, not being driven by a single player whole. But then you have Russell Wilson commanding the dollar amount like he should be that guy. Like Seattle should have, and this is why you have Russell wanting, I want the Mahomes offense. I want to be able to throw a lot. I want more resources put on the offensive side of the ball. I want this built around me. Seattle kind of tried to sort of split the difference on that one. We'll pay Russ, but we'll still try to be team-centric. And as I always say, when you end up straddling 2 sides of the fence, you're not standing on either yard. You're not committing to doing one thing fully, and it takes a commitment of doing one thing or the other fully there. If you're going to go with the elite quarterback and pay him, then you need to put everything around him. When we talk about Geno getting paid at $20-30 million, right around that mark of things, and you're going to look at Herbert and Burrow this offseason, probably sign deals that are somewhere between $55 million a year on average, if not even pushing up to maybe even getting close to 60. Well, now you're talking about almost halving that, which is the top paid quarterbacks on the market. And that's different from Russ's deal I watch, because that was you paying at the top of the market, not half. So it's a little bit of a different territory. Is it still a significant amount of resources to be paying Geno at that point? Yeah, it is. But is it still a far cry from a percentage cost of what you were paying Russ on the cap? For though he may average $30 million per year on this new deal I watch, the thing we got to look at really closely is, what is the first 2 years of the cap hit of the deal? How low are they able to get those first 2 years down? Because it's not going to matter what the average per year deal is if he doesn't end up seeing the final year of the deal or the final 2 years of the deal, whatever. Let's look at those first 2 years first and foremost and make that assessment with it. But it'll be harder when you're paying a quarterback. No doubt about it, I watch. And the ideal here is to have a quarterback who's taking a very low amount of the cap. But if it's that mid-tier deal that I'm talking about, it's not necessarily you being in that same bed that you were in with Russ, where he's making all that money. He's taking up that huge percentage of the cap, and you're feeling it. And I agree, Darnell Wright should stay at right tackle. He might be able to play right guard in a pinch. A bit of a pinch. John Robinson, Van Ness, Karlaftis clone. Kind of felt like Karlaftis had better pass rush win rate coming out of college last year, and he had more of an assembly of moves. Like Karlaftis could throw some things at you as far as hand fighting and whatnot. And Van Ness is just kind of a stack and shedder. Stack, shed. Stack, shed. And that's kind of all he kind of does on the tape. Nicholas Newton, Caleb Williams is going to be the number 1 pick in next year's draft. Alex Gonzalez, Van Ness reminds me of Sam Hubbard. I like that comp, Alex. I like that comp. John, who is Brian Brees at his ultimate ceiling? Man, something deep within me says this guy is just not going to be healthy and has a short career because of it. Hard to say. I don't have a comp for him, John, really. I don't think he's a Pro Bowl level guy, but I think he's an upper level defensive tackle. DJ Reader? Christian Wilkins, maybe, of Miami. Something in that range, maybe. He has T-Rex arms. Yes, he does. Jose Lopez says, went to high school with Ika. Dude's a big boy. He's a big. No doubt about that. He gives in. You have right to have high hopes for UW. And yeah, Heward left. The lineage is gone. John says, I love Josh Sweat coming out of Florida State. He's where they should have gotten Taylor as a pass rusher alone, more in the 4th round, and definitely not giving up a pick. Agreed. He would have been more of a guy who could play an every down, be an every down guy too, right? John, I don't think we get a comp pick if Desai gets hired. There's been some back and forth on this, but I don't think we quite, last I heard on it, it was a no. Megan says, Hawks Nest, I was referring to you booting me due to my views on Jalen Carter, which are all well known and all. No, I'm not, I'm not going to boot you for that. I get it. Like I said, I understand if you got a preference for Anderson or not on that. My own thing with it is that I want my opinion. I love Carter. I'm going to be allowed to love my Carter and want to be my Seahawks. Alex, thoughts on Jalen Duncan and Bergeron? Where do you have them going? Those are 2 guys on my list, Alex, that I haven't had a chance to look at. Quite honestly, what I kind of do with these prospects, and Alex, I'm going to try to get to like 300 guys by the time we get to the draft, but I'm going to put certain positional groupings in higher realm than other positional groupings, because the goal here is, of course, to look at all the guys that are potentially going to be picked by my Hawks. And right now, Alex, we're really sitting well at the tackle position. So I'm going to look at all those guys. Those 2 guys especially are on my list to look at, but I'm going to probably wind my way around to eventually getting to them, because we have our 2 not only, Alex, do we have our 2 tackles established here, we have our 2 swing tackles, our 2 backup tackles for both left tackle and right tackle also in place. So there's really very, very small to almost insignificant chance that we really try to go with a tackle in this draft at all. But I will look at those guys eventually. Nicholas says, it's funny. Erickson is my sister and brother-in-law did their pre-regs for, oh, you're speaking to Erickson. Sorry. Seahawks Gaming Vikings are under the cap. Do you see Eric Kendricks getting cut? Maybe. He's getting a little bit older as a player. Ethan, well, Brandon, sorry you were underwhelmed. To each their own, and it's all subjective. Glad it checked out. Glad you should, let me know if you want to try a new popcorn seasoning recipe that I make. It's delicious. Yeah, and I didn't have a bad time watching the shows. They just didn't quite. I think I was expecting a little bit more than what I was getting out of them. So, but yeah, let me know on this. I always like a good popcorn recipe, brother. So, it's the real cheese. Are we going to keep bringing in old players to mentor these guys on the field? Seem to be decently effective. Yeah, you want a balance there. It's the real cheese, You want a nice balance between youth and some age. Defense, you tend to want them to be a little bit younger on average. You want them flying around the ball, reckless abandon, all that stuff. Gibson, I like Will Anderson from Bama. He could be a type of edge rusher we need. He could. I love him. He's great. He's right behind Carter for me, but he's right behind him. Seahawks Gaming, if you guys want a Thunder to Walker's Lightning, what about Lee or Fournette? He might get cut. Or Leonard Fournette. Yeah, he's kind of just seemed like a guy's like not all ball, He likes being a pro, but I don't know if he's all in with it, John Robinson says, exactly, Brandon. That's my exact qualm with House of the Dragon. There are no characters with redeeming qualities to root for. There's one that puts some kind of love for tribe or man before themselves. Yeah, it's one I've always said about some of the movies you'll see at times that get put out in cinemas and whatnot. Like, I don't want to watch an a-hole for 2 hours, and I don't want to watch a show about a-holes for 15 hours of programming, right? And it's a lot of people that I can't root for any of these people. Like, there's nothing about them. And hell, in Game of Thrones, you had the Starks alone that were all easy to really root for. And you're like, okay, I can get behind these people. Or even characters like John the Hound, right? Who starts out, absolutely an evil human being and has an arc to where he goes to. And maybe these guys are just all starting their arc to being interesting characters. But boy, whoo. You're kind of just hoping they all get eaten by dragons by the end of the show, quite frankly. Jack, Darnell Wright stood his ground against Will Anderson. Impressive showing. Oh, he did. Yeah, he was matched up and a lot of one-on-one there, Jack. It wasn't him getting a lot of help. It was him just, like you say, standing his ground is the way to put it. He wasn't scared by Anderson. He held up against him. He was really, really impressive. Megan says Russell wanted the Mahomes type money, but played nowhere as well as Patrick did. No, he didn't. You're right. Right on both accounts. I'd have for Megan, like, Mahomes has shown a willingness to actually take a discount. So Russell didn't want Mahomes money. He wanted Rodgers money. Mahomes is a different guy. Mahomes has been willing to take less money 2 times over. Russell in his life has never taken any less money. In fact, he goes the opposite way. He wants every last dollar bill. Every last buck. Alex says, man, I love the draft content. I should be asleep by now. That's how we do it here, man. I feel you. Megan says, what annoyed me about Russ and his money is he wanted top dollar and then moaned that they couldn't give him the players he needed around him. Yeah, Rodgers did the same kind of thing. They act completely tone deaf to the fact that they're taking up all of this cap space as though the team's just going to be able to operate with complete freedom, as though it's not connected. I hate how it's why I say we're in the age of the diva quarterback. You know, it's this like completely blind spot they act like that doesn't exist, and it's annoying. And it's why I do hope the league moves back more towards it being less about the quarterback-driven league, or that there's enough talent at the quarterback position across the board now where it's not as vital that you're looking for your just one, the one. You can find it in some other races. You can find it in other places as well. Sam the Great says, I agree. I said in a previous live that Wilson let the ego, got wife, commercials, and social media get to him. He did. AI, where did you hear a Geno deal was happening? Brendan reported yesterday Geno turned down $30 million, 3-year deal from Seattle. Geno's gone on a recent interview where he was just being asked it, I think a couple of different points, AI, where he was asked about it and he feels like they're going to get a deal done. You tend to have agents not instruct their clients to say that stuff publicly when negotiations are going on in the background. That tends to mean to me then that they have some kind of framework in place and maybe they're working through some of the final details. I could be doing a little bit of a, extra step of logic and reason on this where that hasn't yet fit, but I wouldn't think Geno would be saying that if he was really looking at maybe having free agency being a real likelihood at this point, or a possibility, I would even say. Your boy Michael, how would I feel about signing Jermaine Pratt in free agency? I don't know anything about Jermaine Pratt. Your boy Michael, I'm sorry. I'm not sure on that guy. Is that the linebacker? If it's the linebacker, then that's the one Brock was mentioning a couple weeks ago. And I haven't seen the guy on tape, but he sounded very interesting. One of the best coverage linebackers, I think, in the sport from the linebacker position. And a really solid all-around player, I think, for Cincinnati, though certainly Mr. Gonzalez in here could probably fill us in on that a little bit as well. John says, Will McDonald's another interesting small player with 35-inch arms who has elite quickness and craftiness. He is. I think he's very much a Seahawks kind of player, John. If you're talking about one of the guys coming out of this at the Senior Bowl that stands out to me as guys that would be Seahawks targets or just Seahawks players and how they feel like they fit, I think that Will McDonald is certainly a guy that it feels very Seahawks-y, doesn't he? Joe Bull's got 2 years, $50 million max for Geno. And yeah, Chewable Orb, I think Skoronski and Cody Mock both need to be kicked inside at the next level. I don't think the short arms of Skoronski are going to work on the outside. Yeah, I don't think Gonzalez that you guys are going to be able to afford Pratt. We'll see though. Maybe. AI says Game of Thrones is the greatest show ever. Poldark is second. Never seen Poldark. Jason Tudor, that's what makes House of the Dragon great. You can't help but root for them, but it makes you think about why you do. It's a film that challenges the audience. See, that's the thing is that I didn't root for him though. I don't like these characters, so I don't want to root for him. And if they all seem like, nobody's got any redeeming factors or qualities to them, they just all are a-holes and evil kind of. I don't root for that. It doesn't have me challenging that. I just go, I don't like these characters. I don't like these people. I want them all to die. And I don't think that's what the House of the Dragon probably wants. I think what you're saying, Jason, is what they're trying to do. And it's probably landing that way for some folks. But for me, it just comes off as really like repetitive, and you've got to have a story that's got some people that I can in some way, I guess, not sympathize with, but at least understand. It's hard to understand all those guys. They all just come off as being spoiled brats and bad people, which isn't very exciting to me. Just makes me go, eh. Alex says, I envy you guys on the tackles, laughing out loud. You guys will get there eventually, man. Just takes the dedication. That's all. You guys just dedicate the resources to it. And at least you guys took some steps last year with Lel Collins, even though I know he's got some injury stuff. You know. Space says, I took a nap and you're still kicking ass. Thank you, Space. I try, man. Greg, I really wish we had a third rounder this year. As disappointing as this class seems, there's still some nice talent we can grab there. We do have a third rounder this year, Greg. We have a third round pick. We still do. Chrono says, missed the start. What was your take on how they changed the Pro Bowl this year? I enjoyed the players actually were in it versus previous years where they just didn't want to get hurt. I didn't watch it, Kronos. I kind of have checked out of the Pro Bowl from quite a long period back. It doesn't do much for me as a game. It just doesn't. It's never really been all that exciting to me. And I just, it's, you know, it's like a demonstration is how I kind of feel about it. So I appreciate they're trying to take some steps to make it a little more exciting. And if it was a little more exciting this year, that's cool. It's never really going to bring me in. I'm not into flag football. I'm very worried the NFL is moving towards flag football. You already see them talking about this rule where they're going to start considering this tackle from behind rule and making it further harder for defenders to tackle. So if this flag football thing is taking us a step closer, quicker, you know, by use of that, I don't like that. But I'm not a big Pro Bowl guy. It just doesn't do much for me. And he says, but you know, B, the moment the Russ torched the silver-headed coaching god, I was done with him. I know you were. He did. Alex Gonzalez, Torrance or Villa? Osiris Torrance is the better player. He's better. Gibson, I feel like Wilson was on the downside of his career. It was perfect time to trade him. We obviously won that trade with a slam dunk. Indeed, we did. It might have been perfect time to trade him a couple years prior before he signed to the contract extension, but still pretty good timing. Jason Tudor with a $5 donation. Thank you, Jason Tudor. Says, I'm just here to fund the Salmon Treat Fund. Thank you, Jason. The kitty will definitely appreciate that. I'll make sure she gets herself some nice salmon treats here right after the show. You better believe it. You better believe it. Seahawks Blue Green says Russ got too fat and slowed down. He won durability, but also lost his dynamic escapability, which made him special. Well said, man. Well said. Jason Tudor says, I guess House of the Dragon just bounced off you then. I thought it was fantastic. Different strokes. Yeah, and I'm in the minority here, Jason. I mean, some people would say that that's been the show of the year for a lot of people. So it just didn't quite land with me. I didn't feel like the story really went much of anywhere, and it sort of was just meandering. A lot of it drives me crazy with the slow shots, no dialogue, people just staring off into distance, staring at other people, people staring at other people, staring at people, staring off into the distance, long language shots, nothing happening. It's like all that stuff's supposed to fill in for story, I guess, you know, just being in the immersion of the scenery. It doesn't do that for me. I'm brought into the moment of it through dialogue, character work, acting, all of that. And it's too many of those scenes where it just feels like they're trying to, I feel like Last of Us does it too. Just too many of these stilted shots. There's no dialogue where they show off how pretty let's show off how pretty the sets are. It's like, well, great. Your set's pretty. What's the story? You know, what's the story? But I get it, man. Like I said, I'm probably out from the edge on it. AI says, watch Pole Dark if you haven't seen it. 5 seasons, period piece. Okay. I'll try to check it out if I can find it. Delakey, doesn't all the House of the Dragon die before Game of Thrones? That's why Khaleesi's so angry and bent for revenge. No, it takes place far before. It's like 170 years before Khaleesi. So it's a whole different era. It's not her dad getting killed and this is the story of her dad or something like that. It's different from that point, I believe. So, not that necessarily. But yes, it's the same family. It's the Targaryen dynasty. Sam the Great, ESPN is going to make an amazing documentary on the Seahawks during the Wilson, Legion, and Boom era. I hope they do, man. 30 for 30. Let's go. E. Gibson, Russ lost a lot of mobility and held on to the ball too long the last couple of years, and his cost was too high. Amen. Greg says, I meant another first rounder on top of what we have, B. Oh, you said third rounder. You meant first rounder. Yeah. Oh, I mean, you could eventually maybe package those 2 second rounders up to move back in the first round if you wanted to. It's not out of possibility there, Grug. They could do that if they feel like you kind of feel on that. Donnie Pearson at the Hawks Nest. That's fine, even though I love the new format on the show. Alex says 87.7 pass coverage in the past season, 79 pass rush on PFF for Pratt. Yeah, we're gonna take him from you, Alex. Gives him over. Gives him to us. Gives him that precious. I want the precious. I want the precious, Alex. Gives him to us. Gives him. Jack says the Pro Bowl is now a completely different format. Flag football and skills challenge. I saw that. I did see that. John Robstan thinks we're going to go the Rams route and get longer, more athletic tackles in the draft and move them to guard. And Jalen Duncan is one of those guys to him. Okay. I look forward to looking at him. And that would be a definite possibility going. I'm certainly kind of thinking that same way, John, where Skoronski and Cody Mock, I mean, those would be great guys at left guard, for instance, if you could pop them inside. So, and it also makes sense too, John, because it's not a very deep draft as far as the guard position goes. It's kind of weak. Even though Cyrus Torrance and Avila are kind of emerging as the top 2 guys, I'm not huge on those guys. Big Country says not going to happen, but if the NFL became flag football, I'd probably stop watching it. I would, you can remove the probably aspect. If football becomes flag football, I will stop watching it. So I will be, flag football does nothing for me. 0. AI says NFL has gotten so soft, Brady and these other wussies wouldn't have played past 35 back in the late 80s and early 90s. Good point, man. You're not wrong. Megan says, my favorite Pete quote when asked about whether he wanted the 12s to boo Russ in week 1 was, I'll let them decide, which I took to mean, oh, hell yes. Boo that SOB. Yes, he did. John Stillwell in the house. What's up, John? Good to see you in the hezzy. Hope you're doing well out there. Appreciate all the support. Dropping a big $20 donation in the chat. You're awesome, brother, for that. He says the Pro Bowl has hit bottom. Flag football. Have a good week, Brandon. I'm glad you're on the same boat as me on this one, John. And there's just a bit of my little conspiracy twinging and itching here, right here, that makes me go, wait, are we trying to get people used to the flag football? Is that what we're trying to do here? We're trying to get this to become a common theme. Is this the beginning step? Is this the doorknob being twisted open to this eventuality 10, 20 years from now? I hope not. I truly do hope not, John. I hope it goes the other way where like they eventually figure out how to get these like the armor and uniforms up to where like they can take these big shots and it somehow doesn't get as much injuries or something. But please don't let it go to flag football, John. You know, I'm not watching flag football. NFL's dumb if they do. Part of what makes this great game so great, and one of the single biggest, greatest factors of this game is the physicality. It's the mano a mano. Is the will that one man more willful than the other to win the battle at the point of attack. One might be stronger, one might have a greater will. And it'll be just sheer physicality that decides it. The sport has got to keep that. That is what makes it what it is. So, John, I'm so glad you're in the same boat on that one. I'm just like, ugh. Alex Gonzalez with a $10 donation from my resident Cincinnati Bengal fan. I really do appreciate it, Alex. That's very kind of you in the chat, man. You're awesome, brother. Appreciate you. That's a pretty cool emoji, too. Chronos says, I look at the Pro Bowl as an end-of-season party more than a game, and the different challenges are the attractions to keep the fans watching. I'm not against it either, Chronos. It doesn't super bring me in, but I'm good. I'm glad that they are trying to think outside the box and not just trying the same thing, which was failing. You know, people were checking out less and less with the Pro Bowl in recent years, so it maybe gets people a little bit more invested in. Seahawks blue and green, excited for this draft. This one's going to catapult us. I hope you're right. John says, I think this draft is truly going to be awesome, and we are going to be talked about again as having one of the better drafts as we should, and with the draft capital we have. I agree. I do agree. Megan says, don't ruin Gollum for me, B. I never really cared for Gollum. Gollum was not, that's not a character that you root for. He was bad even when he was just a hobbit. Evil sucker. Grug says, do I think Arizona would take Bijan with the 3rd overall selection? I would think not, Grug. I just don't think that a running back's ever really going to go that high again, absent a guy that's like an Adrian Peterson type build. I don't think you're going to get a guy going in that realm of things. That just seems too high. I could see him going top 10, but not top 5. That would blow me away. John says, are there any pitfalls or landmines to miss in signing Geno? Are there any pitfalls or landmines to miss in signing Geno? I think it's just you don't want to give him the 4-year deal, John. If you're going to give him, it's ideally is to go 3 years here, get out of it by he's getting into his mid-30s. After 2 years, you get out. The pitfall would be a 4-year deal, long-term deal where you're really hitched to him for a while. No, I don't think there's any landmines, John, because I don't think the cost is going to go up that high on him. Even when you pay him up around $30 million, it's a couple-year deal. You can get out of it after 2 years. There's not a lot of tremendous risk involved with that at that point. It's not the same place as like Deshaun Watson getting his guaranteed money with Cleveland, or Dak getting paid with the Cowboys a couple years ago in that fashion, and how that stuck them to him. Alex says Pratt for Lucas, laughing out loud. Yeah, I can see why you'd want that. But buddy, you guys are stuck with Collins for another year at least, man. You just signed him to that big deal. Because where are you going to move Collins now? To guard? I guess he played some guard before. He could do that's an expensive guard though. But no. We got ourselves a star in Lucas, man. You were right to be hot to trot on that guy. Megan says, okay, this may be a stupid question, but what's flag football? I thought flags were what the officials threw. Yeah, so Megan, there are flag football leagues out there for adults at times that they do this. And so instead of tackling, you have little streamer flags going off the side of your hips. And so it's a tackle. Essentially, if a guy pulls your flag off, you're tackled and stopped there. But if you can keep him from pulling off your flag, then you can keep running for as far, if you've got the ball in your hands, as much as you want. So it's a way to take all of the physicality and what makes football cool out of the game. Carlos says, I understand why people love him. He was the best part of Frodo's journey, but that's the problem. I hated the Frodo journey until the very end. John Robinson says the Terminator is easier to root for than the House of Dragon characters, and he was a machine. Exactly, John. I just wanted to slap all their faces. Like, quit being an a-hole. Especially when they got like the one guy's like, okay, just falling apart like the king. It's just like, they're just nothing but dicks. The guy's just trying to do it like, oh, Lordy. This is painful. Chrono says, instead of tackling to the down the ball carrier, every player has a belt with a detachable flags. Delakey Bijan to the Chargers. I like that fit. Greg says, well, leave it to the Cardinals to blow it away. Hey, they've done some silly stuff, Greg. They've done some silly stuff, though. Maybe it's possible. But holy moly, would that be a bad pick for them. AI says, Watson, $50 million a year. They are screwed. Ridiculous. Oh, and it's guaranteed money, AI. Let's not forget that, too. It's all guaranteed. So there's no outs in that deal. There's no, well, we save money this year. If we get out of the deal here, we can move over there. You're in that deal long term. Going nowhere. Stupid deal on their part. It's one thing to do the trade, which is probably stupid. It's one thing to give up all the draft capital, probably stupid. But to then bring him in and give him a new deal, which he hadn't earned after he had just signed a new deal with the Texans, not 2 years prior back. Dumb. Desperation and dumb. John says, I think the NFL will be in for a rude awakening if they try to turn it into a flag football. There's something even with women that football speaks to our primordial savagery that we have to express. I agree. I like that primordial savagery. John bringing out the $10 words here at the near the end of the stream here. Yeah, I'm with you, man. There's something that's special to football as far as in sports go that is unique unto itself. And if you take that away, you remove the teeth. Now it's just a gummy sport. Very gummy. Blue and Green says Bijan won't make it past Buffalo at 27. Oh, I know. He's going to be a first-round pick. I can't see him getting inside the 20. He's picked in the first 20 picks to me. John says, I guess it's like social engineering in conspiratorial matters. If they transition it slow enough to flag football, we'll never know. The frog in the pot theory. I love it, John. Yeah, that's what I'm worried about with this a little bit. Just a little bit. I think that's where the NFL kind of want to slowly maybe get to, potentially. Alex says, nah, but if you guys need a linebacker, Pratt's your guy. If Wright or DeWand are there at 28, Collins is gone, cut, we save $7.5 million. Oh, okay, Alex. That makes sense. You'll have some good right tackles there at the end of the first round, Alex, too. The value will be really good there. DeWand, Wright. I mean, both those guys work for you at that point, don't they? And yeah, I think Pratt's going to definitely be a guy we're going to potentially target. Sam the Great, the Cardinals are the biggest dumpster fire in this division by far. By far. Daniel, so the Seaside Joe article, interesting question. Levis didn't come out last year because he would have been a late pick solely. Solely physical attributes. This year, no improvement. Yet now, not a top 5. Why? I wasn't as aware of that other side of it, Daniel, that he didn't come out last year due to the fact that he was only going to be picked off of solely physical traits and attributes. Maybe that was the case, I guess. Hold on. Yeah, I mean, maybe. I'm not sure on that one. That's the first I'm hearing on that, Daniel, that he didn't come out last year because he was going to be looked at as the solely physical attribute stuff. I certainly have well admitted on this one, Daniel, that I don't feel like any of the quarterbacks really took significant steps forward this year in their play, and that includes C.J. Stroud and Bryce Young. I think everybody kind of maintained serve off of what they were the prior year. When you come to his production as well, we've got to understand with Levis in that offense that he's on top of what I've talked about with the limitations he's working with. He's also working out of a pro-style offense, which is going to be more built for more of those mistakes and probably not going to be as highly productive as some of the spread concepts that are in college football, including at Alabama and including at Ohio State. So it's concerning that he hasn't taken steps forward. Should that be the ultimate determinant in Levis's game and how we look at him? I don't think so. It should be a factor that you build into there. But is there explanation, when the no improvement comes into play? And that's actually kind of wrong, I believe, Daniel, too. My opinion is at the very least, there was improvement from Levis from an arm strength standpoint this past year. There was some improvement in some place. But again, was that improvement solely because he didn't take steps forward in his development, or was it because the team got less talented than the year before? And he might very well have taken steps forward in his development, but because the team took too many steps backwards, you didn't get to really see that on bright display, which is my contention with it. Where there reaches a point where the talent is so bad around you where there's just not a whole hell of a lot you can do about it. And especially when, as I said before, you're playing in the toughest conference in football. Alex is laughing out loud, leave it to the Browns. Oh my God, I know. Boy. Whew. So both the Browns and the Broncos with trading for those quarterbacks, and I guess they're trying to get out ahead of things or something with those trades. They'll cost us really a lot more money next year if we don't do this. But boy, they paid all the money on the front end on that one, didn't they? Long live King. We find and draft close to elite level defensive backs only to limit their effectiveness by not blitzing, allowing them to play man, but playing zone defensive concepts. Kind of frustrating. Very frustrating. Especially, King, when you are getting picked apart a lot on the short passing attack, which then attacks those short zones thusly. Yes, it's a very frustrating part. It's one of my big question marks with Carroll going forward. Coach Carroll can motivate. Coach Carroll can build an atmosphere for winning. Coach Carroll can get guys in the right headspace to get the most out of them. But when it comes to schematics, when it comes to playing the chess match of coaches getting schematic advantages for players on a given play and a play out basis, he doesn't do that on the defensive side of the ball. And he just expects guys to go out there and run and play fast and free and loose within this scheme that is very stilted and unimaginative And it's going to have, to me, if it plays that way into the future, it's going to have some diminishing returns, and it's only going to be so successful, like middle of the road in best case scenario. So I think you're right to be worried about that. I think those concerns are valid, and it's up to Carroll to kind of disprove those a little bit. John says the NFL will definitely make more money and get sued less if it's flag football. That's true. Daniel, why didn't Will Levis come out last season in a weaker quarterback class? If he would have been a top 5 pick, he would have come out. So with what said, why is he a top 5 now? Well, again, that's the built-in. Where's our proof that he didn't come out last year because he knew he wasn't going to be a high pick? Could it not, Daniel, be that he didn't come out last year because something like, let's say, NIL money was coming into play, and he knew he was going to make a load of cash, and he didn't have as much of a need to get out in that next year's class? Maybe he wanted to go to college for one more year. We're certainly seeing more of these players now starting to go back to school and being willing to go back to school now that they're being paid. Could that have maybe been a part of the process that impacted it too? I'm open to it being the fact that he wasn't going to be a top 5 pick. But if somebody's going to say that, Daniel, if that's going to be what they contend, is that, well, if he went out last year, he wouldn't have been a first-round pick. Based on what? What's the proof of that? That he would have, it seems what's built into that is a little bit of, well, it just goes without saying, if you're told you're going to be a quarterback and a first-round pick, why would you go back to school? Was he told maybe, Daniel, that he was going to be a first-round pick next year, but that he could maybe become a top 5 pick if he went back to school another year? Maybe. Do I also believe, Daniel, that the way that some of the fans and people that aren't scouts and NFL personnel and front office members view Will Levis are two different ways and paths? And I'm seeing this very clearly here, Daniel, where there is an opinion of fans and people out there in the general terms of things, and then I'm reading the reports and hearing from things from actual front office personnel and draft scouts and everything else. And I quite frankly haven't seen as much of a difference opinion on a player to what you're hearing from scouts, and not scouts and front office members from some key spots of certain organizations, but you're hearing pretty unanimously across the board. And what they're doing is they're giving a lot of room and rope to Levis for what he's had to deal with in that situation in Kentucky, understanding it impacted his performance, not just this year, but also last year. And that if you took Will Levis and you put him on Alabama, or you took Will Levis and you put him on Ohio State, he would have far surpassed the statistical output of both of those two players that are there right now, in Stroud and Bryce Young. So you can only work with what you got. And Kentucky doesn't have a lot of talent there on that team the last couple of years in total, but they're playing in that tough conference. So I think that's some of that is how that all gets impacted in. But it's been pretty eye-opening to me, Daniel, how people are caught up so much on certain things where I don't see a lot of benefit of the doubt being given to Levis on this. I don't. I see very few people that are down on Levis that are taking into any of account of what he had to work up against. They'll go, yeah, he had some bad stuff. No, hold on. It's not, yeah, he had some bad stuff. Let's pop the brakes. He had a crap offensive line, crap receivers, crap tight end. His running back will be drafted in the 5th round, so it's not like he had a Bijan Robinson running back. He had a plotter, He had a guy to get you 3 yards in a cloud of dust kind of guy. That was his best player offensively they had to work with, who was missing half of the season. And the defense is crap in the worst conference in football. We can't just gloss over that like, oh yeah, that's it. But that's a big part of this puzzle here. It's a very key point. And it's one that I just don't see from the naysayers of Levis, them giving very much weight to. It seems to be something that gets kind of casually, like a hand being waved away, like, yeah. No, not yeah. We can all agree. I can have Michael Jordan at the college. I think this is a very solid land that all of us will agree with this. I have Michael Jordan at quarterback in college, and he has horrible parts around him playing in the toughest conference. Is the thought process that for that guy to prove himself, for that guy to be a top 5 pick, that he then has to go out, put the cape on his back, flap it in the wind, and goes out there and becomes the superhero? That he has to then go out there and that he should be putting up a 35 touchdown, 4 interception season. He should run for 900 yards. He should throw for 3,800 yards in a shortened college year. Like, is that really what we would expect in a guy in that kind of position? I wouldn't. I certainly wouldn't. But I feel like that's not, and I'll go and read that article, Daniel, the Seaside Joe article, to see where he's coming from with it. But I do feel like that's a part that's just, it's really glossed over by folks. And I think beyond my own personal opinion of this, I take a lot of what I'm hearing from this on what you're hearing with the pro personnel on this, because it was already matching up what I was thinking naturally. And then you hear from the personnel that they're fitting more in tandem with how I viewed this. With like, yeah, he's got god awful resources to work with there. And he's trying to run a pro style offense, which is very hard on college quarterbacks. It's not the simplistic Bryce Young, CJ Stroud offense of one read and go kind of situation. You got to go through reads. You need to be pre-snap smart with it. You're going to be taking snaps under center. So your footwork's got to be right on your drop back. But I've heard it. It's a common sentiment that's put out there. Daniel says SB to Broncos is like when you go to the casino and someone loses all their money and then you see them pulling more money. Oh, Sean Payton to the Broncos is like when you go to this casino and see someone lose all their money and then you see them pulling more money out of the ATM whispering, I can win it all back. It screams desperation. 100% it does. And certainly with how long it took them to land Payton, it wasn't just a no-brainer move that got done instantly. There was definitely some turning over on that one. Daniel says, how can you compete down 3 firsts, 3 seconds in a 3-year period in that division? Seems improbable. I think the move is more made with the understanding on that one, Daniel, of the Russell thing's probably not likely to work out. They're going to try to make it work out, but that if that does show the same signs of this past year, this is now more about them knowing it's a rebuild and a little bit of a long rebuild at that. But everybody making their peace with this is the reality of making the decision like we did on Russ and giving up what we gave for Russ and paying Russ like we paid him. Now you have to suffer a little bit of the pain of that and get through it. But if you committed to making the pain happen through as quick a process and as hard and as fast as you possibly can, then it doesn't have to last as long. If you prolong it and you just keep trying to make it work no matter what, that's what, and I think that's probably what Sean Payton really brought to the table here was like, we'll try to make it work, but if it ain't working after this year, then we flip off, we turn this all back around, we suffer the pain over a couple year period, but then by the time we get to the end of that period, we've prepared ourselves and we put the process in play that we can get to really rolling at that point. It's not the worst route. John says, you do root for Gollum because Frodo had compassion for him and did try to do good, but the ring was what corrupted him. The soul of Tolkien overshadows the world of Game of Thrones like Mount Doom. It's true. That's the biggest influence for Game of Thrones. Seahawks Blue and Green says, I wear Frito's finger that Gollum bit off around my neck. Daniel says, well, Levis didn't have a lot to work with because he got outplayed by Sean Clifford at Penn State and had to transfer schools, whom I actually like as a late round pick. Check out his film. I will check out Sam Clifford's tape. And look, this has happened at other parts too, Daniel. Like Burrow got beat out at Ohio State by Dwayne Haskins. Does that mean then forever Burrow is a worse prospect than Dwayne Haskins? See how that can work on that? That doesn't exactly, those don't mean one to the other on that, right? Guys develop at their own pace. Guys are at a different spot at different times. Sometimes guys have to have a fire lit under their ass. Maybe that was what lit the fire under Levis's ass when he had that situation go down at Penn State. So much like I wouldn't say that, and I don't think you would either, Daniel, say that makes Burrow a worse prospect because he couldn't beat out Dwayne Haskins. It just means it wasn't the right place for him in the right environment. But that doesn't have anything to do with, again, some of these things that get talked about, Daniel, don't at the end of the day have anything to do with his physical potential, his ability, him having to overcome what he's had to overcome, and how that then projects out to the NFL level when he is given those. What happens when he goes to the NFL level now and he's been dealing with all of this other bad stuff? He already understands how to run a pro style system, so he doesn't have to learn that. He already understands how to do the footwork stuff under center, because right, CJ Stroud and Bryce Young are both gonna have to learn how to do the footwork stuff under center. He knows how to go through multiple reads. He understands how to do pre-snap keys better than those other guys, where their pre-snap keys were make your one read and throw it away, or one read and run. Young did a little bit of processing at times, so I'll give him a little bit of credit with that. But that's again where I land with it, man, on it. Alex is, how likely are you guys taking a quarterback at 5? Anthony at 20? He probably won't make it there. Don't know what you think of him. I think Anthony Richardson, Alex, is probably maybe the most naturally gifted quarterback in this entire draft. I also feel pretty firmly that he's going to take 2 years to get where he's going. And so you've got to be patient with the guy if you draft him. I wouldn't want to take him 5, Alex. I wouldn't. If he was there at 20, that, like you say, that would be marvelous value. And I certainly would be willing to pull the trigger there. I don't think, Alex, though, that he lasts till 20. My feeling on this one is that he's probably going to be picked with inside the top 12 picks of this draft. But he's got a great delivery, strong arm, one of the best runners, if not the best runner in this draft. Hell, if you pick him, you can use him on some of those kind of sub-package type stuff where you just bring him in for a couple plays to run read option and the like. But he's really a fun player. He's a young guy. He needs more maturation as much as anything. Nicholas says we better not take a quarterback until the 4th round or later at all. John, don't you think Watson was just bad because of rust, though? He'll be a lot better going forward. I do think he'll be better going forward, John. I just don't like the contract you gave him, I don't like this. I trade for a guy and I got to pay him just because I trade for him. Like, it would have cost them nothing to make him prove that deal. And maybe that's what they had to do to get the deal done at the end of the day, was agree to give him the new contract. But don't get held over the barrel by that at that point. Not for a fully guaranteed deal. It's thrown the whole market off. It's been part of why the Lamar Jackson deal isn't getting done, is because of that Deshaun Watson deal. But yeah, John, I don't think he's cooked up like Russ has been kind of cooked up. He's still got some play ahead of him. Nicholas Newton, Alex Gonzalez defense where, apart from linebacker at DT edge? John says, do you think Deion Sanders in his tenure takes Colorado to the playoffs? No, I don't think so. But I'm kind of confused by what Deion's doing exactly. It made a lot more sense to me when he went to Jackson State and he's like, okay, we're gonna build this program up from scratch, and how impressive that would have been. But then he sort of like got impatient with that and decided to bail out of that a little quick for me. So I don't know if he's just trying to like hippity hop his way up into being a pro coach as quick as possible. And so then it's just about, popping his way up a bit. Daniel W says, okay, look, I'll be honest. I think my disdain for Rob Stanton in his sense of banning comments on USA Sport, where we support free speech, as long as it's not derogatory, makes me hate Levis more. Sorry. Daniel, completely valid, man. It's completely valid. And, at some point I'm going to probably see about Rob wanting to come out on the channel. It's, as I say, I do have a lot of respect for guys that I understand where they're coming from, where I hear stories of certain content creators and they're deleting comments or they're getting touchy about stuff. And, I'm not immune to it as well. I don't delete comments. So you obviously know that's not where I'm at with it, but I'm definitely a guy that too is like, you don't want to hear it, a little bit at times. You're like, I don't want to hear it, but it's important to hear. And it's why I do love the difference of opinion where folks are at. And I may disagree with the points and push back. This with me, Daniel, I'll push back, but I do love the different perspectives in here. And it's part of what makes this channel kind of what it is in its own kind of, I think, a special way in that respect. We don't have to think like groupthink here, but I think there's just a natural pull when you do this type of stuff to get a little bit sensitive to it. And you have to be a little bit active in sort of pushing back against that sensitivity and being like, look, what's the problem? Let the people have their say on what they've got from this. And even if it undermines a little bit of where your content was at or what you were trying to say, that's okay. That's activity. That's action. That's people talking about the channel, talking about the content on it. So at the end of the day, all action is kind of good action on that stance, but completely valid there, Daniel. Robert Jorgensen, is it the system or a personnel about Seahawks defense? I hate to be the guy that goes, yes, but I got to say yes, Robert. It's both. You need more talent on the defensive line. There's no doubt about it. You made the transition to a 3-4 defense, but you didn't really bring in 3-4 personnel to fit that defense. So you need that. The other side of it, though, as well, Robert, is that you need to change this defense up. You're highly predictable. You're very easy for quarterbacks to prepare for. There's been a reason why, Robert, over the last few years, you've had backup quarterbacks slay this defense on the regular over multiple different years. And they're slaying the schematics. They're not slaying the defensive talent necessarily. And so you've got to get both of those in line. We need to get more aggressive. We need to be more willing to blitz. We need to be more willing to play man. We need to be more willing to free up the coverages. It's got to stop being 70% cover 3 and a little bit of cover 2 and a little bit of cover 4. It's got to be all across the board. You got to change this up. You got to confuse these quarterbacks. You got to make them uncomfortable pre-snap. You got to make them unsure of what they're seeing. And our defense does none of that. You can't be that simplistic defensively wise and be lacking from a talent standpoint and hope to present a great defense on the football field. What you're going to end up presenting on the football field is a league worst defense, which is right around where we've been really for the last couple of years in kind of totality. So it's both. It is both, other than just one. Alex Gonzalez says you don't want your elite quarterback to go through hell and back like Burrow did. No, it drove me crazy, Alex, about the Bengals making the pick of Burrow. And I liked Burrow and I loved his upside, but it was like I could see what they were going to do to him. I could see the torn ACL in the first year coming. Because, the line was in horrible shape. You had the Jonah Jackson pick that you had made the prior year, but I think he had a torn ACL through his first year. It didn't go without saying that he was going to be a good player for you when he did come back at that point. But yeah, they took none of those steps, and then they draft the guy, and Alex, they do their typical like soft landing in free agency to not go out there and be really aggressive in that approach. That's why I did like last year, even though Lyle Collins didn't work out, you at least appreciate them taking some steps on that, right? At least they're doing something, rather than just being like, well, just draft and hope it gets better. Just hope this will come back around at some point. John Robinson says Will Levis is a stud, man, and he would welcome him with open arms. He will be good for us. The NFL has parity, unlike the NCAA. He had the least amount of talent to work with in a talent-rich SEC. Very well put, John. Very well put. Seahawks Blue and Green need to replace about 6 starters on the defense in this draft. Yeah, we need 0 tech, 2 defensive ends, at least 1 middle linebacker. That's 4. At least that, yeah. Robert, I do believe that Penny is going to come back. I don't think there's going to be a hot market for him on the open market with his injury history. I think Seattle's going to be interested in bringing him back on the other side of it. And that does eventually have him landing there. Sam the Great, everyone's entitled to their opinion. There are. And the thing is with it is that because I do what I do, or anybody out there does what they do on YouTube or anywhere else on whatever platform they do, I try to prepare myself. I try to be informed. I try to know what I'm talking about. But I am not smarter than anybody else in my chat. I don't hover above anybody else up here in some specialized place. Everybody, as I've found through the years, has their own perspective and their own background that they bring to football, their own level of acumen that they bring to football. And in many ways, especially the people that are deep into this sport and look at this in a deep fashion, many often do tend to have thought points and standpoints on things that I had never considered and that are right and that are true and that I had completely had a blind spot towards. And that's what you get, I think, with a little bit more of a difference of opinion as you start to get more of that stuff out. That's just a little bit more of you. I hadn't thought of that. I hadn't really considered that. But now that I kind of consider that, that makes a little bit more sense. And that's what I love is about all of the possibilities, all the ideas is we'll turn over with the draft pick that we have with the 5th pick and the 20th pick. We'll have turned over every scenario by the time we arrive at the draft. Every possibility. What if we went this route, to this route, to this, to there? And I love that stuff. I mean, that stuff just gets me geeked out when it comes to football. Chronos says, just today, B got fired up when people were down talking Levis. I am, man. I'm fighting this battle for a year. And the thing to folks that are anti-Levis, and Daniel knows this too, and talking about this, like, I've been on this for a year saying I think this guy will be a top 5 pick. And then my chat throughout this year was laughing at me and, handed me the dunce cap emoji going, oh yeah, sure, buddy. And it's proven out. He's going to be a top 5 pick. And there are those prospects that I get a good feel for, and I just feel solid about what I think about him. I just don't have the questions I do about some other prospects who I'm not as sure about what I think with them. I don't know where I sit on him. I don't know where I sit. Like Lucas Van Ness, I'm right about here on him, but I'm not really sure. But when it comes to Jalen Carter or when it comes to Will Levis, I know what I see in these guys. I know what they are. I don't have any questions. And it's a rare thing for me to get to with prospects. Most prospects all have some questions there. Charles Cross last year, there's some questions. Can he run block? He did it well when they asked him to do it, but the young guy, is he going to be physical enough to do that? But these are 2 guys I just don't have those same kind of questions with. I just don't. I feel really strongly about both. Nicholas Newton, what's everybody's opinion about Zach Evans, Ole Miss? I think I did look at him. He is what I call the read option maestro. He's mainly used out of shotgun as a runner in that respect of things. So with not a lot of snaps of him outside of standing next to the quarterback, taking the give from the quarterback. 6 foot, 215. So he's got some ideal size that you look for in the position. He's got great vision, great lateral quickness to him, which is what works really well, of course, when you are a read option guy and kind of finding the hole fast and then being able to get up to speed quick. Once he does get past the burst, he does slow down. He's not fast. He's not going to break many tackles. He's just kind of a vision burst guy is how I would put Zach Evans. But he's very good with that. He's very good with that skill set. But boy, a lot of read option carries for that guy. John says, plus Levis faced adversity already in college and got back up. Stroud is young are going to have a rude awakening if they think the NFL is going to be easy and they're going to be clean all game. Exactly, John. Exactamundo. Megan says, I get fired up about things, but I am in such a bad mood that's not worth the day. I get those points too, Megan. Seahawks blue and green. I would prefer Bryant as our third cornerback. Would be nice to get a guy like Porter Jr. opposite Woolen. Coby Bryant as the third corner. I think he's going to improve with that as he goes along. Certainly was just getting kind of acclimated at last year for the first time in his career. So, that makes sense where he's going to maybe take a little bit of time to develop. Porter's great, man. I think I've got him as my cornerback 4 on my board, I believe. Blue and green. So I do think he's probably a late first round guy. Really physical guy. He plays like 6 foot tall, but he's bigger than he plays. It's pretty interesting about him. What stands out to me is that he's really dogged. You can tell he comes from a father that was an outside linebacker out of Pittsburgh. You can see that in his, oddly enough, in his kind of mentality and the way he goes about what he does. But Bryant's developing, man. Alex Gonzalez. Oh, you guys also got Woolen out of UTSA as well, right? That's right. You guys had a hell of a draft last year. Loved both Lucas and Woolen. Good for you guys. Oh, I think we had one of our best drafts in our history here in Seattle, Alex. I mean, it was phenomenal down the line. A lot of value. We got two tackles, starting tackles, with maybe even some star potential on both of them. We got maybe the best back, if not the second best back in this last draft. You've got Boye Mafe is going to turn into be a pretty good edge player when it's all said and done. Tariq Woolen looks like a star on the outside. Coby Bryant was also really good for us out of the slot last year, Alex. So we feel really good about it, man. Yeah, Coby Bryant, the Cincinnati kid, man. He was good for us in the slot. He had a nose for the ball. He's got that Peanut Tillman punch thing down pat. Down pat. Tell you. Megan says, can't even be bothered to start the Zorn versus Craig discussion, so you know what mood I'm in today, B. Oh, it's deep with Megan if we ain't getting there. It's deep if we ain't getting there. And Alex, I like Nick Broker as well. I've got him as don't have him at the top. I got Nick as a third round guy. But in a draft with not a lot of good guards, he's a pretty good guard. He does pretty good with what he does. All right, bear with me, folks. I'm right back. Get a little bit of water here and just a quick little break. And then we'll probably kind of maybe 5 hours and 43 minutes in. My God, this went fast. I'll be back and then we'll kind of maybe wrap it up here a little bit. So bear with me, folks. Just a couple minutes, or not, but just a minute or two here. I'll be right back. Thank you for holding on for me, folks. And do please, if you guys don't get a chance, hit that like button if you could for me. If you haven't already, I would really appreciate it. Alex, I know about Bryant, laughing out loud. Yeah, he was good for us this year. We like what we saw out of him. Yeah, Alex, easy to get overshadowed by Sauce, man. He casts a large shadow, doesn't he? He's good for us, though. We played him out of position this year, too. Alex at slot. He was an outside guy for you guys at Cincinnati. Johnson said sometimes idiot coaches favor certain guys for certain reasons. Yeah, agreed. Especially when it comes to quarterback, John, right? Because sometimes you're gonna be like, well, I don't like the mentality of this guy, or I don't think he's got some of those guys with their traditional mindsets about the position. E. Gibson, we did have a great draft last season. I'm okay with us just trying to fortify the lines, sign Gino, and maybe make some moves on the D end, maybe in free agency if possible. Sounds good to me, Gibson. That'd work. G. Walker, man, these long streams really impressed me. I got tired after saying a mere sentence, laughing out loud. Yeah, I didn't. I was going to go just a couple hours today, but you guys always pull me in. Just give me into that. I looked up, I'm like 5 hours and 45 minutes. Like, really? It's been that long? Man. Nicholas, I don't like Sauce Gardner. He's good, but too much hype. Tariq's better than Sauce. Agreed, Nicholas. Sauce gets away with so much grabby. So much grabby. It's okay. Once is good, Nicholas. Alex, yeah, man, it hurts. O-line injuries got us again. This time we didn't make it to the Super Bowl. It's all good. Like Burrow said, the Super Bowl window is my whole career. It's very true, man. When you got a guy like that, he's proven to be one of those guys that certainly has the cape flapping off his back. And, it's just really at this point, it's obvious the direction they need to go here, Alex. Your team does need to go. And that is, you've got a certain set amount of quarterbacks in this sport that are the best of the best of the best of the best. And especially with retirements and guys getting older now, it's a pretty clear list. Patrick Mahomes, Burrow, Herbert, maybe Josh Allen, depending on where he's going right now with his career trajectory. So when you got those guys, you build around those quarterbacks, Alex. You put everything around them. You get the offensive set in front. And I think they're going to continue to build that line up. Quite honestly, Alex, I would in this draft just take offensive linemen with the first 2 picks. Keep attacking it. Keep adding bodies. You're going to get the returns from it. I will say it's been a little bit dodgy for you guys recently. Drafting linemen hasn't been the greatest of recent returns on that front of things, but wouldn't stop me from doing so. Got to keep that guy clean. Can't get another torn ACL on that guy when you can try to control it at this point. And you're 4 years in on the guy. It's time to start trying to control that. John says, let's hope Bryce Young guzzles 10 gallons of water and weighs in at like 210, which convinces a team to take him before us. I could see him running 4.5s though. We'll see with it, John. I'm going to be very interested to see what combine he runs, because that's the problem with the 2 is that, John, when you tend to add the 10 to 15 pounds of kind of artificial weight to get yourself a little bit heavier like that, you're now not going to run as fast a 40 combine as you could if you didn't have that 10 to 15 pounds. So he's in a little bit of the robbing Peter to pay Paul situation, right? Where he might be benefiting himself on one end to increase his 40, but then he's a little bit lighter than he needs to. A little bit heavier, a little slower 40. And slower on the short shuttle drills and whatnot. So that's the one where it's going to be a little bit interesting watching how that plays out. Megan says, sorry, I'm not in a better mood. B, kicked and busted my toe again, and not even the mighty chest of steel can help my low mood. I get it, Megan. We all have those days, so I totally understand. Exactly, John. Not with 10 gallons in his gullet. You got to pick one or the other on that one. Seahawks Blue and Green, is there a big-bodied free agent receiver we can look to get? Do you think Julio Jones has got anything left in him, my man? AJ Green? If you think those guys got anything in them, then maybe one of those guys. But the receiving class is pretty weak. I wouldn't say Juju Smith-Schuster is one of those guys. No, not really a guy out there, I would say, that's in that realm of things. Maybe the Saints move on from Michael Thomas, you know. But again, we're getting into kind of guys that have got some big-time questions with them if you're looking at them, adding them onto the team. Nicholas says, my team's grown up with the Seahawks, the Bengals, and the Saints because they were all underdog teams in the 80s. They were indeed. Jesse Lund, hey B, I went to see a movie around 5 o'clock and you were live. Holy Moses, Batman, you got a long stream game, bro. Props. Thanks, man. This is how I do what I do. I didn't mean to tonight. I was only going to do a couple hours tonight. And then the chat ropes me in. I'm like Pacino in Godfather 3, you know? Just when I think the stream ends, they pull me back in. Nicholas, exactly, Brandon. Sauce is very grabby. He is. He's like a dirty old man walking through a mall in the women's section, you know? Just grabby, you know? What are you going to do? Arrest me? You're going to arrest me for it, sweetheart. Sauce is like that. And they call him elite. Jesse says, pause. That sounded different when I read it out loud. I know what you meant, man. No, man. Ethan, all right, Brandon, here's something you can add to your famous popcorn. Mix together brown sugar, smoked paprika, and a bit of cayenne pepper, a touch of dried oregano, salt, and pepper. Thank me later. I'll try that at some point, Ethan. But I'm going to say right out the gate here, that does not sell me in on just the basis of those base ingredients alone. The only part of that I would naturally want on my popcorn is salt. So you have to work me on that one. Michael says, I don't know how you stream so long. Been here the whole time though. You guys hang with me the whole time. That's why it makes it easy. I got people hanging the whole way. So, what are you going to do? Like I said, it always happens too, where I blink my eyes and 4 hours go by. It's absolutely insane. I don't know why. Jesse Lund, let's be real. Sauce is a knockoff Jalen Ramsey. I like that. Yeah. He's a more handsy Ramsey. That's our new nickname for Sauce in the chat. He's the handsy Ramsey. I'm staying with that one. That one's got to stick. Alan Lazard, Green Bay. I don't think he's looking for a bag. He's not going to get a bag either, right? He's okay, right? He's okay, Alex, He's a guy, right? He's a 3. He's a third on the depth chart, not a 3 like he's a slot. He's a 3 on your depth chart. Seahawks Blue Green, you won't be making out with anyone after that popcorn, Brandon. Yeah, I know. Where were the onions, right? Why not throw some onions in on that one? I don't know, man. I tried oregano. I'll trust you on this one, Ethan. This is a trust fall on this one, okay? I ain't gonna lie on that one. I'm gonna be turning up my nose as I'm dropping those ingredients into the popcorn dish. Handsy Ramsey, man. That's Sauce Gardner. Spade says, hey, could you show us some football moves like you did the other night? What moves you want to see, man? I can show you some moves. Let me know what you're looking for. Nicholas Newton, Sauce worse than Handsy Ramsey. Eden says it's a smoky, a little spicy, but nothing wrong with straight up salt and butter. I'm willing to try it, man. I like new, when it comes to popcorn, I'm open for different things. You got to remember though, with me at the base of it, I'm the picky eater. That's at the base of all this. Alex Jacoby Byers is an interesting guy. I don't know if I call him a big body guy, but a guy that can play inside, outside, good hands. Been pretty productive for New England recently. John says, have you looked at Minnesota tight end Brevin Spanford? No, but I will add him to my list. It's a hell of a name he's got. I feel like people with hyphen names need to pick a lane, right? Like, what do you want to be? You know what I mean? Like, I feel like there's a little bit of pretentiousness with hyphen names. Sorry if there's somebody out there with a hyphen name in the chat, but pick a name, pick a lane. You know what I mean? Are you Span or are you Ford? On both. Okay. Yeah, Jacoby Myers is pretty functional. He's not a game changer out there, but he's a pro. Not going to cost a lot. Ethan says, I'm going to say I never fail with my food recommendations. I know you're picky though. You've met your match with this one, Ethan. I'm the worst of the worst when it comes to that. No doubt about it. No, I got you beat, Megan. I've not run across man, woman, child, dog, cat that is more picky than I am. I am next level. I'm ridiculous. I'm the guy that everybody at the Thanksgiving table points at and laughs every year. I'm traumatized by Thanksgiving because it's been decades of people just gonna have a roll? Butter? Spaces, you were running in place and making an arm moves as you described a certain player. I can't remember who it was. Yeah, no, I think I remember what you're talking about. I got to do that on some of it. No, it was Zay Flowers. I was showing John, I was illustrating to John his long release off the line of scrimmage because he does the pitter patter steps off the line and he'll sometimes take a little extra couple beats on it to get free with it. Well, come on. Spades, it's 11:22 here, man. It's late for football moves for me, my man. It's a little late for football moves for me. I'm trying to think about what move I could show you with it. I don't know. I have to think of a player with a specific move we could talk about. Jaboy Michael says, Brando, it's random, but I saw this page that said the Seahawks were a top team for Jesse Bates. Well, I guess Mr. Gonzalez will be able to let us know of this, but didn't you guys pay him yet? You're really not going to pay Jesse Bates? I don't see that happening. We owe too much money already to the safety position as it is. So I guess if you're going to cut Quandre Diggs, then that's what you would do. And he certainly would be an improvement over Quandre. Bates is one of the better safeties in the sport. I would think. Ethan says, I remember I asked you some of your favorite foods are, and honestly, I was shocked. Yeah, it's not a big list, and it's not a varied list. That's for sure. Yeah, I can space. I'll give you some more moves on this when we're doing the draft breakdowns. I'll show you on some of these guys with it, some of the stuff that they like to do. But yeah, some of it's hard too because I need a guy opposite for me at times to show you guys like what you're doing, like Anderson stab and grab, where the first hand goes up into the chest and then the next hand comes up under the wrist and then the other hand comes under the wrist and you lift up and you swing around your hips. I could show you some of that stuff, I guess. That might make a little bit of sense, but it's hard when you don't have the guy opposite you to kind of show you. But that was Zay Flowers, I think, that you were talking about with that. So I guess another guy you guys could look at, I was watching Xavier Hutchinson. So I'll give you one space. So when you guys watch Xavier Hutchinson, who's not a highly rated receiver in this draft, probably a third round guy, he's got kind of his patented move is an outside jab step that he does at the stem of the route. So he likes to start off the line of scrimmage and he's going to come at you and the jab step's going to come out with the outside foot. This is a hard time to space because I can't show you my outside foot. So he's coming, right? He's running, and then you're going to get a jab step out like this, and then he crosses the face. So a lot of receivers will run out to the stem of the route, and then they're going out. They're running out the stem of the route, they're going this way, right? So when you watch Xavier Hutchinson, watch what he does with the stem of the route, where every time he comes up to the stem of the route, he's 5 yards off the line of scrimmage, and foot goes out, jab step out to get the corner pressed out, and then he crosses the corner's face to come right up inside. He uses it to get open, and he's really effective at it. So that's my one move. I can't show it to you too clearly, your space, but it's the jab step out, and he can go both left and right, but he's obviously right-footed, so he tends to do it with his right. He's right-handed, so he tends to do it with his right foot. But that's get me out of breath again. That's Xavier Hutchinson's kind of patented move that he does to get open. He's a good possession guy too. Alex says we got to pay Burrow, Chase, and Higgins. Well, I guess it's true, man. Those are more valuable positions, Alex, for where they should be weighted from a value standpoint on a team than a safety. But boy, I do really like what Jesse Bates has brought to your defense over the last few years. He does feel like a little bit of an underrated cat to me. Can't afford him, huh? Such a good player, though. Seahawks Blue and Green, are our backup running backs sufficient enough? I don't want Walker worn out early in his career and by the end of the season if we use him a lot. No, it's not good enough. Travis Homer's a free agent. Rashad Penny's a free agent. You have Travis Homer as your number 2 backup right now, and he is not solidified as anything. He's been an injury-prone guy that has not proven that he can take a lot of carries himself. So, no, you need to do more. 230 for you, Jaboy. Thank you for holding on for me, man. Appreciate you. Alex says Bates is looking for a lot of money, guaranteed and closer to Jamal Adams' deal. Yeah. Well, you guys paid him, I think, this year on the franchise tag. So he's probably got to feel like I already had to wait a year out to get my money. Now you're really going to pay me. Makes sense. That does make sense. He's probably worth it. He's a good player. But we'd have to move on from Diggs to do it. IU says get a training dummy to do the moves. That's what I should do. That's a good idea. You could be like a character in the background. I have to put hats on him and stuff. That would help. That'd make it easier to kind of show you guys what I want to show you at times. I could see the Bengals paying both Higgins and Chase. To me, Boyd becomes the odd man out there. But I think it makes a lot of sense to pay both of those two guys. They work so well off each other. Boy says, I think a surprise team that could trade down is the Cardinals. A team will be willing to give a bunch to get 3. A team will be willing to give a bunch to get to 3, and the Cardinals will have a lot of problems. I could see it, Jaboy. Both them and the Bears have a lot of reason to trade back. Neither of those two teams is one player away. And both, you could say, are not looking at a quarterback, but they're not one player away. They need a lot of help. And it's not like either of those two teams are sitting on a lot of extra picks in this draft right now as it stands. It's where I say one of those two, the door opens for them trading back. I don't know who it'll be, but one of those two. Seahawks Blue and Green, Higgins will want too much. Oh, and Alex says, we're paying both. Higgins ain't going anywhere, laughing out loud. No, I think that they pay both. And Alex, you should pay both. You can't pay 3 receivers. You can pay 2. We can pay DK and Tyler. They can pay Jamar and T. I mean, what's Higgins going to cost? And, is he going to command? He'll command like a Tyler Lockett contract, and Jamar Chase will command a little bit more than the DK contract. But you can absolutely fit him. Though I will say, Alex, it's not like your ownership likes to spend the money. Just saying. Historically speaking, you know what I mean? From a historical perspective, right? Megan says, Pumpkin's looking at you like, Dad, don't hurt yourself now. She knows. She knows, Megan. It's like, whoa. Daniel says, I think the Seahawks will just non-exclusive tag Geno to $29 million. Then after the draft, if we take a quarterback, keep him on it. If not, then we offer him a longer contract. Makes sense this way. You could. It's 32. Yeah, you could do that. Makes sense. Ethan says, Brandon, I almost forgot. I got great news. So last week on Monday, I had the opportunity to interview for a ballpark operations job with the Mariners, and they called me on Friday, and I got it. Woo! Congratulations, my man. That's awesome. Ballpark operations job. That sounds interesting. Is that going to give you a chance to check out some games? That's cool. Alex says Baker's a hell of a player. Played under the tag last year. There we go. Yeah, I wouldn't mind him. If we flopped out Diggs for Bates, you're paying 2 safeties now, $20 million almost, 17 for Diggs and probably $18 million for Bates, but he's good. Still pretty young too. Blue and Green says, I agree. Tag Geno. Just want him for 1 more year or trade him. 32.5. That's the cost to tag him. John says lemon pepper is better and popcorn. Lemon pepper. Okay. I like the suggestions. I'll give it a try on both these guys. I need to change it up a little bit. Variety is the spice of life. Nicholas Homer's just one player I just never liked and can't stand. Yeah, it's a little bit like what DJ's had happen. You know, you got a part-time player, a bit player, a guy who barely gets any carries and he can never stay healthy. And you go, well, I don't know what to make of this. It's not like you're getting 20 carries every game here. It's like I give you 5 carries and you're done. And both of those guys between DJ Dallas and Homer have had multiple injuries over their time span here in Seattle, having never at any point in time been the main guy to have to carry the load. It's kind of frustrating because you guys can't give me just 7 carries a game every game. I get you for like 7 games a year and barely part-time role. Gibson says, I think going into this offseason, one of our biggest issues is needing to improve against the run. Yeah, agreed. And a lot of that's going to have to come from the defensive line talent you add in there, Gibson. But that's the huge glaring hole, I think, on this team right now. We got lemon pepper and garlic powder. Ooh, try that out at that point. Blue and Green says, worst case scenario is the Bears trading back to the Colts. Then the Bears and Cards will take Carter and Anderson. Yeah, I still can't understand why the Colts do that move. Part that doesn't quite make sense to me. Other than there's some team trading up that's going to steal Levis or something from them. It's the Real G says, no matter what happens in the draft, I'm psyched to see the throwback jerseys. Me too, man. Those are going to look tight. Yeah, Alex, we're getting the throwback 80s jerseys, man. We're so stoked for it. We've had to wait for years for this. Years. Gibson says, if Carter and Anderson's not available at 5, I'm okay with trading down. Me too. That's my next step I would take if Carter and Anderson aren't there. So let's move down. Let's go down a little bit. That's what I would do as well. All right. Well, we are almost 6. We just passed 6 hours in here on this show. So I think I'm going to go ahead and put a bell, a button, a bow, whatever, one of those things or all 3 of those things on this show. Another really great show as ever with you guys here in the chat, as you guys got me thinking here as ever. Interesting Senior Bowl period. Some Seahawks looking kind of players that we had coming out the other end of this. As we do start to get into our evaluation process a little more deeply here and get a bit more of a certain idea, especially around the top of the draft, how it's going to kind of play out with the first or the second round picks. But some interesting guys. Definitely fits for this team. Guys that could help this team. As mentioned above about we need to start stopping the run here a little bit more this year. That certainly is going to take you a little bit more further in the step in direction of getting that done. Megan says, B, the only thing I'm feeling okay about is that I finally get to pull the trigger on my teal Ichiro M's jersey tomorrow. Woo, that's a tight jersey. I like it. Corsos D. Gutierrez. Damn, I got here late. Well, it's always better late than ever, D. Corsos. And I'll be back on Wednesday. So we'll be doing a show here again on Wednesday. I think I'm going to be doing around the PFF scores for the team for this year. But I'm still kind of deciding on what the show's theme will be. But we will be bouncing back here on Wednesday for sure on that. Jaboy says, since I'm young, I've never seen the throwback jerseys. I'm live. I'm so excited. They're going to look so tight, Jaboy Michael, and they're going to look even cooler than they looked in the 80s. Even cooler than cool. Why? Because the 80s, you had the flappy shirts, right? The flappy shirts that went over the side. Now we got everything's tight and fitted up, right? They're going to look even cooler than they looked in the 80s. They're going to look so cool. You young cats are going to be like, can these be the full-time jerseys? Legitimately. Can we get rid of the magic marker green jerseys for these? This is better. And they're going to look tight. They're going to look so tight. I can't wait. I'm really going to be interested to see how the young cats look at it. And if they're just kind of like, I mean, it's all right. Or if they're like, these are dope. These are dope and they need to stay, which is what I think they'll do. G Walker says, good stream. Good night. See you next time. Thank you. Appreciate you, G Walker. Yeah, you're awesome, brother. Cortsos D. Gutierrez says, is Hendon Hooker any good? Yeah, he's good. He's a solid player. I think he would have pushed himself into first round territory if he hadn't torn his ACL. Wouldn't have been a high first round pick, but he would have been in the first round, I think. I would take him in the third round at this point. He's an older prospect. He's got the torn ACL. But I thought when we talk about a lot of these quarterbacks not taking step forwards this year, these guys just kind of remaining what they were, Hendon Hooker was a guy that took steps forward. His mechanics got cleaner. His arm strength got better. His reads got quicker and cleaner. He's never been a guy that's been mistake prone at all from the second he took over there at Tennessee, but he seemed to get better in that realm. I think he had like 45 straight touchdowns before he threw like an interception over a 2-year span for Tennessee. So, you take him in the third round, even at those things that I talked about, older prospect, ACL, still a really good player. Really good player. But just, you do have to take him later because of those issues that are there. It's the real cheese, aren't the throwbacks to the 90s? I thought they were going silver style. It's the real cheese. No, I thought they were going silver. We're getting the silver deal. Hope so. Hope to God I was right on that one. Corsos, yeah, you've heard a lot of buzz about him because he was really in a year, I think, with Hendon that there wasn't a lot of quarterbacks who really were taking that step forward in their development. Here's a guy that was across the board. And it sucks that the ACL happened to him because he was really elevating his value past any of the other quarterbacks in this draft from where he was to start the year. But he's 26 years old. The ACL means he's not going to be back to right and fully back up front and good to go by next year and probably midway through the year minimum. What do you have as an upside there, Blue Green says, I did a mock last night. Carter Schmitz, Raiders first round 2024 and Rams first 2024 early on. Ooh, geez, Blue and Green. You made some moves there. I like it. Alex says, you guys already had badass jerseys. Good night, man. Great insight. Great stream. I'll be back. Good night, chat. Hey, Alex, thanks for the dono. And thank you for coming in here as, a Bengal fan. I always love having different fans from other fan bases coming in. It does give us just some further perspective of what's kind of going on and happening. So, and good insight on Pratt as well. We might have to steal him from you. Sorry to do it. Okay. I don't think we'll take Bates from you guys, but we're going to have to maybe take Pratt. We might have to go the Pratt way of that. Megan says, they RB, don't think they have totally decided yet from what I've heard from the pro shop. Well, it needs to be silver. I don't want the 90s jerseys. I want the silver jerseys. Very specific about this right now. Your boy Michael, we think we're getting the 80s, 90s throwbacks and we're just getting the early 2000s. Ugh. I do not like those jerseys as much as I like my... golly. Just do the silver ones. Of course, so if we just trust John and all the buzz about him liking Josh Allen and Mahomes, but didn't draft because of Russ, with that being said, who do you think John would like in this draft? I think Will Levis is probably his favorite quarterback in this draft, Corsos. I don't know where he would stand on, quite where he stands on Stroud or Young. I think Anthony Richardson's a guy that he's going to like a lot too. So Levis and Anderson are, I think, two guys from a historical standpoint that I think that he would be aligned with. I think your Hendon Hooker is a guy that he, could look at and say, I picked this guy in the third round. I'm replicating a lot of what we did with Wilson, in the same manner of it. So, a guy that's played a lot of college football, a guy that would be theoretically very pro ready, after the ACL, of course. So those three guys would be three of the guys I could see him probably somewhat targeting with a little bit more precision, I guess. Dan says, well, Senior Bowl is down. Now we wait for the combine and the draft picture becomes clearer. Indeed it does. Indeed it does. I'm hyped about this throwback. I never saw those jerseys only as far back as single shade blue before the current jerseys. You're going to love them, Ethan. I love them. Aren't they doing the silver ones from they got kind of more of a silver streak to them in the 80s, don't they? Or a gray. I guess you go gray. It's kind of like a gray that pops. Daniel Hendon Hooker, probably my favorite quarterback for value in this draft. I think he can be just as good as anyone else, and he's currently 25, just 1 year older than Will Levis. Exactly, man. Exactly. And I like him a lot too. Blue and Green, Raiders took my 20th pick, I think, and we moved back on the Denver second rounder we got as well. There we go. Like it. Like it, Blue and Green. That's the way to work that draft. Work that draft, Blue and Green. Work them boards. Work that value. Work that value. Corsos want to get the trenches beefed up. Me too, man. That's where we're getting. Hendon Hooker can help you too there, Corsos, because you get your trenches dealt with in the first two rounds with 4 of those picks, and then you come back to the quarterback in round 3. But I'm with you. The trenches are more important at this point. And why we're going to see probably a Geno deal done here sooner than later. All right. Well, on that note, I think we're going to go ahead and wrap it up. I appreciate everybody in the chat as ever. Thank you so much, you guys. Just one more note. Please do hit that like button if you haven't already. And if you're not subscribed, please get subscribed. Doesn't cost you anything. Helps the channel out. We are on the road to 11,000 subs here. Would love to cross that if we could in the next week or so, if that's not being too aggressive with it. So I will be back on Wednesday. I think we're going to be doing a show around the PFF scores this past year for your Seahawks, kind of the final scores and numbers where guys lied, how their performance was and where they were at. I'll also be on Thursday over on Brendan's channel, as we'll be doing the channel over there and show over there as well. So, and we will be streaming here on the Super Bowl. So if you guys were wondering about that, I will absolutely as well be back streaming on Super Bowl Sunday during the game too. So if you're looking for a place to hang out, we will be going strong with that as well. I appreciate you guys. Love you guys. You kept me on my toes as you ever do tonight, kept me laughing and all that. So thank you so much for that. I really do appreciate it. Thanks for all the support, hitting the like buttons as you guys did, getting subscribed up as you guys do, and all of the donations into the chat. I really do appreciate that as well. We'll be back Wednesday. Senior Bowl is past. We're getting a little bit step closer to the draft, step closer to free agency, a step closer to the Seahawks slingshotting their way around the moon to get themselves to that elite status. There was a movie once called Apollo 13, and the astronauts have a dead stick, and they've got to try to slingshot around the moon, use its gravity to fire them back forward towards Earth. So that's what we're going to do with this offseason. We're going to use the gravity of this draft, the gravity of the amount of cap that we've got to spend to slingshot ourselves back around to getting back to elite status. So I know we're not there yet. We're getting our way there. We're on the road to getting there. But as we're on our way to get there, as we're going past the dark side of the moon, I hope you're not forgetting. I hope you don't ever forget. As we're on our rise, as we begin to ascend, as we reach towards that Super Bowl window in the distance, I hope you're not forgetting. I hope you're keeping it at the forefront of your thoughts, and I hope you don't ever forget. Go Hawks.